Honourable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. We are continuing with the ministerial policy statements, but we shall also be handling some of the bills. Today we shall handle the sugar bill so that we finish the process of the farmers starting benefiting from the law. But for now, I'll be amending the order paper to accommodate a forensic audit report from the Auditor General on selected exchange transactions and utilization of the supplementary funds provided to the Uganda High Commission in Abuja, Nigeria, during the financial years 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024. So I'll be amending the order paper so that it can be laid on table. Matters of national importance. I'll start with Honorable Nandara Mafavi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently there was a gazette by the Minister of Gender gazetting Umukuka Webagisu. And yet, in our cultural institution, we have already an institution gazetted called Inzuye Masaba. It is in that regard that I want the Minister of Gender to explain how he can make two cultural institutions in one region, yet he has not degazetted one and is gazetting another one. And this is causing a lot of strife in Bujisu, and the people almost are going to kill each other because of this confusion. Mr. Speaker, I beg for indulgence.
Thank you, Honorable Nandara. Let the Minister come and explain this on Thursday. Okay? Yes, on Thursday. He can bring a brief statement. Thank you. Honorable Sekabira.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The matter I'm raising is in regard to the minimum entry requirement for students that are going to enroll for certificate courses in medical courses. That is nursing, midwifery, lab, and others. Right Honourable Speaker, in the old curriculum, the student is required to have a pass as the minimum entry requirement. In the new curriculum, Right Honourable Speaker, the minimum or a pass is an equivalent of a D. However, government has run adverts only inviting students that have a C as the minimum entry requirement to enroll for these courses. Right Honourable Speaker, I am raising this matter so that the Ministry of Education can harmonize this issue to make sure that all Ugandans are accommodated in the new curriculum to be enrolled for the certificate courses. Thank you.
Thank you. Let the Minister for Education give a response on Thursday. Honorable Kiwanuka Abdara. Honorable Dr. Musa Noah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the matter I want to raise is regarding the payment of tobacco farmers. You are very aware of the story of these farmers, and this year, financial year, the 9.7 billion was provided. In February, Minister of Trade did verification of Auditor General's report and committed that farmers will be paid in March. But now it is April, the farmers have not received this money, and every day we are receiving calls on when the money will be paid. My prayer is one, the Minister of Trade should explain when the farmers will be paid. Secondly, during the verification exercise, some farmers who lost their slips were not considered. Contrary to a meeting we had on 4th April with the Minister of Trade and the Attorney General's chambers, where we agreed that farmers who lost their receipts should get police letters and else letters and letters from GISOs to indicate that they indeed have their receipts lost. And these farmers, they have their records in the Auditor General's report, but unfortunately they were not considered in the report. So my second prayer is that ministry should explain how they are going to handle those farmers. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. This is an issue on the part of payment. It's an issue which the minister responded to last week, but I will request him to repeat himself since he's here for emphasis purposes, and then also the second part of the question. Minister for Trade.
Mr. Speaker, this matter came last week. We did inform the House and members who raised this matter that the verification of the farmers has been completed. We could not pay using IFMIS. We had to open a bank account in the central bank so that this money is transferred from this special account to the farmers' accounts. So we have received all the information from the farmers. We have opened a bank account in the central bank. So this week, we are transferring money to individual accounts of the people who were verified. So I'm sure that this week, farmers will start informing you that I don't know whether they will inform you, but we will inform you that we are paid. Thank you.
No, the second part on verification, the ones who had lost slips. The one of slips. Maybe you need to consult further.
The one who I'm not familiar with that situation, but I'll cross-check. If a farmer is confirmed by the relevant groups, then we should find a mechanism on how we should pay them. But I'll cross-check and come back to you.
Thank you. Next item. Yes, procedural. And welcome back.
Thank you. Right, Honourable Speaker. Honourable, I thought you would do good to procedurally guide on a matter that you had guided on, but has remained hanging. A few days ago, I raised a complaint asking for government to update us on the question of transferring files of civilians who had been incarcerated by the court martials, the military courts. And after the Supreme Court's decision saying military courts have no jurisdiction over civilians, and of course a couple of, including military persons on particular issues. We have been waiting for these files to be transferred to no avail. It's been week after week, it's over 3 months now, and that has not happened. You had tasked government to get back to us on this issue. The government chief whip did commit to come to this house with a statement through the Minister of Defense, I believe. Incidentally, he did reach out to me, Honorable Bua, something I appreciate him for, to get clarity on exactness of what I had raised. And I did give him information, and he captured also what was on the Hansard. So I thought that that reaching out, which was a good thing, should have been followed with that statement which they committed to bring, I think through the Minister for Justice actually. So can government tell us what is happening regarding this matter? Because you are in contempt of a decision of the Supreme Court. It made this determination over 3 months ago, and government committed they are going to transfer those civilian files to civilian courts. That has not happened. Why? Why is government okay with being in contempt of court?
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable Alop, let's handle that matter tomorrow when we are handling the Ministerial Policy Statement for legal, Committee on Legal. Attorney General will be here. Let's put him to task tomorrow. Okay? Yes, Honorable Kanyike.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are processing ministerial process statements. And last week, we adopted the report on the Committee of Public Service and local government. Honorable Speaker, I raised a question here concerning the delay for the implementation of the monies which were given to districts which were carved off from the new cities. Honorable Speaker, Masaka district received the money on their account.
Honorable, what's your procedure matter, and which rule are you applying?
Thank you. With your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker, Masaka district received the...
Honorable, please, listen to the presiding officer, okay? Because where you're going, you're not on a procedure matter. So that procedure matter is for issues inside here. No, I don't go through that. Please, the procedure matter is for what is going on here.
Yes.
Yeah, so when you take me to Masaka, no, please.
I was just giving a preamble and then raise my procedure matter.
Honorable, what is not procedurally going right here now?
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your guidance. The procedure matter I'm raising, it is concerning, actually in your communication, you alluded to that we are processing ministerial process statement, and it is on the other paper. So the procedure matter I'm raising, that last week we adopted the committee, the committee report on public service and local government. And my procedure matter is, we adopt this committee report, but the ministers responsible for these different entities, they are not doing what they are supposed to do. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Majezi Raphael came to Masaka and overturned the decision which was taken by the council.
Honorable, please, just bear with me, okay? So what you should have done was to come to my office, you book space on matters of national importance. What the minister is doing outside this house cannot be a matter of procedure in this house. Yeah, that's what I was trying to put across. But when you come, you ask me for space as a matter of national importance, I give you. But if a minister is doing something wrong in the ministry or what, okay, it's not a procedure matter here. Yeah. And colleagues, I've always guided you. Let us not abuse the rule of procedure. In fact, you read Rule 78 of our Rules of Procedure. guides you properly on the rule of procedure. That's why you should mention the rule under which you're standing, meaning something is going beyond what the rules provide for in this house. So, Honorable, I will give you space if you want to package that matter, okay? I will give you space and you will bring it. Yeah. Next item.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues. Honorable Watkins, under what rule?
178.
178. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for your kindness and your generosity. Mr. Speaker, sir, December 25, we had Christmas in our homes with families and community. Sunday, April 20, we're going to have Easter, the death and resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. But one of our citizens, Mr. Speaker, sir, spent Christmas in a prison.
Honorable Watkins, 178 is functions of the Committee on National Economy. What? Yeah. So what does it have to do with 176 is composition of the Business Committee. So, yeah. No, I was listening properly. So, honorable colleagues, please. Next item. Yeah.
Laying of papers. Report to the Auditor General on forensic audit of selected foreign exchange transactions and utilization supplementary funds provided to the Uganda High Commission in Abuja.
Honorable Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to lay the report on the forensic audit report on selected foreign exchange transactions and utilization of supplementary funds provided to Uganda High Commission in Abuja, Nigeria during the financial years 2022-2023 and 2023-2024. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Commissioner. This report has very sensitive issues bordering on fraud and all that. So it's referred to the CID, Director of Criminal Investigations Department, for further management. And then the minister responsible will be required to bring here an action taken report, which now we will go through. Thank you. Procedure, Honorable Zake.
Mr. Speaker, I'm raising on a procedural matter. I'm seeking for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. Is it procedural okay when a plenary session is ongoing and then there is another parallel meeting in this same building, Mr. Speaker? I've got information as of now. There is an ongoing meeting chaired by another presiding officer in the same house, in this building, Mr. Speaker, in the conference hall. Is it procedural okay that to happen? That's why most of the members are not here, yet we are discussing very important issues, especially to do with ministerial policy statements. I thank you.
Colleagues, in our rules, we don't have two presiding officers. The one who is seated here is the presiding officer. That's number one.
Information to correct my statement.
But Honorable, you don't access a microphone that way. You don't dive and you land on a microphone. You seek for permission. Kindly. Yeah. Yeah, just let me make it very easy. Yeah, really, I don't know I'm not privy to what is going on. No, honorable colleagues. But also, I must tell you that usually we have issues which are beyond plenary, okay? And on several occasions, when one of us is chairing, the other one can be handling issues as long as they are related to the running of this house. So that's normal. We usually do it, and we work together on the same. Okay? So there is I don't think there is any other meeting that is going on aimed at frustrating plenary. And even I have some committees which are meeting now. So I cannot stop meetings from going on. just let's, yeah. Take it easy. It's very easy. Yeah. Honorable Nandara.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, our commission has just laid a report of the Auditor General, which borders on fraud. Wouldn't it be procedural right that we as a House move together, that we have adopted this report, and we hereby ask the CID to carry out investigation and report back? Because right now, this is the House, which is the owner of the report, and it would be wanted to move very well so that everybody knows the House agreed in totality that CID takes over, other than going through another committee, and this is constituted as a committee of the whole House. If it's agreed, I could move.
Honorable, I weighed all those options. Okay, yes, I weighed all those options, and I found what is very critical is, number one, that for the CID to look into it. We are not saying go and implement. We are just saying look through this. If you find indeed what the Auditor General has discovered borders on criminality, you go ahead and you take charge together with the DPP. It's their option. So that's why I felt that first adopting it here, now that would be a resolution of Parliament. But now, what we are doing, we are getting the report without our resolution. We are saying the Auditor General found this, kind of look into it. We don't need to make a resolution on it.
Speaker, I'm not here against your ruling, because this report, there's nothing which bars any other office of government, like Auditor General, rather, like CID, like the IGG, to handle it. Now, since it has been laid in the House, we wanted to lay, as far as Parliament is concerned, let now CID take up this matter. That's what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying that you have ruled, it would be better and decent by saying, we as the House, we have received the report, we hereby ask the whole House agrees that CID, it might have already taken over, but also says takes it over. Yes, my brother.
Honorable Nwagaba.
Yes, thank you for giving away. You know, under our rules, the presiding officer has wide discretion. And if you fetter a discretion like this one, when he has looked at the report and finds it fitting to send directly to CID, and we want the House to first adopt it without the House looking at it critically, don't you think that would clog the business of the House unnecessarily? Why don't you allow the decision of the Speaker, which has already made and taken, to take precedence, and then the House will be briefed by the respective minister at an appropriate time?
Thank you. Honorable colleagues.
Okay, I agree, Mr. Speaker. If that's what you want us to, let us take it that way.
Thank you. And you remember that's how we also handled the one of cooperatives. Yeah, so let's. Honorable sir, on what? Because I need, before I give you permission, I always need, before you access the microphone, I need it to know. On which guidance?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Last week, I raised the issue of police officers who had not been paid their salaries, some for 6 months, 8 months, and so on. And you directed the Minister of Public Service to come and give a statement here. When she came to the floor, she actually stated that the Minister of Internal Affairs would actually come and give a statement to this effect. I have not seen the Minister of Internal Affairs the whole of last week, and neither do I see the Minister here. But what has also come to my attention, Right Honorable Speaker, is that some other police officers have reached out to me. These are lawyers. Recall that there was a decision to actually enhance the salaries of lawyers serving the police force. And these police officers actually went even to court. And there was a decision of the High Court because their salaries were actually reduced from what they were actually earning. So this is a decision. I can lay that the decision of the High Court is on my phone. You want me to lay it?
But, Honorable Sarah, whom are you talking to?
So, Right Honorable Speaker, the point that I actually wanted to raise is that when is the Minister of Internal Affairs coming to make that very pertinent statement? Because the country is actually waiting. These are people with guns. How are these police officers surviving? Right Honorable Speaker. Maybe that is why we are seeing all these...
Let's handle that matter on Thursday.
On Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next item. Honorable Bahati, you wanted to make a comment?
I just wanted to update the honorable member in the House that the Minister of Internal Affairs is actually handling that matter. So on Thursday, he will update the House, but we are already handling it to address the situation.
Thank you. Next item.
Motion for approval of the proposed annual budget for financial year 2025-2026, Committee on Health.
Procedure, Honorable Atkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your generosity and kindness. I'm back. Okay, if you're asking for the rule, is Rule 78.
Honorable, who are you talking to?
I'm talking to, I'm addressing myself to you, Mr. Speaker, and just like I said, Right Honorable Speaker, December 25, we had a Christmas, the birth of Jesus Christ. And April 20, this Sunday, we're going to have the resurrection of our Lord and Savior. Mr. Speaker, sir, my procedural issue appeals to your grace, your mercy, generosity, and kindness. While all of us are looking forward to celebrating the resurrection of the Lord with our families, friends, and communities, there's one senior citizen, Dr. Kiza.
Honorable Atkins, I think, I don't know, I don't want it to look like I'm suffocating you, or I'm denying you space, or Rule 78 provides for procedure. And Rule 78, Rule 78(4), where a member interrupts the debate on a point of procedure, the member shall state the rule of procedure he or she deems to have been breached by the member holding the floor, or the procedure matter he or she wishes to be ruled upon before subjecting the member to the Speaker's ruling. Procedure is for what is going on in this House. Okay? I know the matter. Can I guide that, Honorable, you book space? I allow you to raise it as a matter of national importance. Please, that would be.
Appreciate it, Mr. Speaker, and I have no problem with booking that matter. Can that matter be accommodated in the afternoon? Because to me, it has a lot of urgency. It's urgent to...
Thank you. Honorable, you come, you book a matter, I will determine when to give you time. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Committee on Health. As the Chairperson, Committee on Health comes in the gallery this morning, our colleagues, I'm used to afternoon. We have a group of students from the School of Law, Makerere University. They are represented, Makerere area is represented by Honorable Kazwe Bashir Mbazira and Honorable Shamim Marende. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please, colleagues, join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Thank you. Chair, Committee on Health, you have 15 minutes, and then we debate your statement.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm the chairperson of the Health Committee, but you are giving me a very big task of presenting a report of a sub-program which has 29 votes, but I'll try. Before I present, I would like to lay on table a copy of the report I beg to lay. I also like to lay the minutes, and also there are some other very important documents which I want to lay on the table. One of them is Annex 2, which is rehabilitation / capital development of General regional referral hospitals, and national referral hospitals. I beg to them. Then also we have a list of health facilities and upgrades and newly constructed facilities under UGIFT and AMCHI program, that's Center 2, Center 3. I beg to them. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the document is quite big, but it was uploaded. I will not read it verbatim, but if you go to page number 1, you see the votes which are under the HELSAP program. But we can go to page 17 in the interest of time, where we have the committee observations and recommendations. We are starting with page 17. 17 is vote 1014, which is the Minister of Health. The first section is about President Trump's executive orders. The committee notes that the following the extension of execution of President Trump's executive orders, the USA government withdrew financing resulting in true funding shortage of total $604 billion. Now we can go to the recommendations. The first one is the Minister of Finance should find alternative financing to bridge the gap of $604 billion for the health sector to ensure that the key programs continue running. The second is the government should fast track processing of the National Health Insurance Scheme bill as a measure for generating domestic revenue to finance health sector. The third, the Minister of Health should integrate the programs affected by the withdrawal of the USAID funding into the mainstream health care system. Then second one is adequate funding for regional equipment maintenance workshops. This one can go straight to the recommendations. Uganda shillings 2.3 billion is required to fully functionalize regional equipment maintenance workshops. The second is the regional referral hospitals should prioritize recruitment of biomedical engineers and technicians to service and maintain the medical and diagnostic equipment. When we go to page 18, it's about the oxygen plants. We can go straight to the recommendation. The committee recommends the additional 8.6 billion be provided to the Ministry of Health to complete and commission the remaining oxygen plants, and additional 11.85 billion be provided to procure transformers that will stabilize the power supply for the oxygen plants and newly acquired medical equipment. Then the medical equipment, the Ministry of Health reported that it had acquired new imaging equipment like CT scans, MRI, and ultrasound machine for regional referral hospitals. These equipments require constant maintenance that can cost 7.7 billion annually. So the recommendation is, the committee recommends that additional 7.5 billion be provided for maintenance of those equipments. Then for the upgrade of health centers, that's number 5. We can go to recommendation, which is on page 19, that we need 60 billion to complete the upgrade of health centers that had already been started, and we need an addition of 7.6 billion for equipment that will be required to functionalize the upgraded health facilities. Then also, on number 6, that's on page 19, inadequate funding for renovation and equipping of health facilities. If you go to the second last paragraph, the Ministry of Health reported that in 2024-2025, it had planned for partial rehabilitation of 13 general hospitals. This includes Kambuga, Masindi, Apache, Koboko, Kotido, Kamwenge, Kitgum, Katakwi, Amuria, Kasana Ruero, Kapchorwa, Itojo, and Muko, totaling to 39 billion. The total budget was 39 billion, and the cumulative release for quarter 1 and quarter 3 was only 12.7 billion, which is only 32%. So we can go to the recommendations on page 20. Minister of Finance should upgrade should provide additional funds amounting to 46 billion to complete rehabilitation, expansion, and equipping and Tojo General Hospitals, which are currently very old and dilapidated. The second is finance should provide 20 billion, which is required to commence the rehabilitation of the following general hospitals: Apache, Koboko, Kotido, Kamwenge, Chitugum, Katagwi, Amuria, Kasanaruero, Kapuchorwa in a phased manner. The third, finance should prioritize the release of the Transitional Development Grant to address the issues of delayed completion of rehabilitation. Then there are some hard-to-reach areas like in Mayuge, Namayungo, Karangara, Bovuma, and the rest. The recommendation was this should be given affirmative action when it comes to health service delivery. Then status of ambulances. There are 158 constituencies which haven't received ambulances, and the only members are complaining. And also, we have 14 bought ambulances, but these are very expensive to maintain in terms of fuel and servicing. So the recommendation was, the first one is, finance planning and economic development provides additional 54 billion to procure 158 ambulances for the remaining ambulances, for the remaining constituencies, including mine. The second one, additional funds amounting 17 billion. That is fuel 12.8 billion and 5.6 for servicing, be provided for the maintenance and functionalization of the current fleet of ambulances under the National Ambulance Call and Dispatch System. The third, the Ministry of Health should allocate specific time and days when the bought ambulances should move so that the public is aware of the schedules. Then the fourth, more funds should be provided to complete and add more regional call dispatch centers. Then on 9th, that's the Organ Transplant Council. The Human Organ Donation and Transplant Act was assented to by the President, but we don't have the council. And this council is, so we need to set up the council. This council is, if operationalized, it will be responsible for sanctioning applications of donation and transplant, set guidelines, quality control, supervision, and monitoring of organ donation and transplant industry. This will reduce the cases seeking these services abroad. So the recommendation, the committee strongly recommends that 5 billion be provided to the Ministry of Health to operationalize the Uganda Organ and Donation Transplant Council. Then under the public health and emergency preparations, I go straight to the recommendation. We need 3 billion to be provided to the Ministry of Health for it to get prepared for any emergencies, outbreaks by establishing and functionalizing the point of entry health units at Entebbe, Malaba, Busia, Vura, and Sinka. The second one is 4 billion be provided to support the Ministry of Health in operationalizing the national and regional public health emergency operation centers to respond to outbreaks. Then also in inadequate counterpart funding under Global Fund, the committee recommends that 9.6 billion be provided as the counterpart funding for HIV, AIDS, TB, and malaria control projects because this is a requirement. On the status of mortuaries in health facilities, most of our facilities don't have mortuaries, and those which have, the mortuaries are dilapidated and they lack equipment. So the recommendation is, the committee recommends the Ministry of Health should prioritize modernizing mortuary facilities by providing necessary equipment, expanding their capacity, and ensuring adequate training for personnel to improve the overall quality of mortuary services in health facilities. Then Uganda Red Cross, that's number 13 on page 23. Uganda Red Cross supports the Ministry of Health in emergency services, disease outbreak responses, and blood donation mobilization. So you can go to recommendation. The committee recommends that an additional 3.7 billion be provided to Uganda Red Cross Society to enable them support the Ministry of Health in emergency services disease outbreak responses, and blood donation mobilization. On page 24, on community health extension workers, that's the CHUS, the Ministry of Health reports that an increment of 2 billion is required as the counterpart funding for CHUS program that is currently supported by donor to strengthen disease prevention and promotion of public health activities. So the recommendation is, the committee recommends that an additional 2 billion be provided to the Ministry of Health for counterpart funding for community health extension work program to strengthen disease prevention and promotion of public health activities. Then vote 134, Health Service Commission. We can go straight to the recommendation. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should provide 3 billion for procurement of vehicles for the board members of the Health Service Commission in a phased manner, starting with 1 billion in the coming financial year. Then vote 127, that is Uganda Virus Research Institute. The committee was informed that Uganda Virus Research Institute has 5 acres of land at Kamwanyi in Entebbe, which is being occupied by bona fide occupants who have made it impossible for it to develop. So the recommendation is, the committee recommends that 5.4 billion be provided to Uganda Virus Research Institute to pay off the bona fide occupants and secure the land for development. Then also on page 25, there is inadequate funding for research. We can go straight to the recommendation. They need an additional 1.6 billion for research. And the second one is Uganda Virus Research Institute mandate should be amended to cover bacteria, virus, protozoa, insects, and other microorganisms. Because you may think they are dealing with only viruses, but also some other microorganisms. Then Uganda Heart Institute, we can go to page 26. There is wage for newly approved staff structure. These are understaffed, so they need to go to the recommendation. The committee recommends that the additional wage amounting 22.89 billion be provided to Uganda Heart Institute to enable them fully operationalize the new approved staff structure and enable timely functionalization of the new expanded Heart Institute complex located in Naguru. Then the second one is super specialized training. The committee recommends an additional 0.56 billion be provided for the training. The training takes about 3 to 5 years. Then number 3, on regional cardiac centers, they are establishing cardiac centers, at least they land in Hoima and in Mbarara, but they need, if you can go to the recommendation, they need 51 billion for the construction of the 2 cardiac centers. Then upon connection to the new home in Naguru, the committee recommended that 2.8 billion be provided to Uganda Heart Institute to connect the new Naguru Center to a dedicated power line. For the Uganda Cancer Institute, we can go it has 2 centers. We have it in Naguru and also in Mbarara. So we can go to the recommendation. The committee recommends that 7.1 billion be provided to enable the Uganda Cancer Institute to operationalize the Guru Center and the Mbarara centers. This will help bring cancer services closer to the people in order to congest the main cancer center in Mulago. There's also inadequate supplies, medical supplies for the Cancer Institute, so they need 15.9 billion to be provided. Then there's funding for Fred Hatcher Center. The Uganda Cancer Institute Fred Hatcher Center in Kampala was established with funding from U.S. government, and the committee was informed that USAID funding for the Fred Hatcher Research Center had come to an end, so they needed 6.5, and only one billion was provided. So in the recommendation, they need 5.5 billion extra. Staff wages, they are understaffed. The committee recommends that 42 billion be provided to Uganda Cancer Institute in a phased manner, beginning with 10 billion. On page 29, inadequate funding for the nuclear medicine, that's the PET center. The Uganda Cancer Institute is earmarked to become a regional center for excellence in terms of cancer management. This includes prevention, screening, diagnosis, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and surgery, and carrying out research and training of health workers in the field of oncology. One such project is the positron emission tomography, that's the PET center. This project is important for the detection of early cancer and will greatly reduce referrals abroad, and cost of PET scans will be 30% of what is paid for abroad. So the budget required for establishment of the nuclear medicine PET center is 338 billion. The center recommends the government to prioritize acquisition of this diagnostic equipment in a phased manner. However, this has not been done. So Uganda Cancer Institute requested for a supplementary allocation of 92 billion. That was required to meet the outstanding financial obligation under PET project. Consequently, 30 billion was allocated through the supplementary funding, creating a funding gap of 62 billion. So the recommendation is, the committee recommends 62 billion be provided for clearing the outstanding obligation on establishment of the nuclear medicine facility, that's the PET center. Then we go to national medical stores. We can go straight to the page 30. That table 10, the funding of the national medical stores, you can see the allocated and the funding gap. So we can go to the recommendations which are on page 31. The first one is we need 5.42 billion for distribution of essential medicines and medical supplies required for upgraded health center 2s and health center to health center 3s. Then the second is 25.45 billion to cover reproductive, maternal and child health services. The third is 32.93 billion for provision of specialist units and non-communicable diseases. Then 4 is 0.87 billion to cover for funding gap at centers 2s across the country. Then 5, 4.7 billion for procurement of specialized medicines for national referral hospitals, that is Kirudru, Mulago, and Butabika. Then on 6, 4.94 billion for nutritional supplements, and 13 billion for warehousing, distribution, and NDA verification fees. Then this is 7th, the government of Uganda should work towards creating increased partnerships and investments in Africa vaccine and drug manufacturing capacity to ensure sustainable, timely, and equitable access to life-saving vaccines for the country to avoid over-reliance on donors. Then also, there is unpaid bill of 92 billion, which is the handling fees for donated items and supplies to national medical stores. It has never been cleared by Ministry of Finance. So national medical stores need that money. That's 92 billion, which is the recommendation number 1. Then number 2, in the future, the cost of handling donated supplies should be factored in funding negotiations and agreements with partners. Then also poor stock management practices. We can go to the recommendation. The first one, the Ministry of Health should enforce strict controls governing stock management practices at health facilities. Then the second one is the Ministry of Health should follow the matter of storage facilities to ensure that all health facilities have adequate and appropriate storage for the medical supplies. Then the third is the Ministry of Health and National Medical Stores should develop IT tools for last mile accountability of essential medicines and health supplies that will keep record of wherever the medicines and supplies are dispensed through. On page 33, access to the Uganda People's Defense Forces, health services by the civilians. The facilities under UPDF are also accessed by the civilians. They used to get 2 billion, but had been stopped. So the recommendation is we need that's 2 billion being instated to UPDF to cater for medical services extended to the civilian population. Then also they have a new established hospital at Imbuya, which is a 436 bed. So we can go straight to the recommendation. The committee recommends that the national medical stores be allocated an additional annual allocation of 8.8 billion to facilitate the efficient operation and optimal performance of the newly established National Referral Hospital at Mbuya. Then for Uganda Transmission Services, UBTS, we can go straight to the recommendation. The committee recommended that 3.5 billion be provided to Uganda Blood Transfusion Services to procure 10 more blood mobilization vehicles that will support them in blood donor activities, given the 3 new blood banks. Then the second one, they need procurement of specialized laboratory blood collection and IT equipment. We can go to the recommendation. The committee recommends that 3.2 billion be provided to procure blood transfusion services for purchase of centrifuge. The centrifuges are critical in preparation of blood components. Understaffing, they also need more staff for the new structure, so they need the recommendation 11.7 billion. But this can be done in a phased manner. Then when we go to Kawempe Hospital, we can go to, it's only 46% of the staff positions are filled, so we need an extra 6.1 billion to raise that percentage to around 60%. Then inadequate funding for medicines and supplies, and the recommendation we need about 1 billion.
Let me add you 7 minutes.
These are 29 votes, but I'm going to...
Chair, please. Okay?
Let's go to the recommendations.
Chair, please, first listen. Chair, take your seat. That's not how we work on the floor. Okay? Yeah, you're chair when you're guided. You don't start by procrastinating and then you start. You utilize your time because we need members to have more time for debate. We read this report. You gave it to us last week. So we read the report. We need debate. Otherwise, if we go on reading and members don't debate, then you'll be satisfying yourself. 7 minutes.
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker. I think now I'll go to the general observations. I will not go vote by vote, but I can go to general observations in the interest of time, which is on page on page 54. That's general observation and recommendations. The effect of oxygen plants on electricity bills. We can go to the recommendations. The Ministry of Health, together with the Ministry of Energy and UDCL, should conduct a national energy audit for hospitals to identify inefficiencies, wastage, prioritize upgrades, and recommend cost-saving interventions. The second is the Ministry of Health should procure energy-efficient oxygen plants that consume less power. The third is the Ministry of Health should create protocols for hospital power use to monitor and reduce electricity costs by prioritizing critical equipment and enabling routine energy reporting. Then on second one, the status of non-communicable diseases and level preparedness to deal with the rising challenges. We can go to the recommendation on page 56. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should allocate the adequate funds to cater for NCDs that are increasingly killing citizens silently. The second, the regional referral hospitals should prioritize procurement of essential medicines and technologies for NCDs in their procurement plans. The third, the Ministry of Health should enhance preventive health measures to curb the rise of NCDs. Then the fourth, the regional hospitals should introduce quality assurance systems to improve in chronic care of NCD patients for better clinical outcomes. Then status of antimicrobial resistance in Uganda health system, we can go to the recommendations. The Ministry of Health should implement a robust AM1 surveillance system to monitor resistance patterns and inform treatment guidelines. Second, the Ministry of Health should promote rational use of antibiotics through education, guidelines, and policy enforcement to stop over-counter medication. The third, the Ministry of Health should invest in diagnostic infrastructure to enable timely and accurate pathogen identification and susceptibility testing. The Ministry of Health should implement stringent infection control measures to reduce the spread of resistant pathogens within hospitals, and the national referral hospitals and general hospitals should fully functionalize their medicine and therapeutic committees to curb AMR. The non-tax revenue, we can go to the recommendation in the interest of time. The Ministry of Planning should adjust NTR ceiling and also return the NTR funds to the hospitals. Then second one is the Ministry of Health should establish clear accountability mechanisms to monitor the use of NTR, ensuring funds are directed towards patient care and infrastructure development. Then AMH should come up with clear guidelines in utilization of the NTR. Private wings, I think also go to the recommendation. The budget for private wings should be enhanced to match with revenue collections. There should be a deliberate effort to support hospitals with capital development funding to construct and provide private wing services. Then the Ministry of Health should develop and disseminate comprehensive update guidelines to stabilize private wing operations. Lastly, the Ministry of Health should revise the current private wing policies and guidelines that prohibit recruitment of contract staff. The contract staff can purposely be used in private wing services. Then functionalization of lower health facilities. We can go to the recommendations. The Ministry should deliberately improve services and supervision of lower facilities. The second one, they should also build capacity. The third, they should carry out community mobilization to build trust in lower facilities, and also finance should release funds timely. Then on citizen section increased, we have the recommendations. The Ministry of Health should develop and implement strict national guidelines. Second, the Ministry should monitor health facility C-section rates. Third, the Ministry of Health should equip with health centers with necessary resources to support normal deliveries. Fourth, the Ministry should publish annual reports on C-section rates. 5, Ministry should educate communities on the benefits of normal delivery. The National Health Insurance Scheme Bill, we go to recommendation. The Ministry should fast track the National Health Insurance Bill. 9, access to medical services by refugees. We can go to the recommendation. The Ministry of Health should come up with clear policy on access of medical services by refugees and foreigners. The second one, the Ministry of Health should foster collaboration with neighboring countries to share information and resources about these outbreaks, and also create joint health task forces to manage cross-border health threats. Third, some districts like Kampala, Nebi, Yumbe, and Koboko, which is a refugee-affected or trans district, should be considered to benefit from refugee hosting district projects. The current burden with sickle cell disease, you can go to the recommendation. The National Medical Stores should budget for sickle cell medicines should be increased. They need an additional 1 billion. Then the second one, the referral hospitals should prioritize procurement of hydroxyurea. The third, the Ministry of Health should strengthen all existing sickle cell clinics within the regional hospitals. The fourth, national and regional hospitals should prioritize
conclude.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The conclusion. The government policy on health emphasizes access to high-quality health care by all Ugandans as a means of guaranteeing their contribution to the country's socio-economic transformation. In line with the government's commitment to preventive health care as opposed to curative services, which are costly, more emphasis should be on ensuring equitable access to well-equipped health facilities, trained and motivated health workers, in addition to improvement in the healthcare delivery system. The committee recommends that a total of 3.2 trillion, excluding KCCA, Uganda East Commission, local government PXC, of which 1.628 is recurrent, that includes pension, gratuity, and areas, and 1.61 is development expenditure. The budget allocation for the health sector is shown in the table below. Right Honourable Speaker and members, I beg to report.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'll start with Honorable Ndezi, Honorable Mudimi, Honorable Ababiku, Honorable Alex, Honorable Max Ochai, Honorable Enos, Honorable Nyachkongoro, Honorable Paparu, Honorable Seku, Wa, Honorable Tumwine and Mary, Honorable Pendi, yes, the Honorable Tera. The rest you first. Yeah. 3 minutes each.
Okay. Right, Honorable Speaker. My concern is very specific. From my constituency and also from colleagues here. Several colleagues here have been asking me, where are wheelchairs for people with disabilities? I read this report in quite fine details. I read the report in fine details to be able to identify an answer to this question, but unfortunately, no answer. What I know very well is that once upon a time, in the 1970s, this country had the best orthopedic services in this country, in all of south of Sahara. However, as we speak right now, all these workshops have collapsed. They are not undertaking any production at all. As we speak right now, people who need these appliances have to resort to the private sector. You need more than $500,000 to purchase a wheelchair. You need more than 300,000 shillings to buy a crutch. Ordinary people cannot afford this. When we made the Disability Act, we said the Ministry of Health shall ensure that people with disabilities access mobility appliances at free or subsidized prices. We have been asking the Minister of Health to implement this provision of the law, but nothing has been done. So my question is, Minister of Health, when will you ensure that people with disabilities in this country have access to these services at affordable prices? Where is the plan? Where is the budgetary provision? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Mdimi, Honorable Babiko.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Mbale Hospital, Regional Hospital, is overwhelmed by a number of patients. Some time back, 10 years ago, government initiated the construction of surgical ward. Up to now, they have not completed. It requires only 5.6 billion shillings to accommodate over 250. It is a 250 bed capacity. But up to now, they have not finished. And when you visit Mbale Regional Referral Hospital, patients are all over the corridors outside. And it's now raining, mosquitoes, those who are taking care. So I want the Honourable Minister to tell us exactly when is the government providing that additional money. Some time back, Parliament tried to make a budgetary allocation for it, but the money was not released. Now, secondly, the policy of government is to have Health Center 3 in every sub-county and Health Center 4 in every constituency. Right, Honorable, you realize that Bulambuli has 3 constituencies, but with 1 Health Center 4. And the nature of our area, the Health Center 4 is based in the lower land, but up there, people are struggling, and recently we had the mudslides where the only access road was cut off. So the entire upper belt of Bulambuli, that is 16 sub-counties, they are on their own. No health facilities, everything else. They are on their own. So I want the Honorable Minister to also tell us what happened to that. Sometime back, there was a team from Ministry of Health and the UPDF, Engineering Brigade. They came and they visited some sites up there. And even informed the Wananchi that we are going to construct one of the facilities up there called Buluganya, where my place there. Now, it's now 3 years. They have never shown back. They are silent. So Wananchi are saying, were we duped? Or what is happening? So I need that clarity, because the death rate right now in Bulambuli is so high. As I speak now, today in my place area, they are burying 7 people.
Thank you. Honorable colleague, there is information I'm trying to get, because there is something we agreed upon in this house. And that was the issue of the PET machine. We agreed that even if anything else fails, as a must, we must provide the money for the PET machine. Okay? And finance had told me they had provided 35 billion. Okay? And even I communicated it here, because when I was following up, and they had promised to top up, and we get the 62 billion. Now, the committee report shows indeed 62 billion has not been provided. The draft estimates, I cross-checked. I don't see it there, so I've asked finance to cross-check, because that's something we agreed upon here, and we must sort out. I hope we can stand our ground on that. We work with finance, that the money for the PET machine must be provided. Otherwise, this business of sending people abroad for cancer treatment when it has already gone far, yet it could have been detected much early, we can't continue with that. So that one is a deal we've made without anyone really saying, I belong here, I belong here. It's for all of us. So let finance take note of that, but I hope I'm going to get feedback before we finish debating this issue. Okay? Honorable Babiku,
Thank
followed
you.
by Honorable Alex.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for the comprehensive proposals to this House. My first issue is about government effort to promote safe delivery by mothers. Government has scored highly in this area, but there's a big challenge because we have shortage of maternity wards, especially in the Jumani district. The district referral hospital has inadequate capacity, and mothers with their babies are now accommodated in a grass thatch room. And rain has started. Many babies are going to die. Honor Minister, I have written to the ministry. I raised it here for 4 times, no action. Who will account for the death of those people if it occurs? 2, I am concerned on how best we can avert unnecessary dying of our people. And also better management of some of the diseases, especially hepatitis C. Honourable Minister, this matter came to your office. We don't have reagents at district referral hospitals, the whole country. That's why many people die, because they get tested when they are referred. And what the district referral hospitals do is only to send the samples, which take 2 weeks for people to get their results. But also it is very expensive. One patient has to pay 250. Can we have provision for this? It's not only for Juman, but for the whole country. The committee raised the issue of how to rehabilitate the mortuaries. But Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, there is an occurrence of uniqueness in our districts in relation to some deaths associated with unique cases where people refuse to bury their deceased people immediately. Hospital tries to preserve the bodies, but to a limited extent. I'll propose for all the district referral hospitals, let's have fridges.
Thank you, Honorable Nyonsaba, followed by Honorable Max Ochai. Honorable colleagues, I've already picked the round, those who have come late, and they will forgive me.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I first of all thank the able chair of Health Committee for the submission, but on the other hand, I have a concern. In my constituency, I'm aware that about 125 constituencies don't have health center force. But mine is a special one because of one next to DRC, and we have refugees coming in, year out. And they frustrate the services of the health sector. So this, there is a Health Center 3 called Muramba Health Center 3, which is the only one that is bordering the area where the refugees come from. So it's always suffocated, and it really requires to be upgraded to a Health Center 4. And also, Kisoro District, being just a center for refugees to go through, they don't actually go through. They stay permanently. So Kisoro requires actually to be a district as a refugee hosting district. That aside, that Muramba Health Center 3 gets deliveries of babies about 10 per week or plus when there are no refugees. When there are refugees, they go to even 30 per week deliveries. Those are per day deliveries. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I request that we be considered for upgrading that Health Center 3 to Health Center 4. Or at least a maternity be constructed in that area. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Maxwell Chai, followed by Honorable Anne-Marie Tumwinde.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee has done and have fulfilled their constitutional mandate of presenting to us recommendations with respect to the health sector. I want to thank them for focusing on the Uganda Cancer Institute. I have a patient right now in Mulago, and what I have seen over the past 2 weeks or so is actually very, very alarming. And therefore, when the committee comes up to say that we need to support the Cancer Institute, I fully support them too. Particularly now when they are calling for additional 42 billion shillings for wage, let us, colleagues, support this and request Minister of Health to reprioritize their priorities and ensure that the Cancer Institute is fully funded. The other recommendation that I want to support is with respect to increasing the ceiling of non-tax revenue by Minister of Finance. I would request that Minister of Finance considers this as a critical matter. Let them review their macro-fiscal framework and ensure that the ceiling is lifted so that the respective institutions actually get what can be used to finance health sector activities. In addition,
I want to move with you, Honorable, because I know you're an expert in budgeting. Honorable Maxwell Chai was one of the top officials in the budget office in the Ministry of Finance before coming here. Yeah, I just wanted to know on that NTR, because NTR must be generated by the institution that is requesting for it. Should we say the ceiling is below what they are generating, and then they end up not receiving their money back, which we usually do through supplementary? Otherwise, how shall we raise the ceiling for NTR if they are not generating it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that question. From history, projection of non-tax revenue has actually been wanting, to the extent that sometimes you realize an amount which actually is far below the potential. It's very important.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Maxwell is raising an issue. We know that non-tax revenue is revenue which is collected by the ministry, and in most cases is remitted back for purposes of running the activities. And studies have been done. So the clarification I want to seek from you, my brother Maxwell, what has been collected for the last maybe 3 years that we as Parliament have not allowed it to be extended on Ministry of Finance? Because we need that as empirical evidence, because non-tax revenue, everybody needs it, because it will reduce the direct taxes and we shall use the non-tax revenue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Probably I leave that to the Minister of Finance to come and take it up. I'm not yet a Minister of Finance.
But you see, what Honorable Nandara has asked is what I asked. When you recommend that we raise the ceiling for NTR, okay? The question is, how much did they correct? and what is the ceiling. Because usually, whenever the ceiling is low, we extend this money through supplementaries, which is a tedious process. So I would be, because all NTR, we ensure it goes back to the entities. So that recommendation, Honorable Max, that's why I refer to you as a budgeting expert. You should be.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, that Minister of Finance, for once, should have the capacity to make precise forecast of the non-tax revenue. Once that is done, we shall actually get away from these additional supplementaries time in, time out. But that said, the report actually, to me, does not indicate to us in any way that the estimates from Ministry of Health or the health sector is equity responsive. A sub-region like Bukedi, which actually is very poor, disadvantaged, despite the enormous resource potential, seems to have been actually ignored in these estimates. How I wish Minister of Health could tell us when exactly Toro General Hospital will be upgraded to Bukedi Regional Referral Hospital. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Tumwine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to also join my colleagues to thank the Chair for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, mine is on the intern doctors. Last year we had a backlog of intern doctors who are still seated waiting for placement. And this year there will be more graduating. And from the report, I'm not seeing any budgetary provision for placement of intern doctors. My question is to the Minister and the Chair, what is going to happen to the backlog and to the new interns who, students who will be graduating? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Enos.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at all the submissions we're going to make today, they all have to do with resources. I want to thank the team for bringing out the issue of underfunding to the Ministry of Health. Specifically on page 11, we failed even to meet our own international commitments. We signed treaties, specifically the Abuja Declaration, to have 15% of our budget sent to the health sector, but we've never met this target for over 24 years now. Right Honorable Speaker, my question is, if we've failed to meet the target of funding the sector, why don't we look at the alternatives? Why can't we fast track the health insurance, the National Health Insurance Bill? What's so hard? If we've tried for 24 years and we've failed to have resources to meet the infrastructure needs of health, why can't we look at the alternatives? Honorable Minister, please guide us. Because the other day when we mentioned it to the President, he was saying that we need to first deal with wealth creation for every household. That will not happen. It will take ages. Yes, we can do wealth creation, but at the same time, we'll look at the alternatives that will bring solutions. The silver bullet in having all these challenges resolved is in putting more resources or finding alternatives for the resources. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, is our challenge of spreading too thin and actually achieving nothing. When you go to our health centers at the district level, getting even I don't know, I would use equipment that can do the simplest diagnosis. It's also becoming a problem. CT scans are failing us. Somebody in the Antonda gets an injury, a brain injury, we have to send them to Mbarara. They go to Mbarara, then even Mbarara Regional Hospital cannot even give them a scan. They have to send them to private clinics to do the scan, which is almost 700,000. To an ordinary Ugandan, honestly, moving from Yantonde, you get to Mbarara, and then they tell you you go to a private hospital to get treatment. It's not helping us. Even the 1 million things we are putting into PDM to do wealth creation, it's not helping them because they are spending a lot of money on health, yet we are not helping them. So my call on the Honorable Minister and government, let's fast track health insurance. Let's help our people. We deal with infrastructure. All that we are going to mention here has a lot to do with infrastructure. The health center force that they had started on upgrade, they are right now on standstill. When we keep pushing Ministry of Health, the issue is we don't have money. When we go to Ministry of Finance, they tell us we have no resources. So what do? Every day we are digging deep in our pockets.
Thank you. Honorable Lydian Paparu, followed by Honorable Nyaskongwe.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report. The committee recommended that we need a policy on how foreigners can get treatment or medical attention in our country. For me, as I come from a bordering district to a neighboring country, Right Honorable Speaker, we normally budget here for Arua district. I know that includes other districts that border other countries. But Right Honorable Speaker, with the porous borders that we have, normally when we get drugs, our neighbors, especially from DRC Congo, for my case in Arua district, they get this information. You see the population increases, within a week or two, the medication is done. So for me, that is a big point to note, that we need a clear policy on how foreigners can get medication within our country. I want to concur with the committee on issues of equipment. We have been making some progress in improving health services in the country. In my district, we have finally had a health center 3 upgraded to a health center 4. There were some infrastructural developments done, but there's no equipment and the staffing is limited. We now have a health center 4, that is Bondo Health Center 4. It is supposed to have staffing of about 87, but we have staffing of 18. I think that is something we should take note of, so that whatever we have done can make meaning, because we need the chain to the end so that the last person can receive treatment. Finally, on the issue of the USAID funding, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has recommended that the government should absorb some of these activities that were funded under that project. That is very, very important, because I know under USAID funding, there were staffs that were paid in health sector, in the health centers or in the hospitals. Now that this money is not there, we cannot be here sitting and not filling that gap. That will mean some staffs will not be working, and it is going to create a big gap in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nyachkongoro.
Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the committee for the issues raised. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about the ambulances. We were invited, we raised momentum for the people. We went and told people that they are going to receive ambulances, but up to now, nothing is being mentioned. And we went to the Ministry of Health, by the way. Now, this goes back to the members of parliament, where they think that some members from certain constituencies are not working hard because they have not delivered. Yet, we were all invited as members of parliament, and they promised that each constituency is going to get an ambulance. Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to access to health, previously, we thought that it was distance from homes to access health centers. Now that government has put up infrastructure, the issue of staffing, like my sister has said, I want to thank the Minister, Honorable Nifa Kaweya, who came to open some of the health facilities in our area that were built by government. But most of them don't have staff and equipment. And we really wonder, why does government spend money on infrastructure development without planning for other factors like equipment and staffing? I don't know when government will lift the ban, especially on employing health workers. And we know that health is wealth. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of 2 billion for community health workers, I think 2 billion can be really considered to facilitate the community health workers so that they can continue doing the work. We know that funding has reduced with the Trump's orders, particularly with and other and other funders. But as government, I remember we had planned for the contingency fund that each year we should budget for the contingency fund to supplement these uncalled for, what can I call them? Disasters. Is it a disaster? It's not a disaster. Gaps. Budget gaps. Is that so?
Unforeseen.
Unforeseen. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. That's why you are so brilliant. For the unforeseen gaps. So, Right Honorable Speaker, on my phone I was showing it to my neighbor here that there is my constituency members who are sending me a message that the ARVs have reduced in places where they were getting them. They cannot access them. As a country, we had fought the battle.
Kasaja says colleagues' money will come. So, okay. Yes. Honorable Saropendi, followed by Honorable Teira. Oh, I had also Susan Oseko. I mentioned your name. Okay. Honorable Oseko, Honorable Pendi, then Honorable Teira, Honorable Namtawe Joan.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Speaker. Meaning I have shifted to the opposition side. This side I'm done. No.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Oh, no, sorry. Yes, but I'm cautious what I'm doing. I'm cautious to ensure that each sub-region, at least someone speaks. So, yeah, so I know I've noted Honorable Chemonges for Sebei, Honorable Stera for Karamoja. I'm going to be seeing Honorable colleagues. I'm cautious. Yes, I'm cautious. Please. Yeah.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you and also thank the chairperson of the committee for the report. In the committee observations and recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker, they are pointed out in number 5, health center 2s that were upgraded to health center 3s. However, I would like to report that some of those health centers which have already been completed, which have been upgraded from health center 2 to health center 3, are still operating on the budgets of the health center 2s. And they don't get the PHC non-wage. It's not upgraded. They are entitled to result-based funding. They have not yet given them. A case in point is Oladot Health Center 3 now in the Palisa district. They are not getting this funding. So I would like to know from the Honorable Minister of Health when they are going to upgrade funding for this health center 3s now. To Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Honorable Chai has just mentioned that Bukit sub-region faces challenges. We have health center, we have Palsa General Hospital, which apparently serves about 6 districts. And up to now, it has not been renovated, it is not fully equipped, and we've been asking that it be upgraded to a regional referral hospital or a hybrid of sorts. So, Honorable Minister, I would like to know, we have raised this issue to the health inspection team that came to Palisa and the other areas in 2024, and up to now, we don't seem to see the plan to attend to these very pertinent areas. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, our people are suffering because there is a high demand for health services, but in these general hospitals, simple services like a scan, laboratory service, a surgical procedure, you must pay money, and not little money. For example, C-section, you must pay 300 plus to a doctor and I've been asking this question, I've raised this before to the Prime Minister. Why is it that the doctors must ask for money to carry out a surgical procedure on patients? Is this not part of what they are paid for? Is it not part of their remuneration? So we need this to be clarified by the Honorable Minister, because this is going on.
Thank you. Honorable Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for their report. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to entirely agree with you. We must prioritize the purchase of the PET machine so that we end the challenge that Ugandans face. There is actually wrong diagnosis going on in this country. By the time they discover that somebody has cancer, this person has reached stage 3, stage 4, Right Honorable Speaker. So 62 billion gap, we must find this money, because what is available is 30 billion. What they need is 92 billion. Let us put aside everything for the sake of ensuring that there is a proper diagnosis. And of course, we have been told that the cancer patients annually, they receive 7,000, and those are those that are diagnosed. But there are people who have cancer out there and they even don't know. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the second issue, can we focus instead of doing so many things at the same time? Cancer Institute already has a regional center fully constructed and commissioned in Omoro, another one in Mbarara. What they need, Right Honorable Speaker, is 15, there is a gap of 15 billion, 15.9. What has been provided is 9 billion. Can we prioritize that? Because what goes on at the Cancer Institute, colleagues, if you get there, you actually feel sorry. It is terrible. It shouldn't be a center of excellence for the treatment of oncology and training of oncologists in the East African region. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the committee report that let's prioritize. For the Heart Institute, Right Honorable Speaker, they just want to start constructing. Can we focus on the Naguru facility and have it operational first before we think of starting other centers outside? Because for the others, they're already running, like Cancer Institute, I talked about the two. For the Heart Institute, can we first prioritize that and have it operational before we think of the Hoima and another center that they are thinking about? Right Honorable Speaker, I want to move to the other. The digital X-ray machines. Thank you, Minister of Health, for procuring these equipment. Right Honorable Speaker, we've had a challenge of X-rays in this country. When I was Minister of State for Health, we took a new digital X-ray machine to Tororo. Unfortunately, 5 years down the road, this equipment has never worked. Just a small...
Thank you, Honorable Taylor, followed by Honorable Mutawe.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Chairperson of the committee, for your able submission. Right Honorable Speaker, I join my colleagues in applauding government for its efforts to operationalize the regional cancer centers. Right Honorable Speaker, what is pertaining in the Cancer Institute is terrible. And the only way we can decongest it is to make these regional centers operational. And there are certain facilities that we should also start considering in putting in some of our hospitals at the district level, especially in cancer scanning, because most people, by the time they realize they have a cancer problem, it's too late. So we should have a mechanism where information can be disseminated at the local level to enable them. Maybe those who require to go for further screening can be referred. But when at least at the district hospital, we have mechanism to detect. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the 77 billion funding gap for the health center for hosts in constituencies which are lacking should be given priority, in my honest opinion. Some of us represent constituencies which are by the banks of the rivers and lakes, and there is a lot of activity that relates to health in these areas.
And the people have a general bias of moving from those areas to go and seek medical attention. So we get a lot of challenges that relate to health in those areas. If these facilities are near to them, there can be an easy way of convincing them to get this diagnosis and then get medical support. Thirdly, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of ambulances. I don't know which criteria was used in the start on those ones which were distributed, but we need to have a uniform approach. If we say that we are allocating money, then let's have all the constituencies covered in one go. Than saying those who speak well and those who speak less should be given an opportunity and priority. That is not helping us, and we are getting a challenge in this area. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, these issues tend to be so sentimental, but the presence of the Minister of Finance would speak so much to the priority given to these issues at this time, and none of them is here. I find it out of proper procedure. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Honourable, because Minister of Finance has how many ministers, but it seems when Honourable Musasas is not around, no one else can be. You know, it's a pity. And the budget is their process. It's their process. Yes, I had picked Honourable Namtawe, Joan, Honourable Zake, Karangara. I pick Bukomansimbi, Honourable Ibuaru, then Honourable Santa.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the funds allocated to national medical stores to procure drugs for our hospitals. Right Honourable Speaker, last week but one, I was in Masaka Regional Referral Hospital with a patient, but the situation I found there is so alarming. Patients are asked to buy drugs from private pharmacies, which is too costly to them. Right Honourable Speaker, Masaka Regional Referral Hospital is struggling with the drug stockouts due to high number of people getting services from this hospital. Right Honourable Speaker, we are in the budgeting process. Can we get a commitment from the Minister that in this coming financial year, all hospitals, especially Masaka Regional Referral Hospital, will get enough drugs to save our people? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honourable Zake.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll begin from the same note. What everybody keeps talking about in our communities is about the lack of drugs in the hospitals. But my problem is about the issue in the statement that we've just had. There is always money budgeted to provide for drugs in these hospitals, generally, nationally. But in Mitiana Hospital, I've never received any report. All the calls I get from my voters, the people get to that hospital, nobody receives drugs that are for free. First and foremost, money is always solicited from all the patients, almost all patients. On a monthly basis, I actually spend more than 10 million to provide drug money to buy drugs. Using my mobile clinic in Mitiana, I almost spend a lot of money purchasing drugs, treating people, and I'm wondering what is the health sector doing about this? This is what everybody talks about, year by year. And when we get into campaigns, you keep promising free medical services. But this is not happening. So since we have this opportunity that we're in the budget process, let us put up mechanisms to make sure that medicine is not stolen from hospitals and medicine can be accessed by patients. Because almost everybody has cheats from doctors. You can't buy this kind of medicine, buy this so-and-so medicine. So this practice should stop, and we make sure that medicine gets to the common people. I thank you.
Thank you. Karangara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. The people of Kalangala are proud of you. I want to commend the committee for such a wonderful report, especially to the hard-to-reach areas. We feel represented very well. The Honorable Chair, thank you for listening to our cry, especially, Mr. Speaker, the issue of ambulances that were not fueled. They were not given fuel in the NDB4, but now that you have brought it out, we are grateful, and we are hopeful that this fuel is going to come to us, not only in words, Mr. Speaker, but in action. On page, Mr. Speaker, on 29th March 2025, I wanted to give you why we are saying we are happy that we are going to get fuel. There is a lady who was coming from Banda Island. She was going to give birth, but she gave birth in the middle of the lake and in a very ugly boat. So when we have these ambulances functional and very well fueled, we are going to be happy and honored to get them. Mr. Speaker, secondly, on page 21, you gave a recommendation that the committee recommends that the ministry should allocate specific time and days when the boat ambulances should move so that the public is aware of the schedule. Mr. Speaker, a health condition cannot be allocated time. You cannot tell somebody to get sick tomorrow. So why, I don't agree with the committee on this recommendation. Because, say, for example, in the islands, you cannot tell somebody to get sick and the ambulance moves or doesn't move. The ambulance must be stationed somewhere ready to move at any time. Yeah? Because if, for example, somebody gets COVID-19 and they have the signs, you mean you're going to wait for Sunday and it is a Monday? So I believe, I think, Mr. Speaker, this recommendation should be removed from the committee report because it doesn't really make sense for me as a member of parliament from the hard-to-reach areas. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I don't mind about the recommendation because it's not of a budgetary nature. Okay? So the recommendations which we refer to the committee as per Rule 149(2) of our rules of procedure are those that need reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation into the budget. So since it's not of a budgetary nature, can as well be
Much
ignored.
obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Chair for the committee for the reports. But my concern from the report, financing and upgrading lower health facilities. We have a challenge. It's a good proposal, but the challenge is we try as members of parliament like me. We have a health center too, Chabagoma Health Center. We have one room. Everything is done there. I took an initiative to even buy the land for the hospital, but the ministry, we wrote letters. We haven't received any response, but it accommodates like 5,000 people, patients. So we need to look into that. Secondly, when we look at upgrading, we even have sub-counties with no health centers in Bukomansimbi, like Butenga Rural. Yet we passed here that each sub-county has to have a health center. So we have to look at sub-counties with no health centers. Lastly, Honorable Speaker and Chair, if we are upgrading, let us focus on some factors like the population. We have Butenga Health Center 4. It helps people from like 4 districts in Greater Masaka. And we all have one regional referral hospital, that is Masaka. if we are to upgrade, we pray and we have been here praying. Let us upgrade Butenga Health Center to a hospital. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Santa, Honorable Atkins, Honorable Ongisto, Honorable Waru, Honorable Barimozo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for giving us a very good report. My first question is to the Minister of Health. You called us sometimes back to Nakasero to receive ambulances. When will Oyam district gets the pledge of the ambulance? People are asking day in, day night. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to address myself to the issue of the counterfeit funding arising from President Trump's executive order. Mr. Speaker, this has affected HIV, where we have very many people suffering from this. It has affected malaria, where we have children, women, and others, and also TB. And the committee has recommended 9.6 billion, Mr. Speaker. I think when you look at our population and the people affected from these diseases, I think this parliament can find room and provide for this money. Then thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice on the issue of the cancer in this country. We recommended that the PET machine must be bought. Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to state that the whole of last year, I was in the Cancer Institute with my late dad, and the congestion there, Mr. Speaker. We are now in the rainy season. When it's raining, you find the attendants out, they are being beaten by rain. And, Mr. Speaker, if there's something that this parliament can do once again, let's buy this machine, number one. Then two, let's try to focus on decongesting the Cancer Institute in Mulago by providing money for Mbara Satellite Center and then the Northern Regional Center. And, Mr. Speaker, looking at the Cancer Institute, from congestion to drugs, lack of inadequate staff, you find that we have a big problem as far as this disease is concerned. Then finally, I want to talk about the maintenance of equipment. We have bought equipment in many regional referral hospitals, but we don't have the technicians to maintain them and to service them. So it looks like moving 2 steps in front and then moving another 2 steps backward, Mr. Speaker, because money has been spent. But the equipment works for like 2 months, 5 months, or 1 year, and they are down. And then they remain there. Then when the patients come, they are referred to the private facilities. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I pray this parliament find room to accommodate the budget, more especially for the Cancer Institute in Mulago. I want to thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, as we debate, I think the public should know when we say the committee has recommended, some of this money is not yet provided, so that they don't go out and say, but Parliament, okay? Because on health alone, the unfunded priorities which Dr. Young and team have brought come to a total of 1.776 trillion. That's outside the budget we have. The money we are saying, look for. Okay? That happens to also other sectors. So that's why when we go to reconciliation with the budget committee, it's very critical. A very good example, the health centers, when we repurpose the budget, the health centers which they promised to include, I hope, Chair, they've included them. Ambulances, including my constituency, honorable colleagues, by the way. When you are talking about who is connected, some of you, most of you are not connected as me, but I wasn't considered for the ambulance. So I join you in the quarrel, we quarrel together. So you have another here. Yes, you have another here. So it's a health center for ambulances. Oh, I don't have. And you look at my constituency, a hard to reach area. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. So I had already mentioned the Honorable Watkins here next, followed by Honorable Manuel Rongso. Then I'll come to independence. Independence, I've noted you. Oh, Honorable Waru was first. Okay, Honorable Waru, then Honorable Watkins. The problem, you keep shifting. You are here, now you're this side.
Mr. Speaker, this Parliament, in its wisdom, in April 2021, passed a resolution to honor the doctors in Soroti Referral Hospital, following that miraculous operation that they conducted in Soroti Hospital to separate the conjoined twins. Mr. Speaker, at that time, Parliament made a resolution to honor that hospital by elevating it into a into a regional referral and a teaching hospital. The challenge we were given at that time as leaders was to identify land. Our leaders have identified land in Soroti University to a tune of 50 acres of land. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I speak to you now, Soroti Referral Hospital doesn't have a medical ward. A ward that was built by the whites long time ago has collapsed. Soroti Referral Hospital, as a speaker, doesn't have an X-ray machine. Soroti Hospital doesn't have an anesthetist. Soroti Hospital doesn't have an orthopedic doctor. Mr. Speaker, Soroti Hospital doesn't have even an oxygen plant.
So what does it have?
I can tell you it has nothing. Now, I raised the matter, Mr. Speaker. These are the things that are on the ground. I am happy Mr. Oro Minister Chwer is here, whose patients are treated from there. Orbo Kasa is here, whose relatives are treated from there. I raised the matter of a transformer to be put in Soroti Hospital so that we produce oxygen. Orbo Kasai has not attended to me up to now. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to request that the issue of Soroti Referral Hospital is a big matter. The hospital is by name. The hospitals are sick. In fact, Soroti Hospital is sicker than all the hospitals in the country. I request you, Right Honourable Speaker, and the members, the people who are here, let us take this matter as a very serious matter. Our people are dying. This is a referral hospital. So why would we call it a referral hospital, yet we don't have even Panadol in the hospital? The minister is looking at me. Please listen to me and attend to this matter. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Let this matter, let's look for resources so that we invest in the hospital. We have got land. What is important is only to identify resources so that we build the regional referral hospital and a teaching hospital in that area. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, sir, information, sir.
Right Honourable Speaker, just to supplement, I know my colleague is here. The truth is, while I'm here, I'm not supposed to really so much, but Soroti Regional Referral Hospital is sick. There is a need for me and my colleague and all of us and the committee to go to Soroti and look at Soroti and prescribe a solution. It's bad for the people, it's bad for the government.
Honorable Chweru, if I may ask, have you brought that to the attention of cabinet?
There is so much that goes on in the cabinet that we discuss, but I am telling you, Soroti Regional Hospital is sick.
Yeah, because you see, cabinet complained that we interfere with the budget. Okay? You are a racket seat in cabinet. So I hope the way you've stated it here is the way you stated it in cabinet. Though I know in cabinet they are called secrets. Honorable Kasai, also you want to confirm the sickness of the hospital?
No, I'm not confirming the sickness. He referred to a transformer. First of all, we have got a special tariff for health facilities where we are actually charging only 350 instead of 780. That's one. Number two, all referral hospitals, we have a budget to provide them. Mbale has already got a dedicated line. Soroti Hospital will also have a dedicated line within the budgets that you are going to discuss here.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Watkins, procedure, Honorable Nandara.
Mr. Speaker, the procedure issue I'm raising One minister came and stated that the hospital is sick. And yet the people who go there are sick. So how can a sick person treat a sick person? Is it procedure right that Soroti Hospital should remain sick to treat sick people?
Maybe that's why the minister wants it attended to, so that it can treat sick people. Okay? Honorable Watkins.
Thank you very much.
But Honorable Watkins, but cabinet, government. I think I have on several occasions listened to the president saying there's a time we decided and we intervened in this sector. We gave it enough attention, especially the road sector. Why don't you discuss in cabinet that, for example, we look at one financial year, we say this financial year, our major focus is on health. We put in place infrastructure, equipment, and 3 trillion, okay? We set the base. Then, like how we did for energy sector, like how we did for roads, if we could do it for, we say one financial year, our major item this year is health. Next financial year, our major item is education. Okay? So, before Honorable Zake orders that, we need yes, Honorable Watkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is very important. Everything else can wait, but not the health of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, Mr. Speaker, I draw the attention of Minister Musecheri, Minister for Works. You remember, Mr. Minister, the Bwera Hospital Road. Bwera Hospital Road. It is totally impassable. And Mr. Speaker, so we have Bwera Hospital that is a district general hospital. For some of us, statistically, the population of Kasese district is about 1.4 million Ugandans. So it means in its own right, it fits to be or to have a regional facility. Mr. Minister, I'm happy that you're here. On Wednesday, the Speaker directed the Minister, your colleague, to come with an oral answer for Mpondwe Kikorongo Road. And for one reason, Bwera Hospital is at the border in my community. But because it is a district general hospital, the person from the other end has to use the Kikorongo Mpondwe Road. And I can tell you, patients, a lot of them never make it to the hospital, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, Madam Minister, you need our support. And we're constitutionally duty-bound to give you the support that we need. Mr. Speaker, I pity the people, honorable sisters, at the ministry. We're grilling them with the questions. How much can they do? This is a constitutional institution charged with a constitutional obligation to appropriate. They need money. It is ours, this parliament, to give them the money that they need. Mr. Speaker, sir, if the problem has everything to do with money, I'm going to write to your office. From today going forward, I don't need a business ticket to go and do official duty. If my business ticket can save something to save my fellow citizens, I'll ask every time you send me overseas on official duty, please give me.
Thank you. Honorable members have been going on economy. It won't be new. Yeah, so I don't want it to play it against members, for sure. Members have been traveling economy. Yeah. So really that one it would be. Yes, I had picked Honorable Emmanuel Onguso. followed by Honorable Barimwezo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the committee for a good report. And I want to thank them for also mentioning NEBI, but in regard to refugees, and also relating to the fact that you are suggesting there should be some kind of policy to guide how people who come from outside are supported in health service. And Right Honorable Speaker, for Greater Nebi, when you mention Nebi, I want to take it to Greater Nebi, which means Pakwach, Nebi, and Zombo. And you know that we border Congo, and the other side of Congo, we have the same people, the Alur people. And I want to tell you that in some cases, they also have national IDs for Uganda. That means that policy needs to be crafted carefully to make sure that such people are taken care of. And for us, our people from Congo are like brothers and sisters, and that is why nobody talks about Nebi in terms of refugees. Yet they are there, and because they come in as brothers and sisters, we do not look at them more as foreigners. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, Nebi General Hospital is the hospital that is taking care of all referrals from Zombo to Pakwach to Greater Nebi. And unfortunately, that has squeezed out the population within Nebi municipality, because the main focus is on the persons referred from Zombo or from Pakwach or the other parts of Nebi, leaving out the people within Nebi municipality. I urge our ministry to look at Nebi municipality, because we have Tata division, we have also a Bindu division, and actually they have even land for health center 3s. If that can also be looked at, we will be very happy, so that we know that within Nebi municipality, where our regional referral hospital is, also the ordinary people within the municipality are taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Barimwezo.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, I do appreciate you for emphasizing the need for a position emission topography, the PET scanner. I interested myself on finding out the cost of a PET scanner during the death of our beloved speaker. And I did establish that the cost of a high-end with advanced technology was in the range of 1.5 to 5 million US dollars. Recently, we approved a supplementary, and within the supplement, we approved for the procurement of a PET scanner at 30 billion. And today it has been established that the ministry has that money. So to me, the cost of a scanner that is sophisticated in the world at a cost of $5 million, and here it's put at 92 billion. It's too much. We can procure 5 sophisticated with advanced technology scanners, 5 of them. Therefore, I want us to interest ourselves in the cost of these scanners, because you are all aware that agencies have always had a habit of inflating costs, and we find that we get a bad deal. So, Right Honorable Speaker, evoke our oversight role for us to establish the cost of these from, say, China, Japan, and Germany, because the cost is in that range, and I want us not to lose money. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, I saw a figure that looked very huge. Chair. Yeah, Chair, I would want to implore you, before we put finance on too much pressure, again, you specifically meet with the ministry and the Cancer Institute team on the cost, because the cost looks abnormal. I just consulted Mr. Google, like Honorable Barimwaza said. Mr. Google says it should be not exceeding $5 million for a new one. So, you know, so and so I think it's very important before we ask for this huge sum of money. So do that reconciliation by the time you go to the budget committee, okay? But also, I will call finance. We see we have a meeting over this matter. It's a matter we should close, all of us together. It's very, very critical for us. Colleagues, in the public gallery, we have pupils and teachers from Active Angel Junior School, Nansana, Wakiso District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Wakaima Musoke and Honorable Narima Betty. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Honorable Narima, on the floor.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as I go ahead to mainly support this report, Right Honorable Speaker, we have an issue of Entebbe Referral Hospital. This hospital, Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital. This hospital, as you are aware, is the hospital that is available for all international guests. It's the hospital that is treating several members around, and this hospital, it used to be a district hospital. But wherever I'm going, I go there for monitoring. They are really let down by the fact that every year we put their increment of staffing in the budget, but we don't attend to it. Much as we've mentioned here that we shall be adding 4.5 billion, I'm praying that, Right Honorable, this time we use our appropriatory powers to see that all regional referral hospitals, their staffing matter is given priority, because we shall always talk about this, but at the end of it all, budget and anyone else will tell us that there is no money. But we are even affecting our international delegates because they are being treated in one of these key hospitals like in Entebbe. And secondly, Right Honorable, I pray with your indulgence that on page 21, we get back to this recommendation of having days fixed for both ambulances, because it would be weird when someone reads this recommendation and we leave it like that. I ask if the House agrees, we change this to read that, that's on page 21. We amend, yes, thank you so much, Right Honorable. I pray that we amend to read under part 3, Ministry of Health should designate specific areas for both ambulances, and it should make sure that it sensitizes the public to be aware of the areas. I beg to request.
Thank you. The questions will come later. Honorable Nyeko Derek, Honorable Makoha, Honorable Wadiomu, Honorable Nyangweso.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the committee as well. Right Honorable Speaker, if we mentioned in this House that Kampala could be one of the far areas to reach, we would all be amused. Right Honorable Speaker, Chirudu Hospital, it is not reachable. Just last week, Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues,
Honorable Minister for Works, we have a hospital which is not reachable, and you also not reachable, it seems. I can see you.
Right Honorable Speaker, in the recommendations, I did not hear Kampala, but it is for the fact that we lose more than 4 hours in jam. And this is caused by Genome 70. They block the road for 4 hours. Literally, in Kampala, we lose more than 6 hours of jam. Right Honorable Speaker, part of the critical people that want to access health centers like in Kirudu. Just 2 weeks back, we lost a gentleman around Zambia. While seeing the hospital, the road was blocked for 2 hours and people could not access the hospital, while they could see the hospital. But this is General. Kirudi is one of the referral hospitals, but people cannot access it on a daily. The road is closed for 4 hours. I want to call on the ministers. Maybe General Museveni does not know the pain that the people are going with for the expense of him traveling to Kampala. Let him find other means, or else we are losing so many people. So far we have, yes, colleagues, this is something, colleagues, this is something that looks minor, but we need to look at the
point of order, Honorable Wadiomo.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, we are in this country, and as per now, we are trying to budget, meaning that the budget we are discussing about is from the executive. And we know that the head of the executive is President Museveni and the Minister of Health. He operates on the behalf of the President. Therefore, is the honorable courage in order to say that the President is not aware that really it's a pain for Ugandans to suffer?
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, please. I would implore you, okay? I would implore you that really the floor here cannot discuss the security of the President. His movement is part of his security. It's not a matter really we can come and discuss here, okay? So now when you conclude.
Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, like I said, this is a health issue, and our people are passing on because they cannot access the hospitals in time. But as well, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to call on you colleagues. If an ambulance cannot pass through the motorcade, the jam created by these insecurities that we claim that the President is going through, then we should find other means that do not inconvenience Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, this is something we need to take seriously, or else the communities are going to feel very insecure, and it is going to cause more insecurity for the President. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Margaret Makoa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, I have a list. You don't need to stand up because I'm concluding. I've already written you down on the list. Yeah.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I also want to appreciate the chairperson and the committee for the good report. The committee observed that Namayingo is among the hard-to-reach districts. I want to appreciate the committee for that observation. And it is very true that Namayingo is one of the districts that received the water boat ambulance. And we received it with joy. We thought it would help our people. But as we speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, the water boat ambulance has no fuel. Last 3 weeks I was in the islands of Lolwe, and people were telling me, tell your government the ambulance is not helping us, because they're asking the public to provide for fuel. And now they're starting to ask us to buy the canoes and engines so that they can go back to the old methods of saving lives. So I want to ask the Minister of Health that please, can we find the fuel? Can we make sure that these ambulances are of help? And then also, Right Honorable Speaker, the second challenge is that Namayingo has one constituency in the islands and then 2 on the mainland. When you reach on the mainland, we have no ambulance to complete the travel cycle. So coming out of the water boat ambulance, then you are put on a motorcycle, a bicycle, it makes no sense. So I want to ask that you provide Namayingo with a road ambulance so that we can make the travel cycle complete. Right Honorable Speaker, Namayingo has various scattered islands. Yesterday I was in I was in 2 of the islands, that is Yebe and Bisa. They do not have not even a clinic, and they were requesting me to put there at least health center too. Now me, a member of parliament, where do I get the resources to provide a health center for my people? I want to ask the minister in charge of health, as we are looking for the resources, consider the people of Namayingo so that those scattered islands, which also have Ugandans who are paying taxes, can also be attended to. Or else, as members of parliament, at times it's even becoming very hard for us to check on these people because the cries in the health sector is beyond our ability to handle. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, some of these islands, it's not easy to come up with the toilets because the...
Thank you. Honorable Honorable Nyangwesa.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, allow me to add my voice to the honorable colleagues by thanking the committee for its observation and recommendations. Right Honorable, especially on the drugs in the hospitals, both referral hospitals and general hospitals, and even in the health centers. Right Honorable, you are aware that the national store, national store, medical stores is mandated to procure, store, and distribute medicines, essential medicines, to all the hospitals and the referrals and the general hospitals. But, Right Honorable, as we go to the communities, one of the problems is the scarcity of drugs in those health centers. Although sometimes as parliament we do allocate money for drugs, but the national drug medical stores, what they do, instead of procuring the drugs according to the requisitions given to them by the referral hospitals, by the hospitals, again they supply other drugs. Meaning that at the end of the day, the required drugs in those hospitals, they are not taken there. Right Honorable, I will give you an example of the general hospitals. That is Buenge General Hospital. When you go there, after reaching there, they will tell you to go and buy drugs from the nearby pharmacy. And just recently, Right Honorable, we lost a life. One of the attendants was told to cross to go and buy drugs from across the pharmacy. As she was trying to cross to go and buy maybe the drugs from the pharmacy, she was knocked. And then the attendant, the person who was attending to a sick person, she was brought back again in a critical condition. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, as we budget, as we allocate money, there is a need for the ministry to take a keen look into those people who are creating, who are having pharmacies just across the general hospitals and the referral hospitals. Because when you go to...
Thank you. Honorable Nyangwese, Honorable Stella Tianga, Honorable Chemonges, Honorable Mosokot, and we are done with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I applaud the committee for the report. Mr. Speaker, when the Ministry of Finance was shifting from the sector-wide approach to planning to program approach to planning, they told us that the budgeting is going to focus on outcomes as opposed to outputs. Looking at the committee report on page 20 and 21, the committee has noted that the ministry procured 115 ambulances. But Mr. Speaker and colleagues, these ambulances, first of all, not all of them were deployed. Therefore, we do not really see too much of the outcome. The few which were deployed were not facilitated to function. No money for fuel, no money for maintenance. Some of them are not functional. Busia district was to get one for Samia Bugwe South. We have not received that ambulance. Mr. Speaker. So I want to support the committee report that at least the 17 billion shillings which is requested here to make the ambulances functional by way of providing some fuel and maintenance. Otherwise, just the numbers procured does not translate to improvement in livelihood of our people, which is the focus of the budget. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, towards the end of 2023, the Ministry of Health procured X-rays under the Global Fund. But these X-rays have not been deployed to date. I've been here on the floor of Parliament. The Prime Minister responded and told us ambulances, X-rays including for your hospital in Masaf in Busia have been procured, but they have not been deployed. So there is no outcome of this one. So we have expenditure, we have budget performance reports from ministries, but there is no outcome that our people are getting from this budget. So I want to implore the House that when it comes to budgeting and oversighting, let us focus on the outcomes of these decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Steratian.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want to join my colleagues to appreciate the committee for the work done. Honorable Speaker, I have a few concerns. One, the committee report states that 16 oxygen plants were installed and operationalized. That excludes Moroto Referral Hospital. But Moroto Referral Hospital got also this type of oxygen plant installed and not operationalized. It's 2 years down the road. I want to ask the ministry when the oxygen plant will be operationalized, because apparently the hospital is paying for provision of oxygen to the patient, and yet it's even not enough, and it's affecting the operation of the hospital. Secondly, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital has a broken down X-ray machine, an ultrasound machine. For 3 years down the road, we have been reporting this to the ministry with no positive response. And yet these services affect more the majority poor who are not able to go to private hospitals to access these services. When are you going to respond to that to save the majority poor? Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, we are talking of low staff levels. We have the staff who actually have double jobs. They are working in government hospital at the same time having their private health facilities. I don't know when and the double jobs actually is affecting the effectiveness of the hospitals, because you'd find that this, especially the technical, the specialized staff, the doctors, you'd find that these people are not in the hospital as required. They will have 2 days in the hospital and 3 days, other days in their private clinics, affecting the services of the hospital to the people. I would ask the ministry when they would take action to discourage this kind of double job workers to ensure effectiveness of these health workers in the hospital. And then fourthly, we have many stalled hospital structures across the country. And the ministry has continued planning for new structures across the country, leaving the old ones not completed. I don't know why the ministry cannot decide that we...
Thank you. Honorable Chamongis. Honorable Mosokot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join my colleagues in supporting the report. However, Mr. Speaker, I have noted that the very critical areas in health, especially in Sabay, have been left out. I don't see anything supporting us. For example, when we came up with the policy to hold the creation of district hospitals. We accepted because we knew this would be a chance for us to have health centers in all the sub-counties, which is not happening. And even, for example, in Bukwa district, we already had a district hospital. But sometime, we said around 2023, it was downgraded back to Health Center 4, Mr. Speaker. Yes, and now Bukwa, which is a district bordering Kenya, does not have the district hospital. And is a very highly populated area, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have also noted that the statement does not include the creation of a regional hospital in Sabey, which has been, we were promised when we started this parliament. We were told that the referral hospital for Sabey will be in the budget. And now it is not there, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, even the health center force that we were promised does not appear anywhere, and this would help us areas without the district hospitals. For example, me from Queen, we are really waiting, and we are still patient, waiting for the district hospital, which we saw with our hearts would be covered by having the more health center force and the health center 3s. And I want to end by also adding on to what the Honorable Mudimu said about the Mbala Hospital. The situation in Mbala Hospital is really bad. And now this is the referral hospital supporting all of us, the entire Sabey districts, all of us, we come to Mbala Hospital. I really want to support and request that even as we wait for others, really help us allocate this 5 billion to complete this structure in Mbale, because it is highly.
Honorable Sokot, Bunyoro, I had forgotten Bunyoro, Honorable Kiki, and then Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just let me first make it clear. Colleagues, I did the round, and then I looked at regions which had not been captured, sub-regions. So I went, that's why I picked Sebei, I picked Karamoja, to ensure all of them, at least every region on health, are captured. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join the colleagues to thank the chairperson for the committee. Mr. Speaker, to start with, you have been emphasizing about the PET machine for the testing of the cancer. But there's this one also about the dialysis machine for those who are, all of us are victims of kidneys and kidney failures and a problem into it. I also recommend we put some fund so that most of our regional referral hospital, we put this machine, because like in Kitgum, Agago, everybody has to run and goes towards Oyam. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, there was a project which the minister have to fast track it about the teaching hospital in Gulu University, to have that wing. We held several meetings about it, and even the sub-region acquired a land waiting for that project to be launched. Maybe you get some time and fast track it. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, I support the idea of creating Kitgum Medical Hospital into regional referral hospital. Many people who are coming from Eastern, actually, they have to go not even to Gulu Regional Referral Hospital, but they go to Lacho instead. That tells us even the services are regional referral hospital. Much as we are emphasizing the private wings of hospital to be developed into proper services, those services are regional referral hospital. We have to check and improve into it. Mr. Speaker, there is a change. The government has changed the policy of Health Center 2 into 3. I think they have to revisit this policy. We have policies, they don't even have Health Center 2 Even those with health center 2 have not been changed into health center 3, and the parishes are also as big as sub-counties. A point in case in my county. Finally, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I have written to the Minister of Health. They have talked about it. Kalon Town Councils. Kalon Town Councils, since all this period, they don't have government facilities like health center, 3 or wherever kind of health center unit you want to place. Why don't you put some small money? This is the center, it is the center of Agago North County. Beside the ambulances which you have not given unto us, let us roll it out. Many of us are now talking about those.
Thank you, Neighbor Kiki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I wish to thank the chair and the committee members for the good report. For starters, wealth is health, or health is wealth. I'm talking to, I address myself to Masinde Hospital, which was built 1922. Actually, it has outlived its existence. I'm happy that it has been highlighted as one of the beneficiaries. We just hope that our dream will come to pass this time around, because it has been appearing in all these financial years, but nothing has come to pass. Number 2 is on the national insurance. The Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development visited Zambia, and actually we found out that Zambia, the national insurance is working. Zambia is one of the poorest countries. And we have a good report. I don't know whether it has ever been represented here, but Zambia is doing very well on the national insurance. So let us maybe have another debate on this insurance. It is workable, it is practical, and it will solve a number of problems. Number 3, in the report, I don't know whether how we can budget for prevention is better than cure. Mr. Chair and the Minister, do we have a budget for prevention? Because some of these diseases can be prevented so that we don't go to hospitals. Is there a budget for prevention? What have you put under that item so that we have very few people going to hospital and we can prevent the disease? Now, and lastly, VHTs. Have you put anything for VHTs? They do a lot of work in our communities. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I just wanted Honorable Amos who raised the issue of dialysis and what. Now, Minister for Finance, what is so special about the PET machine? And last time we were here with you, and you remember how emotional Honorable Kawoya became here on the floor and said, anyone who has not yet gotten cancer is the one who doesn't know what a PET machine means. Because a PET machine is basically for early diagnosis. If you get cancer early, then you're able sometimes to treat it successfully. Most of the times we get it when it's late. Because you want a PET machine, you go to Nairobi. The cost of Nairobi, how many people will afford? What I checked, Ministry of Finance had put around 37.5 billion, I think, in the budget, whereby 4 billion was for reagents, and then 33.5 was for construction of the center. But the question is, how do you buy reagents before buying a machine? I don't want us to go to a situation which we had here when we were handling the policy statement for agriculture, where they brought castrated bulls for the breeding program. That would be really a bit close. So, Honourable Minister, I request you cross-check with your team on the issue of the PET machine. Good, yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I remember you raised the concern here and you asked me to follow up. Mr. Speaker, the Minister can confirm, the Minister of Health can confirm that we have made a provision in the next financial year's budget, which we are considering now for the machine. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister, I agree, and that's why I've appreciated 37.5, but they are saying they need 60. I want us to sort out the issue of the PET machine, Honourable Dr. Young. And then the Minister for Health will tell us, if Minister of Finance gave you money for the project, how do you start by buying reagents when you don't have a machine? Because in the budget, I see money for reagents.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. We had an interaction with the ED of Uganda Cancer Institute about the PET machine. But I can't say I was talking a lot of English, but we requested that he can write a comprehensive report of the progress on the PET, it's in fact the PET project, and he can be able to present to the committee. Then after that, he can be able to present to the floor of Parliament. That was my humble request. Thank you.
Yes, I will request to read you also reach out, you meet the Minister for Finance. Because the money being asked for looks a lot of money compared to what the ministry has already given. Okay? So, and you need to go into details, Chair. I can see 4 billion for reagents. Now, reagents, before you get a machine, how are you going to use the laboratory reagents? Honourable Rob? That one.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable, I want to begin with some slight house cleaning. It's actually not very slight if you critically look at it. You see, our rules, Rule 204, provides that our reports should be signed by at least a third of the committee members. This particular committee is listed to have 25 people, and the people who signed are less than a third. It's important that, and this is caution to the chairman, it's important that we cross every T and dot every I, because that speaks to quorum. Right, Honourable, you know that some decisions of this House have been challenged successfully so in court because they've been taken without quorum. So we want to avoid situations where somebody can challenge such a report, because it is challengeable if somebody chooses to.
Honourable Rope, I've cross-checked, okay, and I will tell the clerk to upload the report which has enough signatures. I think when we are putting them on pressure, they signed early and it was uploaded, so they will need to upload one which has enough signatures, which I understand the clerk received.
So now it's only the Speaker who has the correct document. That's what's the problem. Anyhow,
the
going forward, we need to improve how we operate.
The document is correct, okay? So the content is correct. The signatures are not affecting the content.
I don't want to get into a debate with the presiding officer, but I think it's important that we caution our colleagues, because the document we have is a different matter. Anyhow, let me move away from that. The point has been made. Right Honourable, I was looking at, colleagues have spoken literally about everything. I'll just focus on one item, functionality of lower level health centers. I think this is important for all of us, yeah, because you had colleagues complaining about health centers in their constituencies, including ministers who are saying their hospitals are sick and all of that. Can we begin to focus money on this? Because it's important for all of us. As a member, you might get a challenge in your constituency. Sometimes you only think about these things when you're the one in that situation. And the nearest for you to be taken to is that health center. If there is no medical persons, if there is no medical equipment, you'll have a challenge. So let's do this for all of us. And there's where we can find money. I know the Minister of Finance is going to tell us that there is no money. There's where we can find money. Honourable, I made a case here when we went with colleagues to see what was happening at Lubowa Specialized Hospital construction site, which should have been completed a long while ago. As of today, we have injected over 700 billion shillings into that project. Of course, after we made a lot of noise about it, I'm told there is a shell of a structure that has been put up. On an opportune occasion, we shall demand accountability for the 700 billion shillings, because that shell that has been put up, I don't think it accounts for 700 billion shillings for a specialized hospital that should have been completed a long while ago. And there are comparisons that we can make. Honorable Speaker, there is a hospital in Turkey, in the region called Kateriet. I might be mixing up the name. It cost $200 million, a specialized hospital, a 1,500 bed hospital. One of the ministers recently got treatment at that hospital. I'll not mention which one, but got good quality medication, which obviously they couldn't get here. $200 million. For Lubowa Hospital, we have spent close to that. And this is a 264-bed hospital. That's what it's poised to become. So there's just so many things that are confusing. And that's why I was saying, instead of continuously injecting money into what seems like a white elephant, why don't we appropriate this money to health centers that are in place already? Their problem is there is no drugs, there is no equipment. Why do we not do that? Because this entity we are injecting money in, it's a white elephant, and I call it so deliberately, because we don't know what's coming thereof. Each time you keep coming here for more money, we don't know what's happening. Even when we want to go and inspect, we are not led to go and inspect. Why are we continuously injecting money into something we cannot touch? It's like groping in the dark. But we have our health centers, our health facilities, all of us in this house. Why do we not appropriate this money to those health facilities? So I'm saying, while we shall be told there is no money to deal with these issues, that money can be found. That's the only thing I want to talk about right now.
Thank you, Rob. Honourable Minister, and you don't need it to answer each and everything. Focus on issues related to the budget.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson of the Health Committee and the entire members for a good report that spells out how far the health sector has walked the journey and where we are walking to. Honourable colleagues, through you, Right Honourable Speaker, I do appreciate and feel your concerns. I'm also a member of Parliament representing a constituency where all these facilities and issues you are raising, if I was to be the other side, maybe I would raise more. But I do agree with the right rope and Enos, Asimwe Honorable Enos, and every member of you. Every time there is issues come in here, it's a concern of each and every one of us. And we all feel that we must have a healthy community if we have to have a healthy economic nation. Right Honourable Speaker, again, I want to appreciate you for having guided or given us information that the health sector has unfunded activities near at 1.7 trillion. And we are at the time of budget processing. Rope and other colleagues have said this is the time where we can all come together as the members of this august house, appropriate money to the health sector. All issues that have been raised, Right Honourable Speaker, if you had a chance also to raise issues in your constituency concerning the health sector, I think somewhere, we should move. There was a question Right Honourable Speaker and other colleagues raised. If as government we can prioritize some sectors and through here and say Paris Development Metro, the roads, the what, At this time of budgeting, why don't we now make the health sector the issue? Generally, international, the health sector should have 15% of the budget. But the health sector is the least budgeted. And it is the drive factor, the drive force of everything. So I want to say that I do appreciate the committee report where the ministry is directed to implement what is implementable. We are going to do that. Where the committee has requested Ministry of Finance, and it is my prayer that together that we look into that and funding, sufficient funding is given. Right, Honorable Speaker, even at times when the funding is saying you have passed it as you have said, the PET scan which you have said is in the budget process for the financial year. And we are all saying that it is an urgent matter. Now, the question to my colleague, it is in the budget. But what the Speaker and the members were saying, can't we? Yes, in Cabinet we have raised it. And we are saying anyone here has anyway, what I'm saying is, Right Honorable Speaker, the members are concerned that while it is in the financial year, the question is, and this is what Rob said, is there no way we can find this money and ensure we have this PET as soon as possible? As soon as possible. The ministry we have been asking. As soon as possible. The financial year is coming in July, operationalized maybe August. We are moving. The members are saying, Minister of Health, when you look at what we have at the Cancer Institute, the Right Honorable Speaker can bear witness. He has been there. I've been there. Many colleagues have been there. Everyone has been there. Our concern is, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, to find a way and means to sit with my colleague. In the Cabinet, we have said it, that this is an urgent matter. It's an urgent matter, and very urgent, and a matter of high concern. I leave that one. Right Honorable Speaker, all the issues that have been raised, they concern the insufficient funding of the sector. Give us the money and then come and ask, you have this money, you have not implemented. Right Honorable Speaker, the issues of the policy was to bring services closer to the people. That we must not have people walking long distances going to the hospitals, congesting the hospitals, when some diseases can be worked at the lower level. And that's why we moved in, and we said the policy we should have at each sub-county, Health Center 3. Give us the money, then ask us, we gave you money for this Health Center 3. Why isn't it constructed? Why isn't it constructed? The issue is of wage. The wage that we have, as a ministry, we have the structure that has been approved, but we don't have the wage. So we have a structure. Give us the wage and we recruit and we put them there. So I see you are pointing your fingers at me, who has been here for some time, and I'm still with you. So this belongs to all of us. When the health sector, if you want to have a strong economy, we must think about the health sector. If you want the equipment to be maintained, it's not a matter of opening. There must be money, sufficient money allocated for maintenance of the equipment. Some of the equipments are new. They cannot be operated because of the wage. So I think this is the right time. All of us members, whatever questions you have asked, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we put our heads together and we give money to the sector? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Health on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for financial year 2025-2026 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. The recommendations of the committee are referred to the Committee on Budget for harmonization, reconciliation, and consolidation in line with Rule 149 of our Rules of Procedure. Congratulations, Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Musa Ichweru, the road.
So well, I congratulate my colleague, but I just wanted to give information to my brother-in-law, Honorable Atikins. The road that he talked about, I had to step out, Right Honorable, to check what is going on. The truth is that, yes, there were some delays, but I'm happy to report that the contractor who has been given that road has been directed this morning to start what we call forward maintenance as he prepares to do the actual work on rehabilitation of the entire road. Thank you.
Thank you. I could see you had compromised Honorable Atkins by bringing out issues of cross-pollination on the floor. Yes. Thank you. Next item.
Item number 4 on the order paper, Bills Committee Stage, the Sugar Amendment Bill 2023.
Yes. Honorable members, on 7th of February 2024, we started the committee stage for the Sugar Amendment Bill 2023. We stood over the bill because we had some of the clauses which had an impact on subsequent clauses. We stopped on clause 3, whereby we needed the Attorney General to guide us on a few things which we've done, and also to have more talks and negotiations and reconciliation between the mirrors and the outgrowers. So we now resume from where we stopped. Thank you. Colleagues, I think it will be very important for us to first give a minute Honorable Bahati to update us on the negotiations and engagements that we had between the farmers and the mirrors. Honorable Bahati.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. Yes, we adjourned and agreed to do more consultations. I want to report to the House, Mr. Speaker, that we have held consultations with the farmers, with the millers, with members of parliament from the sugarcane growing areas, namely Busoga, Bunyoro, some parts of northern Uganda, and also to confirm that after the consultations, we have agreed on a number of things, including the composition of the council, the formula, and we are now ready to continue the process of legislation. But also to update the House that we want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the work and the time you have put in this bill. You have chaired yourself almost like 4 meetings, and you have worked long and hard to ensure that these negotiations come to a close. So we are now ready, and we have been informed by you, Mr. Speaker, that His Excellency the President has been consulted by you. He's in harmony with the proposed amendments that we are going to go through. So we are now ready. We are at peace and harmony to pass the sugar amendment bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable, and I want to thank the colleagues who participated, because every day that we delay to sort out especially issues of the formula, the outgrower is losing out. Clerk.
Clause 3.
Chair.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Proposed amendments to the Sugar Amendment Bill 2023, Clause 3. Substitution of Section 3 of Principal Act. Clause 3 is amended by A, numbering the proposed Section 3 as Subclause 1, and B, inserting immediately after the Subclause 1 the following. The Council shall be a body corporate with perpetual succession and a common seal, with power to sue and be sued in its corporate name. Justification: establish the Council as a legal entity in order to reduce the liability of individual members.
Thank you. Government.
Mr. Chairman, we agree with the amendment.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I put the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put the question that Clause 3 as amended stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honorable Katari Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Suggesting an amendment to Clause 4. Clause 4 of the bill is amended. Substitution of Clause 4 of the Principal Act. Clause 4 of the bill is amended in the proposed Section 4 as follows. A, in the proposed subsection 1C, by substituting for the word 4, the word 3. B, in the proposed subsections 1, D, E, and F, by deleting the words who shall have no right to vote. C, in the proposed subsection 3, by substituting for the words in consultation with stakeholders milling sugarcane or growing sugarcane in Uganda, the words from among the persons nominated by the sugarcane outgrowers and sugarcane millers. D, Mr. Chair, by inserting immediately after the proposed subsection 3 the following. The tenure of the office of the chairperson of the council is 2 years and shall be held in rotation among the representatives of the sugarcane outgrowers and representatives of sugarcane millers. Justification, Mr. Chair. 1. The amendment proposed subsection 1C is to give outgrowers more representation in the council, since there are more outgrowers than sugarcane millers. B. The amendment proposed in subsection 1D, E, and F is to allow representatives of ministries responsible for finance, agriculture, and industry to participate fully in the affairs of the council. And D. And lastly, Mr. Chair, the requirement to have the chairperson appointed from representatives of millers and outgrowers on rotation basis is to ensure that no group monopolizes the chair of the council. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Government.
Chair, we have studied the amendment of the honorable member, and we think it can bring harmony within the council. So I agree with the amendment.
Thank you. Honorable Nanda, further amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the council, there is only a chairperson, but there's no provision if the chairperson is absent. I wanted to bring a clause, maybe clause, if we add another clause, I don't know the number, maybe 7 according to this, that in the absence of a chairperson, the members in the meeting shall choose among themselves a chairperson of that meeting. The justification, a person can never always be there as a chairperson, as a human being, can fall sick, And if a chairperson is not there, the people may decide not to call a meeting because not available.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Chair. Right Honourable Chair, that amendment will not be necessary because if you look at Schedule 2 of the Principal Act, it provides the chairperson shall preside at every meeting of the board, and the absence, the members shall elect from among their number an acting chairperson. So that provision already exists in Schedule 2 of the Principal Act. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put the question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5. I received a notification from Honourable Chobe, engineer, that he has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clause 5, amendment of Section 5 of Principal Act. Clause 5 of the bill is amended in paragraph A in the proposed subsection 1 by substituting for the word 4 the word 2. Justification: to reduce the tenure of office of members of the council to ensure that many people get the chance to be members of the council and are able to bring in new ideas regularly, and all players can participate in the regulation of the sugar industry. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Government.
Chair, since this is a council that has a private sector dominating it, we agree with the reduction of the years from 4 to 2, so that there is flexibility.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I put the question that clause 5 stands. I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
Colleagues, I put the question that clause 5 as amended stands as part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that on clause 6.
Clause 6 are saying they will not be entitled to a salary, but honorary. Who will be the one? Is it going to be allowed to charge tax?
I think clause 6 should come maybe as a consequential amendment, because clause 12. Can you repeat what you're saying for the Attorney General too?
Mr. Chairman, this is about remuneration of the people serving on council. I want to find out from government, if you are saying they will not be paid, where will they be getting the money from when someone has been invited for a meeting? Is it going to have its own way of collecting money to run it, or what?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honourable Chair. Yes, this the sugar board will generate, as we get along through the council. The sugar council will generate funds from both the millers and the growers, their own funds. So they are not getting salary from government, but the council will determine what they will be paying to their people.
If that's the case, we have here a representative from the Ministry of Finance and the Trade. Who will pay these ones? Will they be paid by government, or they will be paid also like council? Because you are paying council members.
Honourable colleagues, that's why I thought we can make this a consequential amendment. We first handle financing issues, okay? Because the council has powers to regulate itself. When you look at this bill, it's in such a way that would want these people to go and regulate themselves. So they would determine honoraria and all that allowances that are related to sittings. Okay? Yeah. Yes, Honourable Adiomu.
Chair, maybe the information I want to give to the colleague is that even the government representatives are taken as members of the council.
Thank you. Honourable Leku.
Thank you, Honourable. Take you a little bit back, the composition of the council.
No, Honourable, that's not how. Please, that's not how we work. That's covered. We already beyond that. Okay. Yeah, in legislation, when we are on this stage, you have to be very cautious so that you don't lose track. Okay? Yeah. Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the content nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the content nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the content nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put the question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the content nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the content nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the content nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Clause 12, I have notification from Honorable Kiki Florence.
Thank you, Chair. Substitution of Section 17 of the Principal Act. Clause 12 of the bill is amended by substituting for the proposed Section 17 the following. Funding of activities of Council. The activities of the Council shall be funded by the sugarcane outgrowers and sugarcane millers in the ratio to be determined by the Minister in consultation with the Council by regulations. 2. The usage of the funds of the Council shall be determined by the Minister in consultation with the Council by regulations. Insertion of new clauses immediately after Clause 12. The bill is amended by inserting 2 clauses immediately after Clause 12, the following. Amendment of Section 28 of the Principal Act.
Honorable, you see, we go clause by clause. So you've brought 12. Okay? So
yes,
let's first sort out issues of 12. Whereby on funding, whereby I've picked the principle that issues of funding details in terms of managing the funds will be in the regulations. They can't be in the main. That's what you are pushing. Thank you. Government?
Chair, since we are not establishing a new fund, we concur with the proposal by the member.
Honorable Adiomo.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Chair, my worry is the minister again to determine, but when we have the council. Chair, I would propose that maybe we can leave the council to determine that instead of the minister determining.
Attorney General.
I think the issue here is that we needed the minister to make the regulation. So it is determined by regulation, and it is in consultation with the council. So if you do not have the council, you can't move to make the regulation. So that's where the issue is.
What about, Attorney General, what about instead of saying in consultation we say on recommendation? Would it be better? So that the council meets, makes recommendations on how to manage the money. If the minister agrees, he includes it in the regulation.
Yes, we can do that, but I think the issue of recommendation is you are saying that they tell you you write. That's recommendation. Consultation is we confer, because that is why the regulation, because the moment the minister signs, he or she is responsible for the regulation. But the consultation has been, the issue of consultation has been variously addressed, even in courts, that without it, you cannot do the act. So even once you do not have the consultation, you can't do the act. So the minister cannot move without the consultation.
Honorable Taylor.
Right Honourable Speaker, so Right Honourable Chair, when we go with recommendation, the Attorney General will not own those regulations and the contents therein. But in consultation, he also brings in other legal considerations that speak to those regulations. And so the appropriate word should be consultation and not recommendation.
So, Honorable Adiomu, you okay?
Yeah, Right Honorable Chair, I concede.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New clauses.
Was Honorable Taylor? I had, was it Honorable Akiki? Honorable Taylor? I have many notifications.
Prince Akiki had raised a concern on clause 12, and so I was inviting her to raise it at this stage because you had asked her to delay it until we finish the previous clause.
No, and clause 12 is done. So a new clause now.
Yes, that's where she had proposed the new clause after clause 12.
Okay. So, Honorable Akiki?
Thank you, Chair. The bill is amended by inserting two clauses immediately after clause 12. The following: amendment of section 28 of the Principal Act. Section 28 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after subsection 2 the following: 3. The regulations made under this Act shall be laid before Parliament within 4 months from the commencement of this Act. Insertion of section 29 in the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after section 28 the following: the transitional provisions. 1. The minimum percentage of 55% referred to in the formula to determine the minimum price of sugarcane under Schedule 3 to this Act shall take effect 24 months after the commencement of this Act. 2. Notwithstanding subsection 1, from the commencement of this Act, the minimum percentage of sharing proceeds prescribed under Schedule 3 shall be 50%. Justification: to stagger the application of the minimum percentage of 55% for 2 years, to enable the industry to adjust operations before the percentage takes effect.
Honourable Minister.
Chair, we agree to the amendment.
Honourable colleagues, I now put the question that a new clause be inserted in the bill as proposed. Those in favour say, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New clauses.
Chair, the committee.
All right, Honourable Chair. Insertion of new clauses immediately after clause 12. The bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 12 the following: amendment of section 19 of Principal Act. Section 19 of the Principal Act is amended by substituting the word board, wherever it appears, the word minister. Amendment of section 20 of Principal Act. Section 20 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1 by substituting for the word board the word council. Amendment of section 21 of Principal Act. Section 21 of the Principal Act is amended in inserting 1 and 2 by substituting the word board the word council. By inserting immediately after section 3 the following: Section 3A, the council shall within the time prescribed by the minister by the regulations consider the application and make recommendations to the minister to not grant a license, to grant or not to grant a license. 3B, where the council does not recommend.
Chair, I think we go clause by clause.
Clause by clause.
Yeah, you have different
A few-
clauses, so we
Okay.
need. I think the first one is a consequential clause,
Yes, which we
whereby
finished.
we have substituted
Okay.
the board with minister. Okay.
Then minister with council.
That is for 19, section 19. I hope you have the act.
Section 19, yes.
Is that okay, Attorney General? I need it on record.
Yes, Right Honourable Chair, the consequential amendment of replacing the minister with council is okay in section 19.
Because I say members, they are saying should be with council, you can just enlighten. Members are saying it should be council, so just enlighten. Highlight section 19, what it says for now.
Section 19 of the Principal Act, shall say that a person shall not establish or operate a sugar mill, jaggery mill, or plant, process any without the valid license granted for that purpose by the board. So the proposal by the committee is to replace the board with council.
Yeah, but now it's saying minister.
I beg your pardon. I read the section 19 of the Principal Act is to replace the provision referring to board with minister under the Act, as proposed by the committee, and we agree with that
And
proposal.
why? And why?
It's a licensing. Licensing is a factor of regulation. So once you have been authorized by the council to do this act and you get a recommendation from them, then the person who issues you the license to participate in that space is the minister.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Baiga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Within that amendment, I would want to find out whether that recommendation it has the force that the minister may not refuse to offer the license. Because
But
we
a
need that
minister
guarantee.
A minister should have power to either accept or not accept, to issue a license.
But we need also those reasons why, circumstances under which the minister may not accept. So this parliament should clear that. Because we
Honorable Wadiomu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, the reason as to why we are saying that it should be a council, because in the Principal Act it's the board. So instead of what we are amending from the board to the council. So I think everything should remain to the council instead of bringing in again the minister, because in the Principal Act is the board, not the minister.
I think here there will be need to read section 19, section 20, and section 21. So section 19 is a prohibitive section. It is prohibiting you from doing something, that you cannot do that without the minister. But the process of the application is in section 20. And the participation of the board is in section 21, what now we'll have as the council. So it's a recommendation of the council for which the minister issues the license.
Okay.
So if you look at section 21, maybe if it so pleases you, Honorable Chair, we could address section 20. We could just stay this over for a minute so that we address section 20 and 21 so we can go through those together and then we can come back to that. Because the recommendation is by the council to the minister. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, I wanted clarification from either the minister or the Attorney General as to whether the license being talked about here covers the laborers. Why do I say this? The sugarcane industry has relied on cheap labor from West Nile for a very long time. Even from Acholi, there's a man who worked for 47 years. The only thing he went back with is a bicycle. And now, I will, if it covers, move that during the consequential amendment, I need the laborers to be part of the council. Because we don't want exploitation anymore, the minister should clarify whether the license being talked about here covers those who will supply labor or covers the labor to the sugarcane industry.
Attorney General, I want you to liberate West Nile from providing cheap labor.
I can understand that, but I think we may stray into a space that is we may not be able to regulate, because labor is offered freely. A person cannot be required to provide the labor they do not wish to provide. Now, if you say that we should have the laborers in here, then they have become participants in the business, which they are not. So I think what we can do is we have sufficient provisions in the Employment Act which address any challenges that an employee may have in our Employment Act and the necessary labor legislation.
So the Attorney General made a request that if we could handle clause 20 and 21, then it would help us on the other clause, so that we don't amend in anticipation. What if the other ones are not amended? We just have them as consequential clauses. So I would propose that.
Chair, I think my issue is not addressed to my satisfaction. Why? What is happening is you have companies that go and pick people from the villages, and then they come and give them to the sugarcane industry. And oftentimes, nobody is speaking for these people. I think if we want to regulate the industry and get value from it, we must ensure everybody in the value chain gets benefit. And that means we must be able to regulate the activities of people who supply this kind of labor, and there must be guarantee for those. That's why I was saying there is need for these people to be represented if the license they are so covers that kind of activity.
Honorable, issues of employment, please, the Attorney General guided. The Employment Act, let us not mix roles, okay? Let's be very clear. Chair.
Amendment of Section 20 of Principal Act. Section 20 of the Principal Act is amended in Section 1 by substituting for the word board the word council.
Chair, when you propose an amendment, you give a justification.
Honorable Chair, to harmonize the provision of Section 19, 20, and 23 with the principle of the bill relating to the grant of licensing by the Minister and the recommendations of the Council. To penalize a miller who pays below the price set by the formula by having his or her license revoked by the Minister. The requirement is to establish a sugar planting capable of supplying at least 50% of the installed capacity of the miller, is to ensure self-sustainability in the period where there is insufficient supply of cane from outgrowers.
Thank you, Chair.
Submit.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honourable Chair. We have no objection to the proposed amendment in Section 20 to replace board with council.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I put a question that Section 20 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye. It came in as a new clause. Honourable colleagues, I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that the new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. New clause, Chair, 21.
Amendment of Section 21 of the Principal Act. Section 21 of the Principal Act is amended
Yes. A new clause. You're amending 21, section 21 of the Principal Act. So we needed to insert.
Okay, insertion of a new clause. In subsection 1 and 2, by substituting for the word board, the word council.
That one we've already passed.
We have
Chair.
passed, yes. There is an insertion. By inserting a new subsection immediately after subsection 7 as follows. I beg your pardon, Chair. By inserting immediately after subsection 3 the following. 3A. The Council shall, within the time prescribed by the Minister, by regulations, consider the application and make a recommendation to the Minister to grant, to not to grant a license. 3B. Whether the Council does not recommend a grant of a license to the applicant, the Council shall, in writing, notify the applicant of the decision. 3C. The applicant shall, within 30 days of receipt of the notice of the decision of the Council made under subsection 3A, apply to the Minister for redress. 3D. The Minister shall not make a decision on the application for a license where the Council refuses to recommend a grant of a license to the applicant until after the expiry of the time prescribed in 3C. In subsection 6 and 8, by substituting for the word board, the word Minister.
That is C.
Yes.
Because it is important for numbering, Honorable.
That is C. I've ended there.
Yeah. Chair, I have D in your...
I have read it.
D? Because you've stopped at C. D. Chair, can you
A,
read
B,
D?
C, D. I read D, Honorable Chair.
Can you read D again so that I'm with you?
The Minister shall not make a decision on the application for a license where the Council refuses to recommend a grant of a license to the applicant until after the expiry of the time prescribed in subsection 3C.
Then C.
The applicant shall, within 30 days of receipt of the notice of the decision of the Council made under subsection 3A, apply to the Minister for redress.
You know, I read through your report and I received everything, so I try to reconcile to ensure that what is in the report is what you're reading here. So just let me consult here the report.
Okay.
Chair, if I may consult with you and AG, just a little. Chair, resume.
In subsection 6 and 8, by substituting for the word board, the word Minister. By inserting a new subsection immediately after subsection 7 as follows. 7A. A miller shall, within the time prescribed in subsection...
Chair, I'm sorry for interrupting you, okay?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
But now, you see, they have to number when they are polishing and coming with the law. You have C. In subsection 6 and 8 by substituting for the word board, the word Minister. Then D by inserting a new, you get it, eh? So give me the detail of each. Where you have a C, where you have a D, we capture it on the record.
Okay. So 7A.
That's under D.
That's, yes, under D.
So
7A.
it starts with D.
Okay. A miller shall, within the time prescribed, 7A.
Chair, let me see your.
Thank you so much, Chair. C.
Colleagues, Chair took over this in between. So the way the report had been captured, and so she's doing a great job.
Thank you so much, Chair. Continuation on C. C, in subsection 6 and 8, by substituting for the word board, the word minister. D, by inserting a new subsection immediately after subsection 7 as follows. Chair, 7A. A miller shall, within the time prescribed in subsection 7, establish a sugarcane plantation capable of supplying the miller at least 50% of the miller's installed crushing capacity. E, by substituting for the section 9 the following. A person aggrieved by the decision of the minister may apply to a court of competent jurisdictions to review the decision of the minister.
Thank you.
Justification, I read again, I had read them earlier. Justification, to harmonize the provision of section 21 with the principle of the bill related to grant of license by the minister on the recommendations of the council, to provide for a procedure for grant of license by the minister, to empower a person aggrieved by the decision of the council not to recommend him or her for grant of license to seek redress from the minister. The requirement, I could finish, Honorable Chair. The requirement to establish a sugar plantation capable of supplying at least 50% of the installed capacity of the miller is to ensure self-sustainability of millers in periods where there is insufficient supply of cane from outgrowers in order to ensure security of supply of sugarcane to the suppliers. A big subject.
Thank you. Government.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Chair. Right Honourable Chair, we do not have a problem with the proposed amendment A to subsections 1 and 2. We have no objection to the amendment B in as far as 3A is concerned, but just to make a clerical error, the committee report reads that the council shall, within the time prescribed by the minister by regulations, consider the application and make a recommendation to the minister to grant, and it has two instead of to grant or not to grant. Right Honourable Chair, we have an objection to...
That's a clerical
correction. It was just two replaced by or, but for 3D, we would seek members to reconsider, the committee chair and members to reconsider, because it reads, the minister shall not make a decision on the application for a license where the council refuses to grant a license to the applicant until after the expiry of the time prescribed in 3C. Right Honorable Chair and colleagues, 3C relates to the time within which a person aggrieved by a decision could apply to the minister. So once a person applies to the minister, the operation of 3C has ceased. So we're proposing that 3D be dropped because the decision of the minister when made, they are proposing that that can be appealed to the court as you go further down. We have no objection to the rest of the proposed amendments to Section 21.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Adiomu first. Yeah, the reason first. Yes, Honorable Adiomu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, that's why I had that worry of replacing the body with the minister. You know, there is a situation whereby they wanted to create zoning, in that by giving all the powers to grant or not to grant to the minister, then it will create a situation of zoning, because a minister can either grant in a certain radius that maybe we are not granting this factory to come here or this miller to put here a factory. And by doing that, it will be one way of indirect way of creating zoning. So I think I'll go by the chair's recommendation that the minister should not have a decision against the council. Why? Because already we have the council, and one of the whatever, and the council has the mandate. And if we are saying that the council is having the mandate, but again for their, one of their mandate is just to recommend to the minister, meaning that the council will not have anything to do. Thank you, right, Honorable.
Attorney General.
I think if my colleague is agreeing with the committee, then he's really agreeing with me, because I just agreed with the committee. The only thing that I said was that the minister, D, remove D. So we are on the same page.
Chair, I'm saying that we should not remove D, because D is saying that the minister should not have a decision, or to reject a decision of the council.
Honorable Attorney General, okay. Just to arrest the fears of the member, I need you to help us. The member is saying that if the council recommends that company A be granted a license in this area, okay, the minister should not have powers to reject the decision of the council. That's what I'm picking, because the member is fearing this minister, because it's like a self-regulated industry. So he's saying if the council gives, the role of the minister would be to issue the rights.
I think here we need to agree, and I agree with the member that the minister may hold a different view from that held by council. But why? That's what we are saying. That's why we are talking about dual processes. The council makes a recommendation to grant or not to grant. So if the council makes a decision to grant, and the minister says, I don't think it is correct, you don't have a problem with that. But if he says the council refuses, because the argument we are having here is that even the council itself, what you are trying to prescribe against the minister, even the council itself could be a subject of that same issue. So here what we are saying, let me finish. Here what we are saying...
Honorable colleagues, I'm going to give you time, okay? Let's allow one another. When one is on the floor, we give them time. Yes, when one is on the floor, we give them time, they finish, then I allow you.
So
let's listen. Yeah.
What the committee has done, it has said, council sits through the application. So in the application process, the minister is not participating. The council makes a decision. The only way the minister gets involved is when a person is aggrieved. An applicant, if the council sends a recommendation to the minister to grant or not to grant, and the person who applied does not complain, the minister can't get involved. The minister can only do that which the council has recommended. But this clause is saying where the applicant is aggrieved, he goes to the minister and says to the minister, the council has mistreated me for these reasons or those reasons. And then that is when the minister can get involved in making a determination whether to grant or not to grant. But the committee has gone further to say that even when the minister has made that decision, if a party is aggrieved, maybe now the council is the one that doesn't agree with the decision of the minister, it can then apply to the court to review that decision. So it's important, colleagues, that this applicant has got a remedy provided to them in case a decision is made which they don't agree with. Beg submit.
Thank you, Honorable Joab.
Chair, I want to agree with the Attorney General because the minister is a minister of government. And the spirit behind this amendment is that the minister is deemed to be as neutral as possible. But the council has interest because it is in business. Yes, in fact, in the council, like we have the millers, we have the growers, and we have the representatives of the minister. But this council, to me, I feel can be more biased when it comes to recommendation of individuals to enter into this business. So I agree that the minister should really maintain that status.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, honorable colleagues, I don't want us to have an exchange on this because Attorney General has put it very clearly that the minister will only be involved if a party that has applied is aggrieved. Okay? And where are the situations of being aggrieved? They've denied me a license. I applied to the council, they denied me a license. Honorable Batua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I seek clarification on that very matter. The Principal Act that we are managing, that is the section
we are not managing here. We are
the Principal Act we are amending, that is section 21, has only 3 subsections. However, when you look at the suggestion of the meeting, it is citing subsection 6 and 8. And in those 2 subsections, first I should confess that we are blind as to which 6 is talking about and as to which subsection 8 is talking about. And in being that blind, we now see that the word board in those 2 subsections where we are blind should be replaced or substituted with the word minister. So we wonder the functions that should have been of the board that actually are going to the minister. And if those 2, if subsection 6 and 8 is listened to properly, maybe it will clarify the position the minister is trying to state. So I ask that the committee rereads subsection 6 clearly and subsection 8 and we see its effect.
Don't accept to be blinded. It's very simple. When you're introducing something beyond what is already provided, that's why it becomes a new clause. So when you're having a new clause, you can go beyond, okay, what was provided in the, what is in the Principal Act. For example, if the clauses being amended around section 21AB, okay, and you have new ones, you can add on, you go to C, E, F, G, and all that. That's number 1. Then 20, we agreed that we shall come to it later because it's a consequential amendment. Once we agree that the powers of the license don't stop at the board, but go to the minister, okay? Then we must go back to 20. So it's a consequential clause, but it can only be consequential if we agree with section 21 and 22. Once we finish those ones, then you will have amended the other ones indirectly, so you must go back and you amend it. That's 19, section 19. Yeah. I had, Honorable Kamba, you had an issue on the same. Then Honorable Teira.
Thank you, Chair. I have a problem with the proposal because Machias Delande Attorney General is saying that it can be dual, but the section says if the applicant is aggrieved. We may need to change to say the aggrieved party. Then it can cover both the applicant and the board in case the board is aggrieved with the decision of the minister. Thank you.
Attorney General.
I think if 3B and C relate to the applicant. If the applicant is aggrieved, if the applicant goes to the board, makes an application for a license, and the board, for example, says no, the applicant is aggrieved, and the applicant can go to the minister. But if the board is aggrieved, rather if the council is aggrieved, you go to 9, which says the insertion that the committee is proposing, a person aggrieved by the decision of the minister, whether it's the applicant or the council. You go to 9, that's when you apply to the court. So the aggrieved parties can be 2 in respect to a decision of a minister, but the aggrieved party can only be 1 in respect to the decision of the board. Of the council, sorry.
Honorable Teira.
Honorable Chair, the spirit of creating the council with the composition of farmers and millers is to create a self-regulating entity that shall give very proper guidance to the sector. The reason why we are not comfortable with the view that the decision of council should be vetoed by the minister is because we do not, first of all, want to politicize the sector. We want it to continue self-regulating in a business manner. But number 2, it is more convenient for an individual to go to court in case he's aggrieved than getting the consensus of council members whom probably if the matter was put to vote and 4 are saying yes and 3 are saying no, these ones will even oppose the resolution of council to go to court when they are going against the decision of the minister. So we rather say the aggrieved party should go to court than having the council to go to court against the decision of the minister.
So that the powers of the minister is only of granting a license on recommendation of the committee. Honorable Chibadia.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you remember very well when we were in the consultative meeting you called. And these are the scenarios we tried to avoid. That's why you called those meetings. And the Honorable Minister, Honorable Bahati was in the meeting. And we agreed clearly that the powers of the minister will be to grant after the council has agreed. We are putting a scenario where we are giving also room for the minister is also having space to say if the council says no, I can say yes and we can find a way. Or if the council says yes, I can say no. This is what we are discussing here now, Chair. I would request, we agreed in principle that the minister will take the decision of the council. The minister will not sit in office and also do something different from what the council has done. That's why we say that if there is any party that will be aggrieved, that party will go to court. That's what we discussed.
Haj Idi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Chair, the consultative meetings that you held, we are trying to cure such scenarios. Because if you consider the Principal Act, we are only replacing the board for council. So what the board ought to have done in the Principal Act. That is exactly what we would expect the council to be doing. So if we are giving a minister room also to determine whether to be a board or council, I think when the council recommends, because the council is the regulator, the promoter of the industry. So I would really ask the Attorney General information.
But honorable colleagues, I'm allowing you time to debate. Now when you interrupt each other with information.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, the information I wanted to give, that the minister in the council is already represented. The minister is already represented. There are 3 members representing the government.
So let's
meaning that if again somebody who is having a representative, again you are sending the same person to take the decision where his representative is.
Haji, just Chair, wait a bit. Haji, honorable colleagues, we had a long process that members are referring to. A long process. So if members are saying that if you are aggrieved by the decision of the council, you go to court. Are you getting me? Yes. You can go to court. This didn't come from government. This came from the committee. It's not a provision of government. So chair of the committee. No, it was not your provision. It was a chair. It was a provision of the committee.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, we concede. On 3C, the applicant shall within 30 days of receipt of the notice of the decision of the council under subsection 3A apply to, the honorable colleagues are saying apply to a court of competent jurisdiction to review the decision of the council. That should be the council, not the minister in this case.
Yeah.
So we agree to that.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the new clause as proposed be inserted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. We can go back to clause 20. Colleagues, we've already moved on from that. Can we go 20? Consequential, 19. It's 19, consequential amendment. Can we go to 19? Honorable colleagues, when I put a question, allow me to move, okay?
Amendment of Section 19 of Principal Act. Section 19 of the Principal Act is amended by substituting for the word board where it appears the word minister.
That's a consequential amendment. Yes. Honorable colleagues, on consequential amendment, you don't discuss it because you've already passed 20 and 21. Yeah. A consequential amendment? No, please. That cannot be a consequential amendment. That becomes
Chair, if you just allowed me.
Honorable colleagues, you see, go to our rules. When you hear why I was referring to members, the moment you want to propose anything to do with the new clause, you must write to the speaker, to the clerk, you must give notice early. All these new clauses, they gave notices. So we cannot have new clauses on the floor. So let me first put a question on the one they've brought. Okay? Honorable colleagues, I put a question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
New clause.
Honorable colleagues, Honorable
Chair, having established that the role of the minister in checking the excesses of the council has been removed, it is important that we have, alongside the millers, outgrowers, and government, we have the workers represented in the council. The council is a body which takes care of the interest of the various stakeholders, and we cannot be seen to be protecting the interests of a few when the workers in all these growing areas are being exploited. So I therefore move that the workers must be represented in that council so that they are able to take care of the interests of the workers. And they can do that through their representatives or the unions, and that is not been provided for. You have provided for millers, they are 3. You have provided for outgrowers, they are 4. You have provided for government, they are 3. So why should you leave the workers out? And yet they are being exploited every other day. As much as you want to protect your outgrowers, you must protect our workers. We are tired of people being exploited. The government should have been the one to stand for these people, and the minister's powers have been removed. So the only protection we can accord these people is by giving them a space where they will be able to express their concerns, so that these concerns are discussed and a solution is found for them. I beg to move.
Honorable colleagues, I think you're also going to move that we have cleaners. We also have those. But let me go to our rules. Please, let me go to our rules, okay? I want discipline in the house. Let's go to our rules. Colleagues, we conduct business according to rules. You have been with this bill for long. You have been with the report for long. Rule 134, sub-rule 4 of our rules of procedure. The committee of the whole house shall consider proposed amendments by the committee to which the bill was referred, and may consider proposed amendments on notice. That's why members gave me notice. We don't read from here. You've been with the bill, you've been with the report, you've not given notice. Okay? I received, Honorable, you don't access the microphone like that, please. These are not issues of emotions, they're issues of the law. Okay? And it's not consequential in any way. Okay? Because it is a matter of the law. We have a law which was already giving. If you look at the Principal Act, the Principal Act already gave these people this representation. The Principal Act, it gave farmers 4, it gave mirrors 3. Yeah, so there is nothing like a consequential amendment here. Please, Honorable John, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Chair, I agree that members intending to introduce amendments should first seek your indulgence in writing. Perhaps that would be the general rule, but I would...
No, not a general rule, it's what your rules say.
Yes, I would suggest that there be exceptions in high-stakes circumstances like we are in at the moment.
So what is high stake about this?
The members' submissions concerning amendments that really affect their...
Honorable, you see, let me tell you, colleagues, you will get a situation where you read from here. Why we give you these reports in advance is to go and prepare. Members prepared. I have Honorable Chobe, I have Honorable Akiki, I have Honorable Taylor, I have Honorable Haji Idi, they all brought in amendments, okay? Listen to me. You have your Principal Act. So, Honorable Jan and members, okay? Now, composition, okay? Composition of this board is in 4, section 4 of the board, section 4 of the act. That's number 1. Number 2, in the bill, again, they also proposed the composition of the board, or of the council. So what I'm meaning is simple. All along, it's an issue that has not just risen. If it was an issue, okay, that had not been provided for example, you insert a new clause that talks about composition of the council, and it has just come. I allow amendments that have just come. But if it is something which is historical, then I don't handle it as an emergency. Please, that's my ruling and that's my guiding. Honourable Minister.
Chair, I want to comfort the honourable member that one, we have enough laws regarding the labour issues in the country. The second point, the member was worried that the powers of the minister have been removed. That is not true. That is not true. The powers of the minister have been restricted only in matters of licensing. But the minister has the powers to do regulations. The minister has the powers to appoint the council itself. So the member should not get worried about the powers of the minister, though I welcome his sympathy that the minister should have more powers, but the House has said be restricted, and as far as the licensing is concerned. But other issues really of regulation, if we find that there is a problem in the sugar industry regarding the workers, we'll come in and intervene. There's no restriction about this. But we have enough laws. We have a whole ministry of employment, labor. There is a state minister for labor, there is a minister for labor. So there should not be a problem. And when we mix so many issues of workers, regulation of licensing of the sugar industry, we can actually get a problem in the sugar industry by mixing so many issues. So I want to appeal to the member that be comforted. The powers of the minister are there. We regulate, we appoint the council, and we have government is in position to handle matters of the workers in the sugar industry like we handle workers of other sectors in the country.
Thank you. I have discussed this with the honourable colleagues. You remember we just passed the Employment Act. Now, it was handling issues of casual laborers, people being denied their jobs and all that. Most of these were covered. But number two, I've explained to Honourable Lee how it was benchmarked on other laws. When you check the law of Kenya, you check the law of Tanzania and other laws, there's nowhere on the board that these people are involved. And then number three, even contributing to financing. Because these people are in business with each other. We are regulating a business relationship, how they are interacting with each other. So, but now, you can see what Honorable Guzuri is saying, Honorable Minister. I think the Minister for Labor, we should have time to come and discuss issues of laborers that are exploited, generally, in very many sectors. It can be in cotton, it can be in coffee, it can be anywhere. Yeah? Okay? On which code? Because we finished already, these clauses. No, Honorable, please. We don't repeat the same. We have...
New clause.
Chair, 22.
Amendment of Section 22 of Principal Act. Section 22 of the Principal Act is amended. A. In subsection 1, by substituting for the word approval by the board, the words the recommendation of the council and approval of the minister. B. By substituting for subsection 3 the following. 3. A person who wishes to modify a meal shall seek the recommendation of the council and the approval of the minister. C. By inserting immediately after subsection 3 the following. 4. The provision of The provision of section 21 shall, within the necessary modifications, apply to an application of modification of a meal. Justification. To harmonize the provision of section 22 with the principle of the bill relating to the grant of licenses by the minister on the recommendation of the council. To request a miller who seeks to modify a mill to seek the approval of the minister.
Honorable, to require.
To require. Yeah. I beg your pardon, Chair. Yeah. To require a miller who seeks to modify a mill to seek the approval of the minister. To provide for a procedure for applying to the minister for modification of a mill. Beg to submit.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, in light of the discussion we've just had, with the council looking to regulate itself and remove the minister, this was a proposal from the committee. However, in the Principal Act, the modification had always been left with the board, which is now replaced by the council. We propose that we leave the provision of section 22 as it is in the current legislation. Beg to submit.
Sorry. Yes. Honorable Batua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We've debated severally on the interference of the minister in the works of the council. Honorable Chair and colleagues, recognizing that actually even the chair of the council is appointed by the minister and that there are PSs there, some of these approvals should be left to the council to sort out. They have technical people. Really, we should see minimum political interference with the council. So I pray and suggest that in agreeing to substitute, in agreeing to insert that new statement, the council should actually do the recommendation, should do actually the approval. We should not have recommendation, but we should have approval, an approval process handled by the council. So the word recommendation should not suffice. Let the process be managed by the council and concluded by the council, and the minister only gets to be informed.
I think that's what the Attorney General was also saying. Okay? Because really, why should the minister be involved in modification of a bill?
So our proposal is that the provision of section 22 of the Principal Act remain as it stands in the bill, in the act now.
Yeah, and that satisfies what Honorable Dr. Batua says. We just do a consequential amendment of the board, just changing the board to council. To council. Yeah. Thank you. Chair, it's you.
Chair, we concede.
But Chair, there was also under that you had changing from board to council. Okay, so we can do it later. We can come back to that.
Right Honorable Chair, we were proposing that the proposal by the committee be adopted only to the extent that where board appears in section 22 is replaced by council, but the rest of the provision remain as it stands in the act.
Chair, do you agree with the proposal?
Yes, Chair, we agree.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues. That's very straightforward, Honorable Chubadi. I don't know what you want us to rotate about that.
You are going to move the motion. But Chair, we wanted the Attorney General to clarify on something which we are passing. In our areas, Chair.
What is something? Here we don't deal with something.
It's the one it's what I'm mentioning.
Yeah,
it's what I'm mentioning, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, we have used a blanket statement to say meals. Now meals, we have not defined the capacity. In the area where we grow sugarcane, we have cottage industries and jaggeries. And the word modification may affect a person who has a jaggery, just improving it on something, or these cottage industries that manufacture some few things. Is this person also supposed to seek permission from the council? Because these are small industries.
When you're licensing for the sector. You don't license for small, for big. It's a sector.
Chair, this is where the worry is. Now, these people are going to get affected. It's going to affect these people who have these small cottage industries.
Yes, but they should. Because now, Honorable Chibadia, your problem you have been having is simple. That you have a sector which is not regulated. Now, you want to have a sector that regulates some and doesn't regulate others. Let everyone come clean. Let all of them reach in. Then, under the council and in regulation, they will go into the inner details of the small ones, the process of the small ones. They can say, for example, the small one can be handled by the subcommittee, jaggery. Then the big ones can be handled by the full council. Those are details which you go in. But you can't go, you say, we are rejecting people who produce waraji. You say, distilleries, for them, they should be. But we have these ones who use drums and all that, they shouldn't be. No, a sector. What will be the purpose of the law? Honourable Minister.
Chair, the English say you can't eat a cake and have it. You are not going to organize the sector and then also remain with some parts which are disorganized. The reason why we want to regulate this sector is really to bring everybody on board and have the benefits of a proper, regulated and organized. So even the small ones, when we are doing regulations, we shall take care of that. We shall take care of that. So there shouldn't be any problem, Honorable Morris.
Honorable colleagues, I want to put a question that Section 22 of the Principal Act be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Section 22 as amended.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that Section 22 as amended stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Oi Kata gave me notice on clause 13. Huh? It was a kick. You know, I got many. Anyone with an amendment of clause 13. Honorable, you need a microphone to go on record.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 13, substitution of Schedule 3 to the Principal Act. Clause 13 is amended by substituting for Schedule 3 the following. Formula to determine minimum price of sugar cane. PC, which equals PS times R times D, where PC is average price of sugar cane per ton. PS is average price of raw sugar per ton. R is rediment to be fixed at 8.5%. However, millers and outgrowers may negotiate for rediment above 8.5%, subject to prevailing circumstances. D is the minimum percentage of sharing proceeds shall be 55%. Justification: to provide a fairer formula for determining sugarcane prices.
Honourable Minister.
Chair, I agree with the amendment, and this is one of the things that we have been looking for to harmonize the formula. I want to confirm to the members, because there are some fears from the farmers, that how about those farmers that have already negotiated and signed agreements of the arrangement of above 8.5%. We want to confirm that those amendments, those agreements will continue in force, so they will not be affected. After all, 8.5 is lower than the 9 like Chinyara has already signed. So I agree with the amendment.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have a group of 29 sugarcane growers from Greater Mukono Sugarcane Outgrowers Cooperative Society. They are represented by members of parliament from Greater Mukono region. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. And I can see in some of the faces that we had in the negotiations that took some. Chair, thank you. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, in the public area this afternoon, we have a group of Scouts and Girl Guides leaders from the Uganda Scouts and Girl Guides Association who have been participating in a meeting with regards to the amendment of the Boy Scouts and Girl Guides Act. They are here to observe proceedings of the House on invitation of Honorable Sasaga Isaiah, Member of Parliament for Budadi East, who is also the Deputy Chairperson of the association. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable Batua.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the issue of rendement, I do not want to differ so much from what has been agreed. However, my contribution is that the 8.5% should actually be the minimum. My argument is that if we are to understand rendement as how sweet your sugarcane, you the farmer, how sweet your sugarcane is, and we who grow sugarcane, we know that when you leave it for long in the garden, it becomes sweeter. Therefore, rendement meaning that 100 tons of sugarcane, how many tons of sugar will it give? Here we are saying 8.5 tons of sugar.
Minimum.
Minimum. We are saying the word negotiation should not arise, saying that those who negotiate for a higher rendement. Let there be a procedure in that those whose sugarcane has been tested and found to produce more than 8.5 at least get what they deserve. However, the minimum remains at 8.5.
Yeah, Honorable, those are issues which the council will handle
in their regulation.
Yeah,
the word negotiate, Honorable Minister, should not arise. We should be fair to a farmer who has fertilized and given long for the cane. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Diomu, really, you want to comment on this? Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that Clause 13 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13 as amended.
I put the question that Clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put the question that Clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I put the question. So, Honorable, these are clauses we stood over because we needed to first sort these issues. Honorable colleagues, now that we have sorted these other issues, I put the question that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Sugar Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Sugar Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass.
Honourable colleagues, I put the question that the Sugar Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Sugar Amendment Act 2025.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate Chair. I want to congratulate members from the sugar growing areas and honourable colleagues for supporting them. You know, the members, and I want to really thank in a special way members who participated in the negotiations to listen to their farmers. These outgrowers here are very happy that at last we have this resolved. Because then I will raise Honorable Kuzuru's issues later. Because every day we have been laying, these outgrowers have been suffering. Even when we've been putting government on task here to come and address issues of the sugar sector, our cane, we are getting a low price, there was no basis. The basis was clear in this, especially that formula. So, Honorable colleague, and thank you for fighting for your people and guiding us. They were hard, and there is no way presiding officer could proceed without first reconciling with the colleagues from the sugarcane growing areas. Now, for the outgrowers and farmers, colleagues had a fear that there are people who didn't want this law to pass, and therefore will go and blame other colleagues. Whatever you didn't achieve, it's because your MPs went and passed the law. What we have passed here is what was negotiated between the mirrors and the outgrowers. The MPs came to support and to ensure that indeed you get a fair deal. So I don't want my MPs to be blackmailed or not supported. It might force some of us to come and explain to people who negotiated. So those who negotiated, please let us stand by that negotiation and explain to our people why it was very important to pass this important law. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you in particular for all the effort you have put in to make sure that these amendments are passed. You have chaired several meetings. We have negotiated, built consensus, and it is this consensus that actually we have passed. I want to thank the members for supporting the amendment. We passed the law in 2020. It has been now coming to 5 years. I want to assure members that now we are going to work on the regulations. They might even come before the 4 months so that we implement the sugar bill and organize the industry. And I think, Mr. Speaker, could be an appropriate time that we check our sugar levels at this time. I thank you.
So, Chair, we made you suffer, inheriting, a bill in between, but you've done a fantastic job. We want to thank you. Please, if you have any comment you want to make as a committee chair, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to join the Honorable Minister to thank you for the tremendous job you have done. I would be very honest, first time I joined the meetings for the millers and the outgrowers, I thought it would not get an end to this, but I would like to thank the growers and the out millers for finally having something on table, and definitely I'll thank the fellow honorable colleagues from the sugarcane growing districts and constituencies. They have joined you in this battle and it has been successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. House suspended for 30 minutes so that we can do lunch and be back here in 30 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, colleagues. Let's resume. Next.
Item 3.2, Committee on Environment and Natural Resources.
Honorable Chair. Chair, our tradition has been we use 15 minutes so that because we read the report, then the whole report is captured on the Hansard so that we can save more time for members to debate.
Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable colleagues, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, I am pleased to present to you the report of the Committee on the Ministerial Policy Statements for 5 votes and 3 subventions. Mr. Speaker, we present a report on vote 017, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, vote 139, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, vote 019, Minister of Water and Environment, vote 150, National Environment Management Authority, and vote 157, National Forestry Authority. Mr. Speaker, we have subventions which comprise National Water and Sewage Corporation, the Atomic Energy Council, and the Uganda Electricity Credit Capitalization Company. Mr. Speaker, before I go into the crux of the summary of our report, I would like to note here, Mr. Speaker, that a few colleagues here may be hearing that we return and talk about National Forestry Authority. Mr. Speaker, to this end, the bill rationalizing National Forestry Authority hasn't been assented to, and we believe that as a committee, we must be able to deal with our institution as long as it has not legally been rationalized yet. Mr. Speaker, I also want to note that even as we go into the report, that there has been severe underfunding of the Ministry of Water and Environment, where over the last financial year, they have experienced a cut of 54% on the budget that this House approved. Mr. Speaker, you will also note in our report that there is a very fundamental issue of poor funding for rural electrification as well as electricity scale-up projects, which are crucial projects for the transformation of this country. And Mr. Speaker, one of the final and key issues is the continued accumulation of unpaid water bills for National Water and Sewage Corporation to a tune of 107 billion, which is, to this end, threatening the healthy operation of the corporation. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I would like to say here that I will go straight. I beg to move to the committee observations and recommendations, where I will delve into some of the issues I've highlighted. Ministry of Energy, the energy and mineral sector. In your report, honorable colleagues, it's on page 17. General observation. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that there was over-budgeting for the midstream petroleum infrastructure development project phase 2, which led to inflating of the ministry budget. Mr. Speaker, the budget for vote 017, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, for financial year 25-26 is projected to rise by 501.9 billion, and this will go to 1.714 billion from 1.714 trillion from 1.212 trillion in financial year 24-25. This artificial increase is on account of the project called Mainstream Petroleum Infrastructure Project Phase 2, where the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has lumped up a total of 653.4 billion as external financing without any detail of this project, not even its work plan. Mr. Speaker, the minister has also increased the government of Uganda funding for this particular project from 10.4 billion in the ministerial policy statement to 32.9 billion for this particular project. This artificial inflation or increase in the budget estimates is the one that has resulted into a rise in the ministry's budget. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development explains the basis for budgeting for 653.4 billion under midstream petroleum infrastructure development project phase 2 without any work plan against the multi-year project spending plan laid out in the House. Mr. Speaker, specific objectives. 1.
Chair, will you go into all the detail and manage?
Okay, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
may I talk about just the
Focus on
recommendation?
recommendations.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, on the underfunding of the mineral sector, the committee notes that out of the planned 1.713 trillion, Mr. Speaker, these are units for debate in the House because there are 3 minutes and it's off. I beg that the floor may continue.
Please, IT do the needful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Allow Honorable Arko to show cause.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, we will note that the petroleum sector is provided for with only 33.55 billion. And out of this, there is only 9 billion which is provided for development budget, which is representing only 1.9%. The committee therefore recommends that the government should provide adequate funding for various interventions under the mineral sector, such as exploration activities, quantification of mapped minerals, regularization of artisanal and small-scale mining. Mr. Speaker, on capitalization of the Uganda National Mining Company, the government has established a company, the National Mining Company, with a view of increasing beneficiation from the mineral sector. The committee noted that we need at least 4 billion shillings to be provided for the capitalization of this company. The committee therefore recommends that the government should provide 4 billion to the Uganda National Mining Company to take up its strategic mining operations in the country. Mr. Speaker, the establishing and gazetting of the artisanal mining zones and biometric registration of artisanal miners. Here, the committee recommends that the government provides additional funding of 2.9 billion for the regularization of artisanal mining and the gazetting of artisanal mining zones. Honorable colleagues, you will note that I am advised to concentrate on recommendations, whereas this particular sector would have required us to delve into the details of the committee findings. But because of challenges of time, I trust that you can follow the detail in the report itself. Colleagues, value addition. The committee recommends that the government provides additional funding of 10.5 billion for the construction and equipping of beneficiation centers. That is in terms of value addition in as far as minerals is concerned. The Building Substances Bill. Honorable colleagues, while processing the Minerals Bill 2022, the committee recommended that it was...
Sorry. Honorable, you started working here much earlier than me. Some of the people in IT, you're the one who recruited them, so I'm not to blame. He was our head of HR here in Parliament. So the people you recruited, if you had issues...
Right, Honorable Speaker, well noted and well agreed. I hope that I can return one day to do an evaluation of my recruitment processes. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. That the committee recommended that a specific building substances bill be introduced in the House. It was hoped that by April 2023, this bill should have been introduced. The committee therefore recommends that the building materials bill should be presented to Parliament by at least the end of the first quarter of the next financial year, as it has significant implications on the budget of the sector. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of staffing needs of the Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines, the committee noted that it is important to strengthen the Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines, because at the moment we only have 7 mine inspectors, 4 of them working in headquarters and only 3 in the field. We therefore recommend that 2.02 billion be allocated for the recruitment of key personnel in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, with a recruitment that has been cleared by the Ministry of Public Service for financial year 25-26. And 2, that the recruited personnel should be facilitated with the tools, vehicles, and other essential equipment so as to ensure compliance monitoring. Construction of way bridges. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee observed that despite securing parliamentary approval through the supplementary in financial 23-24 of UGX 10 billion to procure way bridges, the funds were never released. The committee therefore recommends that the ministry is provided with 4 billion in the financial year 25-26 for the mineral production monitoring system and the installation of way bridges at key mining sites so as to track the volumes of minerals extracted. Non-payment of royalties. Mr. Speaker, sir, the matter on royalties has been debated in this House severally. The committee therefore recommends that the royalties should be remitted Mr. Dungu and team, is that where it is operated from? Not here. Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, because these are my staff, I am almost starting to address them directly. Mr. Speaker, that royalties should be remitted to local governments and other beneficiaries as per the Mining Act, Cap 159. 2, that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development should revoke licenses for exploration where the holders have been found to be carrying out mining as opposed to exploration. And indeed, exploration licenses must have a specific timeline to avoid people who do exploration while actually, purport to do exploration while actually extracting minerals for commercial. Energy and Mineral Development should strictly enforce all requirements for one to hold an exploration license and weed out the speculators. Operationalizing strategic mineral resources. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee recommends that as part of the NDP4 and the tenfold growth strategy, government should prioritize reviving Katwe salt and Osukuru phosphate mines. It should also incentivize local iron ore processing so as to reduce imports, create jobs, and support industrialization. Mr. Speaker, under Sustainable Energy Development Program. Mr. Speaker, the energy program is where electricity issues are. One, contractor payment delays under the Rural Electrification Program. The committee noted that there is significant delay in government paying certificates of completed works. This, which has totaled to 75.622 billion as at June 2024. The non-payment of contractors has in turn resulted into the abandonment of sites in many parts of the country. Honorable colleagues, some of the erected poles are beginning to rot away. Some of the unenergized power lines have been vandalized by unscrupulous people. And indeed, this has resulted in failure of most of this project. The committee therefore recommends that UGX 75.622 billion be provided to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for payment of contractors, consultants, and suppliers of materials to the various rural electrification projects. Strategy to complete contractor abandoned electrification projects. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee recommends that government should provide the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development with 20 billion shillings that it has requested for payment of new contracts who have been identified to undertake and complete abandoned project sites. Counterpart funds to unlock donor financing under the electricity scale-up project. Mr. Speaker, sir, up to a tune of 345.4 billion shillings in financial year 25-26 is available from development partners. However, the ministry requires at least 21 billion shillings to unlock this funding as counterpart funds. Under the electricity scale-up project, it is hoped that up to 1,500 kilometers of network grid extension shall be completed, and another 300,000 last-mile connections could be done over the next financial years. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that the government provides for counterpart funding for electricity scale-up project of 20 billion in the next financial year. The power tariff reduction and takeover of the distribution system by UEDCL. Mr. Speaker, the takeover of the electricity distribution system by UEDCL from Umeme Limited on April 1st, 2025 coincided with a 13.9 reduction in the weighted average end user tariff for the period April to June 2025. The exit of Umeme, which has hitherto been entitled to a net return on investment of 20%, made it possible for the regulator to provide UEDCL with $75 million of recoverable proceeds from the tariff for immediate investment into the network. The committee therefore recommends that UEDCL is provided with $75 million as money for capitalization of the company so as to enable it run the grid effectively. Electricity demand growth, which is soon outstripping the available capacity. Honorable colleagues, the current installed capacity of electricity in the country is 2,051 megawatts. The actual available dependable capacity is approximately 1,372 megawatts. Honorable colleagues, it is expected that the annual demand of electricity is likely to rise by 10% from 7% over the next 5 years. This is going to be attributed to electricity scale-up project, the standard gauge railway, and the intensification of oil-related industry. This therefore means that this projected growth rate is anticipated to increase the demand of electricity to surpass the supply over the next 3 years. The committee noted that on average, it takes 5 to 9 years for one to design.
Procedure, Honorable.
Right, Honorable. You've been giving 15 minutes to accomplish these reports by our committee chairpersons. And at this time, we are seeing that the committee chair is going into several details. We want it to be procedural right. If upon every point, the committee chair, since already knows each matter, he first gives the observations in a small summary and later on explains to us the recommendation. We want it to be procedural right.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I think there is a culture of us reading from here. Reading with the chair. What the chair says is what we know is in the report. But you're given these reports early, you have them on the iPad, so I need you to have time for debate. The more time a chair takes, the rest of the time you get for debate. Okay? So, but informed view, you've been with this report since last week. Okay? So, chair, 5 minutes. Conclude. Because already the minutes are gone, and the whole report will be captured on the Hansard.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Chair, please, your time is moving.
Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to get persuaded, Mr. Speaker, whereas dutifully and diligently following your guidance, Mr. I believe energy, minerals, water, environment form the core and the crux of the attainment of the NDP4 of this country. Speaker, we only do not do our role as members of this House justice when we attempt not to want to listen to anything to do with the report. But as a committee, we are satisfied that we have scrutinized the MPS to its very detail, and we can defend the figures at Budget Committee. Therefore, honorable colleagues, I shall try to do as requested. The committee recommends. No,
but today, Honorable Ariko, you're not the Ariko I know, because you usually concentrate. You are allowing forces from the sides to interrupt you, and you're very happy. So you're very, very happy today. I don't know what.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the
Chair, I've added you 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay?
Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
let's count 10 minutes. Then, because like you've said, I want members from every sub-region of Uganda to submit on this.
Okay, Mr.
In
Speaker.
terms of a debate and feedback.
Mr. Speaker, I will definitely be done in the 10 minutes. In a move to enhance generation, honorable colleagues, government is exploring a possibility of undertaking an 8,400 nuclear power project in Buyende. Feasibility studies have started. The government also wishes to start a Center for Nuclear Science and Technology at Soroti University. The purpose of this is to get to have a project that will once and for all provide a substantial contribution of power to the grid. In order to attain this, the committee recommends that the government provides at least 10 billion for purposes of feasibility study and commencement activities, and another 3 billion for us to be able to acquire the land that will enable us undertake the 8,400 megawatt nuclear project in Buyende. Mr. Speaker, sustainable development of petroleum resources. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the accounting officer of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda should enhance regulatory authority oversight so as to ensure timely and cost-efficient completion of critical projects, including the drilling operations, oil extraction facilities, and the aircorp. Mr. Speaker, the status on acquisition of right-of-way for petroleum products pipeline, that is the Buseruka to Mpigi. The committee notes that whereas progress has been made on the compensation of PAPs along the refined products pipeline from Buseruka, Hoima to Mpigi, the funding for the construction of houses for PAPs that opted for relocation rather than together with titling of the pipeline corridor construction of the community infrastructure, livelihood restoration is still pending. The committee recommends that the government provides adequate funding for all outstanding contractual obligations, including the PAP implementation, as well as construction of resettlement houses. The feasibility study for Tanzania-Uganda natural gas pipeline. The committee recommends that the government should provide $2 billion to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for the gas pipeline feasibility study. Water and environment sector. Support to rural water project, source per village. For every village in Uganda to get at least one safe water source in line with the presidential directive, it would require 1.5 trillion annually for supply of the unserved villages in the country over the next 5 years. However, given the current financial constraints, the ministry requests for 50 billion as additional funding to implement a clean water source per village project in compliance with the presidential directive. The committee therefore recommends that government should provide 50 billion to support the improvement of water storage and distribution network expansion throughout the country. Inadequate budgetary allocations to service acceleration project. SCAP 100 under National Water and Sewage Corporation and SCAP 100 under the umbrella project of the ministry is one of the projects where government intended to ensure that even the townships, the villages, and some rural growth areas receive piped water as well as increase the distribution. Both of these projects have significantly suffered a severe cut of their budgets. SCAP 100 under National Water to the extent of receiving only 1 billion shillings out of the 30 billion when the project was launched in 2019. The committee therefore recommends that government should provide an additional 35.85 billion for SCAP 100 under the umbrella projects. The committee also recommends that the 30 billion provided to National Water and Sewage Corporation for SCAP 100 be reinstated. Under water and sanitation development facilities, honorable colleagues, the Ministry of Water and Environment under the Water and Sanitation Development Facilities project intends to construct and complete sanitation facilities in 16 towns. The ministry requires 33 billion. Colleagues, the committee recommends that government provides the additional 33 billion for the water and environment facilities project to Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water and Sanitation Development Facilities project. Mr. Speaker, maintenance and operations of the Entebbe Airport weather stations. The committee recommends that shillings 2 billion be provided to the Ministry of Water and Environment for the maintenance and operations of the Entebbe Airport weather station. Water for production, construction, and rehabilitation of communal and individual valley tanks. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that 6 billion be provided for purpose of procuring desilting equipment to support rural communities with valley dams and valley tanks. Restoration of the environment through tree planting and restoration of critical wetlands. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee recommends that the government should provide a total of 15 billion for the environmental restoration through tree planting and an additional 10 billion for the restoration of critical wetlands that have hitherto been affected. Mr. Speaker, National Water and Sewage Corporation, see page 30. Mr. Speaker, a number of government ministries, departments, and agencies have defaulted in clearing their water bills, some of them taking up to 20 months. The committee observed that this has resulted in the accumulation of unpaid water bills to a tune of 107 billion. Mr. Speaker, this has significantly affected the efficient operations of the entity. The committee observed that National Water and Sewage Corporation has been one of the remaining government parastatals that has been operating profitably and in a healthy manner. Mr. Speaker, the result of unpaid water bills has led to failure by the entity to meet its contractual obligations to suppliers. It has also affected its financial standing among the credit institutions. This is one of the reasons the committee notes here that National Water had appealed to Parliament for a possibility of a debt swap with VAT so as to ensure a healthy balance of accounts statement of the institution to avoid it from going down. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that government should clear all the outstanding arrears due to National Water and Sewage Corporation. That government should also ensure that all MDAs provide for adequate budgets for the various MDAs that reflect the annual increase in the demand for water for these facilities. Number 3, that government provides for UGX 84 billion to clear the current audited outstanding arrears due to National Water and Sewage Corporation. Mr. Speaker, on National Forestry Authority. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that government provides UGX 1.56 billion for the resurveying and demarcation of forest boundaries and another 3.1 billion for the protection of forests from encroachment. Mr. Speaker, on inadequate provision for funds for tree seedlings, the committee recommends that the government allocates 2 billion for additional 10 million tree seedlings to... Speaker, may I conclude? Because I think I am right there. For NFA to be able to provide seedlings for tree planting. Mr. Speaker, finally, the National Environment Management Authority. The National Environment Authority wishes to procure and install an integrated environmental information and licensing more efficient. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that NEMA has an establishment of 450 people. 248 are the ones in post, giving them an establishment shortfall of 45%. Mr. Speaker, this means that NEMA cannot optimally be able to police, inspect, and secure our environment to ensure sustainable use. Therefore, the committee recommends that NEMA be provided with shillings 6.65 billion so as to recruit and provide for the necessary technical staff to run the agency. The committee also recommends that an additional 10 billion be provided for it to be able to acquire and equip itself with the information system that it requires. Mr. Speaker, I know that the report is comprehensive. The rest of the colleagues can go through it. I want to say, honorable colleagues, that we are happy that water, environment, energy, and minerals are a critical part of the transformation of this country, and I beg that you honorable colleagues find it fitting to support this report so that we can be able to provide the resources to be able to run the sector. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Chairman. Well done, and your team. Colleagues in the public gallery, we have a delegation of Buresa sub-county leaders from Bukori County, Central Bujiri District. They are represented by Honorable Sirani Solomon and Honorable Taka Agnes. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. You can stand up for recognition. Members know. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I've seen you've really touched on very critical issues. But, colleagues, I remember, I think, when it comes to internet, how is it done? As if money is appropriated, but then it's deducted at source and paid to NITAU to facilitate it work. So, really for water, because national water, the money they get is money they reinvest in our rural areas. The money they get, they go and reinvest in the rural areas, extending water services in our areas. Now, for us here, we appropriate money. But when they release to agencies, they don't remit, they don't find it as a priority. Okay? Really, I think we needed finance here. Maybe we should agree that for utilities, money be deducted from finance and directly. Okay? And directly, because this will take away this situation of knowing if you cut off Ruzira, everyone will run riot. If you cut off Murago, everyone will riot. So the same for electricity. And since EDC also now is a government company, I think it would be really working well that they can have money to go and support. Honorable colleagues, the debate is open now. And I will start with Honorable Bobo Kaye. I add Honorable Bwanka, Dr. Apio, and I go to Honorable Nabukenya Brenda, Honorable Adeke Ann, Honorable Namboze, Honorable Aran, Honorable Nkunyinji. And then I also pick Honorable Acrobat, then Honorable Julius, Honorable Batua, Honorable Soro Kayemba. For now, then I come this side. Honorable colleagues, to avoid our delays and what, I usually don't take procedure on such a matters when we are debating. Let's, yeah. Honorable Bob, 3 minutes each.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this time. I want to thank the committee for the report they have presented. However, I have some concern on the issue of desilting dams. We have been discussing this year in, year out, but I don't see action being taken. In my constituency, I happen to have a dam in Olami that was constructed during my time when I was the district chairperson, about 10 years ago. And I still remember that government wasted over 5.6 billion to construct this dam. And the dam has gone back to your state, and Ministry of Water has taken no action. Every year you will hear them saying, we are going to desil dams. I would like the committee to come up with the specific dams. Because if you just say we are giving them this amount of money for desilting dams, and you don't come up with the names of these dams that will benefit from the money given to you, it will make no meaning. Two, I want to talk about the electricity scale-up project. we approved this loan when we just joined, I think, the second year in this parliament. I have not seen this project in my constituency. In Lango, they are going to other districts. I think only one district. But in my constituency, I have not seen even a single pole. I want to know the criteria you people are implying for the beneficiaries. It is just like, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't talk about health. I want to talk here about health. Kwania, this local government doesn't have even a theater. We have a health center for Minister of Health went there and condemned that theater. I don't see it in the budget this year. There is no single ambulance in Kwania district. They are using my ambulance and the ambulance of.
Thank you. Honorable Bob, he has gone. He was the chairman of C5 Kwania.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with you that money from utilities be deducted and remitted directly to the entities so that it facilitates these entities in building the infrastructure and including the water. Right Honorable, on the water for production, the report provides that there is money that is going to desilt the very dams and the very tanks. But some time back, the Minister of Agriculture informed the Parliament that Cabinet had taken a decision that water for production must go to the Minister of Agriculture. Now from this report, I can see water for production as a function of the Minister of Water and Environment. And this is going to affect, we have been complaining because it affects the functions of the Minister of Agriculture in ensuring that our farmers can access water for production. I want to submit that government should be coordinated. They took a decision, water for production must be a function of the Minister of Agriculture so that it can be coordinated well and our farmers can access water. This might be the reason why dams and very dams are not desilted, because those in the water area, the Minister of Water, it's not their function, and it's a function of Minister of Agriculture, and they can best handle that function. I want to pray that that vote be moved to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Dr. Pio, followed by Nkunyinji.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I would like to commend the committee and its chair for the good work done. It's been a very heavy report, and I'm trying to squeeze everything that I would like to comment on in 2 minutes. First, Right Honorable...
3 minutes.
3 minutes, yes. Right Honorable Speaker, information available in the public domain indicates that Uganda exports electricity to neighboring countries, virtually almost all the neighboring countries, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC, South Sudan, name it. But I've scanned through the report and it seems to be silent on this. I'm just wondering whether it is classified information, not allowed to be debated on, and if it is, because it definitely has implications on the budget. And so I would like to draw attention to that. But relatedly, Right Honorable Speaker, my attention was drawn to the list of districts that have stalled electricity extension projects. And all of those, or mostly almost 100% of all those stalled projects appear to be from one sub-region or one region. There is nothing at all reflected in other parts of the country. In my part of the country, no mention. I'm just wondering whether we are very lucky as a sub-region or as a region not to have any electricity or network grid extension projects in our area. I'm suspecting that there's obvious disparity when it comes to allocation of that project. I'm also having issues with the current scale-up project because there's nothing, not even a single pole for Oyam County North. I'm requesting that the ministry or government does something for Oyam North as well. And then finally, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of water. We have a very bad experience with the umbrella water project. Dry taps, a very thirsty district headquarters for months on end, and stalled projects as well. There's one that was installed. They tried to install it in one of the town councils, the Cheme town council, about 5 years ago, and it was abandoned. No communication, no nothing. So I'm requesting that if the umbrella water is not working or cannot serve our people adequately.
Thank you. Honourable Mwada.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues and the committee for the report. However, I'm concerned as they present a report talking about supporting Entebbe Airport weather station with I think 2 billion. We also want to learn whether you interrogated this operation, because as of recent we have landing issues at Entebbe Airport attributed to this same weather station, among other issues. We need to learn from the committee whether there was thorough interrogation of how best we must equip it to function. We have a lot of landing issues at the airport. Secondly, when it comes to water, national water, as you are revealing government agencies and government failing to pay water bills, we are also concerned that consumers are now shouldering the burden. Did the committee interrogate what must be done in terms of funding to improve on water meters? Now, an ordinary consumer pays a bill even after disconnection. Sometimes without water, the meter works. Did you interrogate who provides these meters? Do they function? Do we need to phase them out and new meters are procured? Because an ordinary consumer is shouldering the burden of high bills as government agencies are defaulting. And lastly, on NEMA. NEMA, you talked about funding especially for recruitment. But as the MP representing Shadondo East, where we have a Shtezi landfill, I've never seen the importance of NEMA when we can have a landfill that even explode or slides away and destroy houses. When there was an impact environmental assessment, how are these assessments issued and who monitors them? What is the challenge we must interrogate as we discuss this budget as Parliament? I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Namboze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the elaborate report and make these few observations. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of this House to the item that is connected with the development budget, the underfunded priorities under the mineral sector. Mr. Speaker, mining can positively contribute to poverty eradication in the country in a very, very short time if we can invest money around that area, Mr. Speaker. When we have all these minerals, if we can invest money in this sector, I think it can deal with poverty very fast than any other sector we can think about. Mr. Speaker, areas like Busoga, where it is reported now that they have gold reserves which are not properly explored, I think, Mr. Speaker, would resolve that this sector be given money, especially now that we have learned that the classified budget is available I think we can get money from this classified sector and fund this area, Mr. Speaker. The other sector, Mr. Speaker, is about the pipeline, where the pipeline is passing the corridor. Our people have been waiting for payment for a long time. Those people whose land was earmarked for taking over for the pipeline corridor have not been paid. They don't know what to do. They cannot utilize their land, yet the compensation is not forthcoming. Mr. Speaker, I want also to talk about urban electrification. There has been proposals to use our garbage to manufacture electricity. And I think when we invest in this area, we would be hitting two birds with one stone. That if we fund the area of turning our garbage into electricity, we would have dealt with the garbage and we would also get the electricity. I don't know why this area has not been prioritized. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is about remittances to districts. Every financial year, we resolve here that the districts should be given their loyalties. I don't know why it remains just a resolution every year, year in, year out. The districts are really suffering. Decentralization is collapsing, Mr. Speaker. I want to know for sure how much money is owed to districts in areas around the loyalty.
Thank you, Honorable Nabukenya, Honorable Sawanyana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Chair for a very substantive report. And Right Honorable Speaker, the Chair raised an issue on exploration, whereby they need 10 billion to do a feasibility study on the occurrence of uranium. And I think this is a very good opportunity for our country. We've relied on hydropower for a long time. The time has come for us to look at a diverse energy source. So I really support that we give them the 10 billion to do the feasibility study, and we move to implement the uranium project in Soroti University. And also, I understand it goes beyond Bosoga. It's in Buhweju, it is in Arua, according to the mineral occurrence report in Uganda. So we need to extend, because this is a very good, it's a good opportunity for us to empower and also have a diverse energy source. Also, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the CAP 100 umbrella. I think whenever you provide water to the community or to the Ugandans, you will be broadening the resource base for this country. So there might be issues with this 100 umbrella problem, because usually when you put a system in place, you must review all the time. We have people, like a bigger population coming up, and when you supply, you might find that you need to improve all the time. So we need to improve the system, but also we need to resource the Ministry of Water. They don't get enough money. MPs usually come here complaining. We have town councils where, Right Honorable Speaker, there's no tap running water. If it's there, it's not functioning. We really need to give them this 35.85 billions to, then we can come, they can come back and account, because we need to see water everywhere in Uganda. If we don't do this, then we cannot question them. So I really do support that we should resource them. We should look for the monies. The chair was saying we should give them money to do afforestation. I think that money should be invested in supplying water to the people, because how are you going to do that? People have built in wetlands. So by the time you remove them, that roughly 20 billions all can be used to provide water to the communities. So I thank you, and I want to thank the chair for the report.
Thank you, Honorable Sawanyana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will also re-echo the same plea by the chair of the committee and the committee. They have suggested that the 100 billion, which is owed by National Water to government, by government, should be discussed up and be allowed at least to pay VAT for National Water and Sewage Corporation, because that is too much money, Right Honourable Speaker, and it has affected the supply of water in most areas, especially the rural areas where water hasn't been extended, which is almost everyone's problem here. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, I have read in the report that the National Environment Management Association in Uganda here, especially in Kampala, authority in Kampala, they only have one staff to try and help them enforce environment in the city, which has led to the delay of issuing out environmental assessment certificates to those who would wish to construct their buildings in Uganda. That's too much. Right Honourable Speaker, in Kampala here, people do submit plans for environmental assessment, and they do take 2 years. That forces them to construct buildings without an environmental assessment certificate, and then later NEMA comes and destroys their property, which is a problem and a loss of finance by our people. So if they have only asked for 10 billion, we should, as Parliament, recommend that they provide that 10 billion so that they can enforce the National Environment Management offices in the city and all other areas in Uganda for easy assessment of environment in our country. I thank you.
Thank you. I'm finishing this side, so I have Honorable Adeke, Honorable Mayanja, Honorable Kayemba, and Honorable Batua. Then I go to independence.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to appreciate the committee for doing a very good job.
Colleagues, are all of you present? Including Honorable Soro? Okay. Yeah, I said I finish opposition, I go to independent. And
thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I thank the committee for doing a very good job. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to start where you stopped. Last year, about this time, you still spoke the same sentiments about national water, if you recall, and you directed that the same thing be done. This year, you've repeated the same statement, and I hope government is going to heed to what the House has directed regarding the areas that national water requires to be paid. Right Honourable Speaker, there's been an allocation of 50 billion to rural water. I want to support this allocation. For us who come from very rural parts of Uganda, our women are grappling with access to clean and safe water. And I really want to urge the ministry to see how to equitably distribute these resources. Many times we see different constituencies receive access to clean water while others are doing very badly. In Soroti, I still have villages where people drink the same water that animals drink. It's very unhealthy, and I request you, Ministry of Water, to please support us. Right Honourable Speaker, there's been an allocation of restoration of environment, and I want to differ with my sister Brenda. I think it's very critical to allocate for the restoration of environment. The effects of climate change have become more real to us today. Right Honourable Speaker, the vegetation curve of our country is being depleted. I beg that we budget not only for restoration, but also to have enforcement in this budget. Because, Right Honourable Speaker, I come from Soroti District, and now that is the corridor that many people who are doing commercial charcoal burning use to bring charcoal from the greater northern part of Uganda. The greater northern part of Uganda used to be a very green part, but now most of the indigenous trees, like the one, I know it's in Ache, so it's called a kunguru. It makes really good shea nuts. It makes very good charcoal, but most of the trees in northern Uganda are endangered because of that. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is a source of revenue to the local communities. That's why they are unwilling to stop that issue of charcoal burning. So you find a truck will leave a gago, leave that part, leave a choli, leave lango. It's just an example, my colleague. And come all the way from...
Thank you. But Honorable, you were giving us very critical.
So the trucks are loaded and they come, they keep paying every roadblock. They pay money. So they continue and continue and continue until they reach central Uganda. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that we look at enforcement so that we save our environment. Because if we leave it as a battle for RDCs, NFA at the grassroots, we are going to end up losing all our green. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Chair, natural sources, this is the issue which I assigned you. You know, it's disheartening, you know. So Chair will be going to, he assured me, will be going to Zoka immediately after this process. So him and the team will be able to bring us a report. And these are the issues I want to look into. I had already picked Honorable Aaron Mayanja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the committee has recommended the 20 billion for electricity access scale project. Right Honorable Speaker, I totally concur with the committee, because when you go to our villages from our constituencies, most of the villages have never accessed the electricity, and really all the villages are in dark places. So I think even the 20 billion could even add up more. The 20 billion we could add up more money to this project, because really our people need electricity, specifically in our villages. Secondly, what on the Speaker, when the committee recommended the 50 billion for water provision, specifically for consumption, it's really very true. We need water for our people in villages. For instance, in Nakaseke Central, most of our girls in schools are dropping out because they are getting water from very far places during night. So meaning if they have enough water sources, they can really concentrate on their education. And lastly, about the 2 billion which have been recommended for tree seedlings. Honorable Speaker, we need these funds to the sector, and even this can support even members of parliament also to get trees to provide to our electorates, because there is still demand. The demand is too high for these tree seedlings. I really support the committee's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Batwa, Honorable Soro, Honorable Akrobatchiza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I address myself to the issue of the payments by government entities that are due to national water, and the figure that has been given to us is of 100 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, in as much as that can be addressed by budget support, I believe there is an element of policy that should also be directed towards addressing the issue of government payments, government entities paying money to national water. That the way we perceive national water is that there is a thin line between it being a service company and it being a profit-making company. This is a company that is completely owned by government. And to us, where we sit, we believe that it is to give a service of delivering water, thereby improving sanitation. But it seems to them they are there to make profit. I'm really concerned as a policy person here that if they have money enough to cover for their administrative costs, if they have money enough to cover for the maintenance of their infrastructure, for water treatment, and for delivery of water, if their operating costs are within the money they collect from direct payments from the private owners, I wonder why those bills due to government entities really push them to cut a general hospital from water supply, a school from water supply.
Yeah, but Honorable, we are appropriating money to these entities, and they are not paying. They prefer to make other choices, okay? Because they know if they cut off water, Honorable Batua will bring a matter of national importance here.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
That's where the problem lies.
There was some wisdom I was speaking with, being the Shadow Minister of Health, that the hospitals are not like Jinja Regional Referral Hospital. Is given a particular amount of money to manage other things, and that being one of them. But now that these hospitals are overcrowded, they see numbers that are beyond what is planned for. Their utility bills normally go up. And recently this year, the accounting office of Jinja Regional Referral Hospital wanted to sink a borehole, and officials from National Water wrote a very strong letter outlining laws that limit sinking a borehole in an urban area. So I believe in as much as we should give them budget support, there should be an element of policy to address this organization for as long as their operating cost is covered from the money they collect. I believe government being their owner and...
Thank you. Honorable, if you are to run a company that way, it will collapse. Please, if someone is entitled to pay bills, we cannot come on this floor and we encourage entities not to pay bills. That's wrong. Let them budget. Let us ensure during the budgeting process, money for utilities is budgeted for. Okay? I remember honorable colleagues in the tennis parliament. The tennis parliament, when money for bills, money for water in urban areas was being raised, the issue was simple. We get more from urban areas, we support rural areas through public standpoints. So this money, which you're saying, once they collect, they go and pay bills for hospitals, you have public standpoints in the village. If you supply locals clean water, they won't come to that hospital. Okay? So I think we should focus on that seriously. Honorable Kayemba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for this wonderful report. I want to go straight to the electricity distribution, where the committee has recommended that it should be prioritized. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have had the same issue in various reports that have been coming to this parliament during the budget period. Last week I was in Honorable Sentai's constituency, where I found his opponent saying, I'm bringing you electricity. I'm bringing electricity that has failed your incumbent. So I want to know, Right Honorable Speaker, the government to give us an update about electricity distribution in the places that do not have electricity, like Bokoman Simbi, my area where I come from. Kasewera Parish, Shiriamenvo, where I come from, and other areas. We need an update. Whether you prefer giving the knowledge to the opponents, like I saw Honorable Center is all. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm speaking about, I also thank the committee for recommending more money to umbrella projects. But we also need to know which towns are going to be the beneficiaries of this project. Because they do it as a collective way. We end up, you find many towns, Buyoga, Misamvu, Kasewera, Chiriamemba, and others, they have no water. So want to know the beneficiary. And Right Honorable Speaker, we also need to maybe to look more into the umbrella project, especially its operations, because we see money here that comes, but with the beneficiaries, we don't benefit out of it. I think the Madam Minister will tell us more about that. Where I come from in Bokoman Simbi, many areas have no water. Tell us why. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
Yes. But you didn't tell us what your opponent says. Honourable Acrobat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek clarification on the issue regarding delay in payments to the contractors. Mr. Speaker, every time and again, this House appropriates some money, including giving some supplementary budget. Now I wonder why the issue of delay in paying contractors arise. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is as if some contractors are given more contracts than the capacity. In my area, I have Modest Company Limited. It was contracted in year 2019 to date. And as if these contractors have a multiple of contracts in Unyangabo, Kasese, Kabarole, etc. And it is the reason why there's a lot of stranded projects. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, we have 2 power plants. One on the River Ndugutu, another one on the River Singila. But we have a challenge of power outage. We have a challenge that out of 14 administrative units in my constituency, only 4 are connected with the power. I want to seek clarification why, even when we are producing power, the 10 administrative units are not yet connected. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Senyonyi, Honorable Sime Julius.
Honorable Speaker, I had really not intended to make a submission on this particular report, but I thought I would throw a question to government. You see, on an annual basis, there are these gold exporters who just don't pay taxes. On an annual basis, when you read the Auditor General's report, because on average, about 40,000, on average, 40,000 kilograms of gold are exported per annum. But due to regulatory lapses, according to URA and so on, this money is not collected, what is meant to be paid in form of taxes. And so we are losing out on revenue. Smaller people are bending their backs over backwards to pay taxes. You see URA closing people's shops and so on because they're not paying taxes. But year after year, this issue continues to recur. Can government help us understand why? Because as we are seeking taxes for different things, what government normally does, and you will see with the tax bills, as opposed to widening the tax bracket, they keep deepening. They keep going after the low-hanging fruit, those from whom it is easy to collect taxes. So they keep deepening and making it more cumbersome for them, and yet we can widen. So specifically, now that we are talking about natural resources and so on, government needs to, I don't know who is here on behalf of, the Minister of State for Water is here.
There's a Minister for Energy, Honorable Okas.
Oh, I had not seen him. There you are. Hopefully he will help us understand why this continues to happen on an annual basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sime Julius. Then I go this side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the chair of the committee for the report. I want to speak to the electricity scale-up project. Right Honorable Speaker and members, when we passed this loan, we all had hope and believed, and we still believe, that this is going to offer the electricity we needed, especially in the rural areas, targeting the public health facilities. My constituents borders a city, and I have 2 strategic sub-counties that are near the city and don't have electricity. And we even have a water source that is supposed to support the hilly areas of Rwampara, and still there's no electricity. I don't know whether it is because of counterpart funding. If it is the case, I highly recommend that the 20 billion be given to the Ministry of Energy and even more, so that the Scale-up project is fast-tracked. We all need electricity in our areas to develop the cottage industries that we have and also other functional systems that we need. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak also the water sanitation development facilities. My constituency has drilled 4 high-yielding water boreholes that have a capacity of 15,000 cubic meters per hour, water capacity, out of the 4. But this project has become a white elephant. Reason, the Ministry of Water says that its budget was cut. I see the recommendation that they need 33 billion. Can we improve this better so that we can have areas like Rwampara, which are here, that are at a dismal 16% safe water access, have access to clean water? Right, Honorable Speaker, the women where I move, they all say they do not have water for homestead use. It is important that we address this challenge, especially, and also provide the 50 billion that is needed to provide safe and clean water at the villages. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I recommend that we provide enough water and make the Ministry of Water, especially the water sector, a priority area so that it can be served fully. I thank you.
Now, Honorable colleagues, there's another problem we are facing. I don't know your areas, but a very good example is my constituency. The only water source that we had has now, the capacity has reduced by 70%. Why? Because someone planted eucalyptus nearby. They completed its drying at a very, very terrible rate. I don't know what Ministry of Water is going to do about this. I'm told the moment they plant eucalyptus around the water source, it starts drying, and you're going to find very many government projects which we were counting on just being white elephants because they won't be having. So I don't know what the minister is doing about that issue, whether they've studied to know whether it's true, and if it's true, whether you're thinking of maybe acquiring, a corridor of a certain distance or a regulation or a bylaw working with the district to come with bylaws of ensuring we protect. We just have one water source in my constituency, Rutoche, which we've been surviving on. Now it's empty, We have milk. So the cows can't give us milk if they don't have one. Yes. So I'll go with Honorable Okoto Gong. I go with Honorable Taylor, Dr. Tara, as I come here. I'll just come like this, Honorable Amwaka.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the chairperson for the wonderful report. But we need to state facts. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether members know that the power lines that we have are so weak. The power outage is too much. We have lines passing by in our constituencies, but every day power is not there. We have power maybe once in 2 weeks. So I want to know and inquire from the minister, why is it happening? What is the problem? If there is incapacity, tell us. If you cannot control and manage electricity, hand it over to a person who can manage. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we have not talked about the tariff, power tariff. Our people cannot afford. Industrial and domestic. It is too high. Why don't we provide something in the budget to subsidize? We know our people cannot manage. We are talking of power everywhere, but when local people cannot manage. Mr. Speaker, I want the committee or the minister, what is the plan you have in reducing the power tariff for domestic use and for the industries? Because this one affects the performance of our industries. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Taylor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Chairperson of the committee and the committee members for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, one of the officers with the biggest traffic of MPs now is the Minister for Energy, because each member of Parliament wants to ensure that there is energy in their constituency. Right Honourable Speaker, this used to be the same with roads until we came up with the proposal of the 1 billion per district. Right Honourable Speaker, I have inquired from the Honourable Minister, and he tells me that at a cost of 1 billion, we can have almost over 100 kilometers of electricity power lines. Right Honourable Speaker, the way to solve this challenge of heavy traffic in the ministry by individuals is to agree on a standard formula on how many kilometers of electricity lines are going in each district each year. Right Honourable Speaker, when we come to this conclusion, the 20 billion will not be sufficient to meet this. So I have money to cover all the districts to a tune of at least 1 billion. The urgency of this matter and even agree to compromise on other areas and provide money enough to provide the power lines in each district as a standard, so that we stop frequenting the minister's office every day. Because I don't want to dilute this point, I'll not add another one.
Honorable Dr. Tara, Honorable Amaka.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I thank the committee for a very good report. Mr. Speaker, I also want to emphasize the issue of pending electrification in most of our constituencies vis-à-vis the electricity access scale-up project. The access scale-up project was specifically meant to connect end users, final consumers, to electricity. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that the pace of connecting people has been extremely slow, despite government having borrowed a loan for that purpose. People are still complaining up to now they have not been connected. So if it pleases the minister, he would inform us of how many people have been connected in the past 2 years out of the proposed 1 million connections that were meant. Secondly, I now want to move to the issue of pending electrification. We all know this is campaign time, and virtually all of us promise electricity to our people. What our people understand is electricity, water, roads, good health. I want to implore this House that we find additional resources to provide for electrification where you see poles were taken but they have not been put, where the poles were planted but they have not been stringed, and so on and so on. This is a matter which is too urgent because it is an election matter and it cannot wait. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to implore. Yes, that's the truth of the matter.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Chair, I think from observation, I was with Chair on the Committee of Natural Resources in the 10th Parliament. Maybe the other point we need to look at, if you could remember, rural electrification, rural electrification was funded through projects. Since the merge of REA, we have not had any project. Even the electricity scale-up project was done by REA. Because I remember we were in the Committee of Natural Resources, there was a very big fight. What about if the ministry can also start writing proposals, and because electricity is funded cheaply, KFW, AFD, World Bank, Kuwait Energy Fund, many funders for electricity. That's how we managed to do projects for electrification.
Yeah, Right Honourable, you recall there was a loan which government secured from Exim Bank of China under Tibea. And the purpose of that loan was to extend power to all those rural sub-counties. And a number of them were mentioned. And that is one of the schemes which Honorable talked in 2019. Honorable Minister, what happened to Tibea? Because some of these projects, even in my place, sub-counties which were mentioned, I don't see. And it brings again, Right Honorable, to the issue of unpaid contractors. Because the Bayer had money, there was no counterpart funding. And it was a commercial loan. By then, that we agreed as a house, that for the sake of power, let us close our eyes and have it done. Now, the unpaid certificates as a result of the money from Tibea, where does the money of Tibea move to? Can you, Honorable, try to, Minister, tell us the Tibea project?
Thank you. Honorable Lamaka and Honorable Ngopek.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to join colleagues in thanking very much the Chair of the committee for his report on the floor. Honorable Chair, I want to start with the issue of scaling up electricity in rural areas, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to agree to the proposal of giving money for rural electrification, the 20 billion request. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, the proposal of 20 billion may not be adequate. I would like to really request that we consider into detail the proposal of 1 billion per district for connectivity of electricity. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the matter of electricity, it comes along to complement a lot in terms of what government is trying to do, even now, as far as household income is concerned. And, Mr. Speaker, for us to realize industrialization, we need electricity. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of districts in rural areas where we have this challenge really very, very heavy. For instance, in Omoro district, you find new value addition equipments in communities. Like I have 17 new value addition equipments in the community, but not connected to power, and they're redundant. Mr. Speaker, 29 stores, facility.
No, we have 3 minutes. Please, IT cross-check. It is 3 minutes.
29 storage facilities, redundant, Mr. Speaker. So it is important that we really look into the matter of electrification very seriously. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, some issue was mentioned about duplication of functions, where the issue of water for production has been put under unallocated funds under environment and water. Mr. Speaker, it is my humble appeal to this House that government needs to streamline this matter. Otherwise, to even force this House to go to duplication of appropriation. So we need to put matters regarding water for production clearly under agriculture so that we avoid duplicating resources, Mr. Speaker, sir. And finally, on seedlings, for tree seedlings to be distributed in the community, where NFA is supposed to take lead in this, Mr. Speaker, I support this move. Because when you look at our challenge today in climatic change, it is very paramount that this House adopts a very strategic move and we get very aggressive on the matter of restoring our environment. It is important that NFA be supported with the funds that they've requested for so that they are able to produce tree seedlings to be distributed in the community aggressively, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, as a country, there is I sense danger ahead of us if we don't act on this. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Lainos.
Thank you,
Mamawi,
Right Honorable
Musa Noah
Speaker.
Akefeza.
I'd like to commend the committee for the report. However, on our National Environment Management Authority, on the enforcement bit, they allocated only 1.8 billion shillings. And yet, in the country, we are facing a lot of climate destruction of natural resources by the local people and international people as well. Right Honorable Speaker, if you drive from Munyonyo, the Catholic shrine, to Kadiabachal up to Kajansi, you realize that recently NEMA evicted people who had built along the swamp, and now there's life. Because people are no longer there, you really see a lot of life. At the same time at Ruviji as well. So I was requesting the House to allocate more money to National Environment Authority for restoration and enforcement so that we save our environment from interference by the local people. Then finally, there are very many petrol stations mushrooming in residential areas. Lately, I don't know who is in charge of issuing licenses to these petrol stations, especially in residential areas in Kampala and other areas. So the ministry also has to explain to us as to why they are issuing licenses to companies, organizations to construct petrol stations in residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mambawi. Dr. Musa Noah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson of the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the committee on issues to do with the mineral development, on issues relating to revocation of the license for exploration by the miners. Right Honorable Speaker, we have mining sites in almost every part of the country. But now when you look at the activities of the exploration, by exploration, simply we mean the miners are supposed to find whether there is a mineral in this place which is required or not. But in actual sense, what they are doing is mining, not exploration. They are mining. By the time they go to get a license for mining, they have extracted all the minerals. Therefore, I totally agree that those who are found doing exploration to the extent of mining, their licenses must be revoked. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, I saw a figure in the National Forest Authority which has 1.56 billion for resurveying and demarcation of forest boundaries. Right Honorable Speaker, almost all forest in Uganda has challenges in terms of encroachment, in terms of complaint within the communities where settlement is supposed to stop and where the forest stops. I don't know if, through the chair, if what we have is enough to undertake these activities, because our belief is all national forest and forest reserve must be resurveyed and clearly demarcated. So we don't know if this money will be enough. We agree with them, we can give them this money, but they should also be open to us, because why must we create problem instead of solving this? If there are no encroachment in this forest here, will the NEMA official have, National Forest Authority has no duty to perform in this country? Because they are saying people are encroaching, again they will want to go and enforce. Why are you saying somebody first settle and you do enforcement later? Let's demarcate so that we avoid issues to do with the encroachment. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Noah Akifeza Rebyambu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues to thank the chairperson of the committee and the committee. I want to comment on counterpart funding for government projects. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a problem with almost all the government projects. Recently, we had similar problems with the NITA-U for the backbone infrastructure project. They only needed 4 billion, but this could not be provided. The same thing is happening with the roads, and now we are seeing it with energy. We have about 345.5 billion, which is locked because the government cannot provide 21 billion. Yes. And we know this money is from external sources. We are borrowed, they are loans, and we are paying interest on them. It is therefore important that we should be able to deliver on this project. I wanted to propose, Right Honourable Speaker, this House should really consider in subsequent borrowings, governments should demonstrate and commit that any counterpart funding which is required for any project, that they will provide that money and should take one call on a government budget or priorities. Because if, for example, with energy, if we implement the energy scale-up project and we start using it, definitely this is going to raise resources for government. And it will change people's life, and we'll be able to raise additional money for paying the loans or for funding other government programs. Right now, secondly, I want to comment on the issue of areas for National Water and Sewage Corporation. I think government agents have this habit of not paying utilities. The same thing has been happening with the internet. NITAU has been struggling with the government agencies because they are not paying internet until they decided that this should be deducted from source. I want to agree with you, Right Honourable Speaker, your proposal that for utilities like water, these MDAs, their money should be deducted from source so that National Water and Sewerage Corporations can raise the funds to implement its programs. Lastly, I want to talk about the issue of repairs or boreholes in rural areas. I think Minister needs to tell us whether districts really do get some resources to repair boreholes. In my constituency, I'm overwhelmed with repairing boreholes. You know? And my constituency is one of the constituencies which is having low water coverage in the district. And the Koboko district generally has about 62% water coverage. And this is mainly this is only in a few sub-counties. And some counties have really very low coverage of water. So Minister needs to explain whether districts really do get some resources to repair boreholes, because we also need to address the mismanagement at the level of the districts. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Grace, Honourable Rebiambu, Honourable Moreno, sir.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to commend the committee for the good report. Mine will be on power. In Kisoro, where I come from, we have situations where power was brought. We have had rich areas, but the poles were passed far away and in very high voltage. We did not get transformers to get this power to people. So there's that situation where we have power lines that are not serving people. We will remember that Kisoro is a tourism area. We have 5-star hotels. We have hotels that host a lot of tourists, but most of these hotels do not have water. The same applies to power and water. You'll find these hotels don't have water and they're using rain harvested water. So please consider Kisoro as you do the budgeting. Thank you so much. And also for NFA, I will also side with recommendation that they are given this the money for afforestation, because it has not been happening. It was there, but they stopped it. We need this money to afforestate Uganda because the environment has to be saved. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to thank the Chair and the committee for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to begin by supporting your idea of paying bills from the source. I sit on Parliamentary Health Committee, and during the time of budget framework papers and ministerial policy statements, all regional referral hospitals had water bills of over 500 million, save for other entities that I don't sit on the committees. So saving that and paying bills from the source, I think will solve a lot of problems. Right Honourable Speaker, in the wake of the drying up of rivalries in Mbarara, Mbarara City and Mbarara District residents have really suffered the shortage of water. And especially public entities like facilities. With Wera Health Center for some times, people, especially women, who have come to give birth are told to come with their own water. Our hopes have been with Kagera Water Project. May I know from the Chair and the Minister of Water and Environment, how far Kagera Water Project has gone. Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to distribution and extension of rural water, we are looking at equity but also priority of areas which dry so fast, like the cattle corridor areas where Kashari falls. I would request that we look into that when we are giving priority to areas in extension of rural water. Lastly, I want to support Honorable Taylor with the issue of solving water problem, like the way we solved the roads problem by providing at least 1 billion for power, for electricity, for every district. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Sormorin. Honorable Rinda. Honorable Net, Honorable Kunjiri, Honorable Betty.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For us, for the cities, we all have one alternative source to water, that is tap water. Because boreholes and dams, according to the policy of national water, does not apply for the cities. In the event where there is no water completely, we are disadvantaged. What plans do you have for us as the Ministry of Water? Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I expected this committee to also capture. We have 3 people from Arua City who vacated their own land for the airfield. Until date, they have never been compensated, and they are still expecting. The others were, but the 3 up to date, they have never been compensated.
For what project?
For the airfield. The land, they gave out their, their land.
That's physical infrastructure, Honorable. You will raise it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Arua City and West Nile at large needs more feeders from UETCL substation in Muni. Because right now we all have one line that is connecting from Arua City up to Moyo. On Saturday, there's a truck that knocked one of the lines, and the entire city, West Nile actually, went black for 3 hours. That means businesses in Arua City and also referral hospitals came to stand still. So I request that as we budget, we need more money such that we can have more feeders to UECL. Last, Right Honorable Speaker, West Nile now has reliable power. We thank the government of NRM. We now have power, but we need mechanism of how they can now attract industries in that region. Since we are battling with unemployment, we need government to have that mechanism for the people of West Nile. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Rinda Irene, Honorable Net Mugisa, Honorable Dr. Tahigwa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also want to thank the chair and the committee for this elaborate report. Mr. Speaker, sir, my point of concern is under the water grant. Yes, it is true, new cities were created, and these cities, some parts of these cities are still very rural, whereby you find we have a population of people who cannot afford tap water. And the national water does not have the capacity to provide water to each and every corner of the cities. So we find most of the areas do not have water, and yet our cities are not receiving water money for water grant, which has become a challenge, leaving most of the people without water. And sometimes we find ourselves we have to go now and sink boreholes and also repair them. So my prayer, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that Minister of Water should consider providing money for water grant to the newly created cities. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, is about the scale-up program. When this program was launched, almost each and every district and city was allocated a number of connections. We mobilized people who applied, paid money, but only very few were connected. And some of these people people who paid money. They are the very people who had applied previously in the program of rural electrification. So most of the people are saying, why is government taking away our money and not providing services? So I want to support the recommendation that ministry should be given more money, and at least each district and city should be allocated 1 billion for connectivity of electricity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Annette Mugisha.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to appreciate the committee for the comprehensive report. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee once again for prioritizing rural electrification. However, I have a concern. Number one, I would like to know the plans the ministry has to survey and do the mapping of all villages in the whole country, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, if this one is not done, then the Ugandans will not be sure that the government of Uganda is planning for them to get power. Right Honourable Speaker, I've traversed the whole of Bushenyi district. I have looked at all the villages. There are many villages that are not surveyed, and those villages that are connected to power, some homesteads have power, and in the same village, half of the village has no power. And yet when you go to the system, you find that that village is taken as a village that has power. So there is a very big problem, which I want to request the colleagues that since it is budgeting time, why can't we allocate funds to the ministry to do the survey in the whole country? Because according to me, that is basic. We become proactive so that when the money is available, we know where to start and where to begin. Right Honourable Speaker, some members of parliament have started doing that job. But for me, I think it is not sustainable. Let's know those villages that are connected to the grid and those that are not connected to the grid. And there we shall be able to move from one level to another. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Tahigwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for their good report. But, Right Honourable Speaker, I have the following concerns. There was a recommendation for 75 billion for the completion of the unfinished works for electricity connection, especially in areas where there are poles that are standing, that are actually being destroyed. Recently, Right Honourable Speaker, there was an advert for that, and I saw 2 districts being advertised. I wanted to seek clarification from the minister whether this advert is going to wait for this funding in the coming financial year, or if it is going to be in this financial year. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, there is the issue of UDCL. I don't know their capacity, but I saw in the recommendation they wanted to they recommended some money kind of to functionalize UEDCL. For 2 weeks now in Rukunjiri municipality, in areas of farmers and Utagasi, they don't have electricity. The transformer was got a challenge. But despite the effort to inform them, there is nothing that has been done. I'm therefore wondering the capacity of Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited on how they are going to handle our issues. Thirdly, Right Honourable Speaker, we had a water project in Rukunjiri, the Kahenje water project, which I think is a white elephant. They did, the Ministry of Water and Environment did the project and later handed over to National National Sewerage and National Water and Sewerage Corporation. But we don't have the water. You know, national water is struggling. I therefore want to call upon maybe the Auditor General's office that we need a serious audit of that project. And if possible, also the IGG should come in. We need to understand what really happened, what took place in the Kahenje water project. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, Minister, that project, Kahenje water project, when we were on the tour of Western Uganda, of Kigezi, it was also raised to the president. It was raised to the president, then I saw it in news that you came, commissioned the project, but the moment you left with the water. It releases air. After spending how many billions? So when you see the honorable member from the municipality, Kunjiri municipality, raising it, it's a very, very serious issue. How do you commission a project and then you come, you pump, it comes out, then when you go, it dries up. Well, did you connect water by Bluetooth to make it release water for commissioning, and then now network is not connected? What's the problem? Yes, Honorable Betty Ngora, Honorable Naomi Chivaju, youth.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join my colleagues in thanking the Chair for the report. I have two issues, Right Honorable Speaker. One is on power. I emphasize that power connection should be connected to the rural areas. These days we have centers, trading centers that are very busy. The young people are into welding. The young women are also doing tailoring. Now tailoring, they want to do designs, and the machines they have can't do that. So we need power. Where there are poles, there are no transformers. We need that fixed, Right Honorable Speaker. Two, and lastly, is on one water source per village. One water source per village is not adequate. This is my comment, Right Honorable Speaker. And it is my appeal to His Excellency, the President of Uganda, that come 2026, when he's back into office, as he's a good planner, can he plan for 2 water sources per village? Because we have women, children in those villages. And I know very well our population of Uganda is growing. So we need that planning. Now to the Minister, some of us are really carrying heavy burden, repairing boreholes every month, and it is taking a toll on us. Sometimes in a month, you have to do 10 boreholes. Please, you have to respond to that. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chivaju. Honorable Agnes Chiraba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also want to appreciate the committee for a report. I also appreciate government for finding alternative sources of energy, because for many years we have depended on electric energy. It is high time that we look at atomic energy, as we have heard from the report, and especially solar energy for our rural areas. Right Honorable Speaker, in many parts, in the villages, you find that electricity comes and bypasses many homes because they cannot afford to put it in their individual homes and in their individual businesses. So while we appreciate government, we want it to look more seriously also in the area of solar energy. On the issue of environment, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know why government has not really been aggressive and putting an aggressive policy on tree planting in our rural areas and even in the city, because you find so many times so many people are involved and it is not coordinated. You find schools planting here, Rotary Club planting here, Lions Club, but there is no government effort, seriously, to implement tree planting in this country. And yet, as you can see, the weather is changing and it is really harming our country extensively. My last point, Right Honorable Speaker, this issue has been on this floor for many, many years. And we are talking about plastics in this country. The soils of Uganda, Kavera, that is plastic, Right Honorable. The soils of Uganda are being depleted because of this. I don't know why. The policy comes into place, then in another year it goes back, we still continue to see these plastics. With the construction of roads in our rural areas, Right Honorable, when they open a new road with this new equipment, that's when you see what Kavera is made of in this country. There is plastic in trading centers, plastic in homes, plastic in the gardens. I don't know in the next 50 or 20 years where this country will be. So I urge government really to take this issue seriously.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Right Honour.
Thank you. You Central Namisindwa.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to thank the Chair and the committee for the well-detailed report, and a good report actually. Right Honourable Speaker, about electricity, I also support the allocation of 20 billion to the electricity scale-up project, because we all know that we have excess in generation of power, but distribution is the problem. So I think if this 20 billion is allocated, it will help in our constituencies. Right Honourable Speaker, in my district, Ruwero, we have a problem of power shortage. Power is off now. It's on in 2 hours, then it's off in the next 5 hours. This has affected health facilities, schools, and other institutions. I actually visited Chalgondo Health Center 3 in Katikamu sub-county, and I found the hospital using lamps in maternity wards, and this also touched me, so I had to raise it. The ministry should help us, and they work on that problem. Right Honourable Speaker, my other point is I support the recommendation of the committee to allocate 50 billion to national water to provide a clean water source to every village in Uganda. Personally, I'm overwhelmed by constructing and repairing boreholes in my home area. I will not mention. But I hope that when this allocation is made, it will help us a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Indwa, Honorable Mroni, then the doctor behind, then Honorable Nzima.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Chair and the committee for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to comment on the issue of arrears on water and give a testimony from Butabika Hospital. Right Honourable Speaker, Butabika Hospital heed the advice of government of paying water bills as soon as the releases are made. And while they were interfacing with the Committee on Health, they testified that they have no water bill arrears because they followed those directives. And secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, they have also tapped into water harvesting. They have installed tanks around the hospital, and it helps them in general cleaning. I want to propose that even as we allocate resources in development and constructing new premises in hospitals, we should put a provision of water harvesting so that this water harvested can help in doing the general cleaning of hospitals to reduce on the bills that are incurred when they are brought forward. Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue is on electricity. Right Honorable Speaker, the fluctuation of electricity to government institutions, more especially hospitals, they are also taking us back because the power is not stable and it's destroying the machines that we buy and install in these hospitals, which are very expensive and very costly. I want to appeal to the Minister of Energy that we know that hospitals have got arrears, but that fluctuation of power every now and then in the hospitals is again giving us another burden by destroying the equipment that we spend money on buying because the power is not stable. Let's deduct money on source and pay the bills, but also ensure that power in our government institutions, more especially hospitals, are stable to make sure that we save the machines that we buy. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, surveying and demarcation of boundaries in our national forests. I know most of us and our constituents are living in fear because any time National Forest Authority comes up and says you're within the national park. I remember last time the Speaker gave a testimony that his father's land and many people around.
I think that was sabotage that you don't raise my complaint. Concluded. Speak for me, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. When we were debating the report on the forest reserves, demarcating and having proper demarcations, the Speaker did mention that there are sub-counties, town councils, his home included, and his father's place. They were all included in the national park. And yet they have lived there for many, many, many years. I believe that once this money is provided, resurveying is done, and the proper boundaries are clearly marked and opened, it will save the conflict that is between the people, and the Speaker and his family will be saved. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I'm not a chimpanzee to live in the forest. It's the forest that was coming to encroach on our area. So, yeah, so that's why we need to survey properly so that I stop being categorized as a chimpanzee or a buffalo, you know. Honorable Irene Moroni.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to join colleagues in thanking the committee for a very elaborate report and their observations and recommendations. In principle, energy, water, environment, very critical. We need to give them full support so that they are able to give us the services and address all these challenges that we are all talking about. When we look at energy, since the mainstreaming of REA to the ministry, we've seen a good number of projects stall. We don't know what actually is happening. The minister needs to update us what actually is going on. The contractors who have been constructing those lines, many of them are not paid. They are actually going bankrupt. So in terms of arrears, government is crippling the private sector in the energy, that is doing work in the energy sector. They are closing their companies. So who is going to do the work for us? We will end up with foreign companies now taking on the role instead of supporting our own local companies to actually do the work in the energy sector. So the arrears of the about 76 billion, which was tabled, needs to be secured so that these contractors are paid and they continue to finish these projects. When you look at the counterpart funding for these projects, the Committee on National Economy used to have a criteria where all boxes would have to be ticked before a loan is approved. So how come that the time of implementation, then counterpart funding disappears? What is really the problem? I would like to hear from the minister. When we look at the scale-up project, many of these places, materials were distributed, but work is incomplete. We set out here to electrify all sub-counties in this country. I would like the minister to tell us, as we stand now, how many sub-counties are still without electricity? Because this loan was secured, the Tibea loan. It was for electrifying all sub-counties in the country. Where are we at this material time? Now that UEDCL has taken over, if we don't support it and capitalize it to do work, we are going to slide back. So we must avail this 75 billion for UEDCL to capitalize it so that...
Thank you. Now, that Tibea project, and Honorable Chair, I hope you will get time, you give it attention. I've asked several times here. I want to know one transformer it did. Yeah, you can see the minister shaking his head. Honorable Minister, that project I participated in the passing of its loan as a member of the National Economic Committee. 2, I was a member of the Natural Resources Committee. My areas which you included, which are supposed to benefit from that project, none got. And that project, honorable colleagues, was for the whole country. Every sub-county in the whole country was supposed to get electricity. Okay? Yeah. So now when I hear some of these new Rasmaya, you wait for the sub-counties, what happened to that project? I think, Honorable Chair, I know you know about it very well. I will not need to appoint a select committee or an ad hoc committee. I will assign you this, the issue of the Tibea project, a special assignment on Tibea project as the chair of natural resources. If it worked, yes, MPs will be here. I haven't had MPs here saying Tibea, I don't know, colleagues. You know, tell us if you know Tibea delivered that project for you. You know, Tibea project. Yeah. So Dr. Isamat, I had allowed Dr. Isamat, followed by Honorable Nzima, then Leku, Honorable Leku, Honorable Sowed, then Kapchora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I would like to thank the chair and the committee for the good report. Mr. Speaker, my issue goes to the town councils and other urban town councils, which were actually mentioned in a statement made by the minister at Kololo. My town council, Mukura Town Council, in Ngora district, was among those town councils that the minister said that this financial year, the work to extend piped water to that town council would be complete this financial year. However, since the beginning of this financial year, nothing has been done. And I want to believe that it is the same thing happening to other town councils. And since town councils accommodate a lot of human population, I would like to implore the chairperson and the Minister of Water and Environment. Those town councils should be given priority so that some of those unfinished projects should also be completed. Then the second issue, I would like to borrow from a colleague who proposed that according to the current proposal, a village is supposed to have a borehole. But I was shocked in my district, Ngora, when the LOC 5 said that in every financial year, it is only 2 boreholes that are allocated to Ngora district. He went ahead to say that in the ministry, that Ngora is said to have been covered 90%, meaning that almost every village has a borehole. There is a colleague who has just mentioned that she is always burdened to repair, to even drill boreholes, and that is what is happening in those districts where boreholes are very few. It is even worse in water-stressed areas like Ngora district, Soroti, Katakwi, Amuria, Agago, and others.
Continue.
This is I would call it a pandemic of water scarcity. And in a situation where water is generally scarce, things cannot go well. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, in Teso, we have a lot of fear. And our voters have always tasked us to explain what is happening in Teso. We have had so many planes hovering, even from flying school, over the water, everywhere. Some have even landed on the rocks. People are asking, what are those planes doing? And the common knowledge that is there now, that they are doing what? Mineral surveys, what, and so forth. Now the question is, every village in Teso, people are asking, where have they discovered the minerals? And the Honorable Minister is from our own area. I think he should be able to, he's even my friend, he should even be able to give us the details. Because the recent report that was presented by Honorable Lokeris, the Minister for Energy, identified the Kyoga Basin as one of the areas with the oil and the minerals. Now they want those details, and if we don't tell them the details, some of us might have issues when it comes to this 2026 election. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Leku. Oh, Honorable Nzima first, then Leku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to also appreciate and thank the committee for the very good report. Most of the issues have been touched by colleagues, but mine is the emphasis. Mr. Speaker, sir, under Rural Water Project, which was implemented and funded by World Bank, a number of water projects were started, and many of these projects were abandoned. According to the Ministry of Water, that the value of the money kept on deteriorating. Therefore, the earlier earmarked projects could not be finished. This includes around 3 projects in my constituency. When we passed the last budget, this running budget of this year, after the President returned the budget, the report, the bill, one of the areas that were considered were these water sources that were supposed to be produced. They were drilled, but what was left was production. But the argument was that part of the money would be meant to finish these projects. But up to now, there are 2 sources in my constituency. That's in Irodo, Paris, in K sub-county, and also in Aoba. The sources have just remained like that. There's no status report as to what had happened. My understanding, therefore, is that if this 35.5 billion is meant to finish these water sources, to produce the water across these various districts where the water sources had installed, the piping of the water had installed, I support this. Secondly, the issue of 75 billion for electricity. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about the issue of electricity here, day and night. The president was in my district on Saturday when I was moving in my constituency in those various sub-counties to mobilize people. They kept on challenging me because some of those poles were there since 2017. Up to now, nothing has been done. So we are thinking of starting other projects. I will think that we should finish with these projects which we have already started. The lines which have been abandoned, we should really extend the power. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of giving around 3.1 billion to NFA for protection of natural forests. In my opinion, NFA is responsible for destruction of our forests. Nobody will understand this, but I come close to a...
Thank you. Honorable Nzima, can you conclude that point?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, before the encroachment of K National Forest, our home was the last home towards the what? Towards the forest. But I saw people encroaching this forest, officials of National Forest Authority watching on. And it will appear it is a strategy. Because once people deplete this part of the forest, they go and start planting eucalyptus, teak. So as if the encroachment is a good strategy for them to deplete the forest, then they go ahead and what? And plant these other species. And yet these have been a natural resource and also natural trees. So when you go there, the indigenous tree species is disappearing while they are planting new. But the question is, who are those who are planting these trees? They have not come out clearly. It's as if there are people within National Forest Authority who look into this and use it as a strategy to plant their own trees. I therefore don't support this. Honorable Anne Adeke had said here that many of these people who deal in Chaco, they come all the way from northern Uganda up to Kampala. And the dealers keep on bribing. Actually, the people who are being bribed are people who are National Forest Authority staff. Therefore, claiming that they need more money for protection, I don't really support this because I see what they do. When they were
Thank you. Now, but the issue of Chaco, I was engaging Professor Menason Toheyo and Honorable Ariko, Chair, when you're handling that Zoka issue, kindly I request maybe you invite him from Makerere, Professor Menason Toheyo from Makerere University, a School of Forestry. Professor Menason Toheyo, I'll give you his details. He told me there is a species which grows in 2 years and produces charcoal. That's how many countries are now managing charcoal. You plant, in 2 years, it's ready to harvest, and you do charcoal. Because it might be difficult to do away with charcoal. So these people who are cutting down the parks, the forest, you know, I think it's a matter of strategy. It's a matter of strategy as a country on where we want to go. If people want to use charcoal, can we see maybe a way of people being helped to plant trees that you can harvest quickly and you get charcoal? Otherwise, now it's going to be a business of cartel, and it will be profitable for those who are well connected and powerful. Yes. Leku?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also thank the committee for a good report. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the debate that we need an affirmative action for electricity in Uganda because it forms the backbone of development of this country. So we really need it. We still have many sub-counties which are not connected, including some in Terego. They are not connected, and yet we had Tibia. Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. We need an investigation into a Tibia project because very many kilometers of the Tibia project got lost. And many of them are in people's farms. They are diverted to connect farms in this country instead of connecting sub-counties. So we need an investigation into the whole project to see where the lines went. Mr. Speaker, I will address myself to policy issues. The issue of net metering in this country. We do not have a policy on net metering. Net metering is where if you have a renewable energy source in your home or in your entity, you can be able to sell. You can sell it to the grid when you have excess, or you buy when you have low. So we need this policy to come in because many people have taken up renewable energy. They have a lot of power, but they don't know where to source, but they could earn from it. Then the other issue is the energy mix, which I think should be incorporated into the building board, especially for commercial houses, where we could say within a building, they should be able to generate about 20% of power. And this power, so that we stop use of generators in this city. We can start with Kampala and go to other cities. Because you see, when power goes off, especially in Kampala, everybody goes to generator. And this is something we can avoid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So wait.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to join my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to thank the committee for the beautiful report. Mr. Speaker, I have two issues. One is on clean water per village. Mr. Speaker, in this country, and particularly in my constituency, I have villages where people bathe in turns. That if you bathe on Monday, you will be told not to bathe on Tuesday because of scarcity of water.
No, Honorable, I thought that was because of witchcraft. So, do they sleep with their wives also in turns? The day you don't bathe, you don't sleep together?
Mr. Speaker, it's a very big problem that we have areas where women walk distances 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers looking for water. That if a lady walks to collect water, she will not do any other work. And that their productivity now in terms of contributing to the family is very low because they waste a lot of time. In the report, the committee is recommending 50 billion per year. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, I think they deserve more than the 50. I want to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment that whenever they allocate resources to them, you usually see work being done. They are only being betrayed by the resources. It is this time, Right Honorable Speaker, that I want to beg the House to give them enough resources so that our people can access clean and safe water. In the morning, Right Honorable Speaker, when we were debating the report on health, one of the colleagues said that we need to focus on preventive measures so that we don't spend a lot of money at the hospital in procuring supplies. My opinion is that if we invest in clean and safe water for the rural areas, we shall have arrested many diseases, and therefore we will not spend a lot of money in terms of supplies in the health centers. The second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to is the issue of surveying, demarcation.
Thank you. Yes, Kapchora, Chirhura, Moses. then Choma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the committee for the good reports. I have two issues. One is a complaint about unstable power in Kapchorwa and the whole Sebei region. So like many people have talked about, it is really very, very bad in our sub-region. It is affecting so many businesses, operations in hospitals, and so forth. I want to thank government for giving us, for giving our people Operation Wealth Creation, those projects, the UWEP, GROW, PDM. The money is now with the people. They are trying their best to make money. But electricity is betraying them. Because the youth who are carrying out saloons cannot do it. You put on power, it is on for some few minutes, it goes off. You are cooking, in the middle way, it is off. So it is really very annoying, and it is my humble request to the Ministry of Energy to ensure that the power that we are receiving should be very stable, so that we are stable in all that we are doing in our villages. The other thing is about water. Not water, but tree planting. Tree planting is one of the things that we need to do to mitigate climate change. I've moved around the whole Uganda. I've seen some areas which are very, very bad, which need trees. So to this effect, I'm requesting the Ministry of Water and Natural Resources to equip us with the seedlings. While we go out there for campaigns, we need to add value to our campaigns by also delivering seedlings to the people. So those are my few remarks. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chirura.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the Chair and the committee for the very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, my first point will be on electricity. I want to support the committee on their request of 75.6 billion for electricity supply. Right Honorable Speaker, it is terrible outside there in our districts. People really are suffering. We have mobilized the community about value addition. People have gone into that. Some cooperatives have bought milk coolers, but we don't have electricity. So we need to support the entity. We need to provide electricity to ensure development. There is a colleague who proposed that if we can provide like a stable income, like 1 billion, like how we did to loads, Right Honorable Speaker would have solved a lot. We cannot talk of any development without electricity. I have sub-counties, Right Honorable Speaker, I have sub-counties that where we really need electricity. Sub-counties of Retamo, sub-counties of Chinoni, Right Honorable Speaker, Kenshunga sub-county, Chirhura Town Council. Yes, Chirhura Town Council, and so many others. Right Honorable Speaker, I really support the committee on the issue of electricity. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about water. We are really suffering, especially the villages. You find out in the whole sub-county, there is no clean water. I will talk of sub-counties of Chikatsi. I will talk about the sub-counties of Retamo. I will talk about the sub-counties of Renshande. I will talk about Chitura, I will talk about Akayanja, I will talk about Kashonji. People are badly off. We really need water in our area. Women are moving distances, 10 kilometers, to go and look for water. People are still taking water with animals. Right Honourable Speaker, we need water in my district, Chiruhura. We need water in my district, Chiruhura. We need electricity. And I read.
Thank you. You know, honorable colleague, the president first focused on serving others before he can go. Yes, honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I want to thank the chair, and I want to recognize that this committee provides two major service delivery areas, especially to almost all of us, including Dokolo North. I want to mention the issue of water. Water from Dokolo in Kachung we provide water to Lira City. We provide water to Dokolo Town Council. But the people where that service is from, they do not have piped water. I request that you consider and support the people from Kachung so that they can have piped water, because we have tried to sink boreholes and the water is salty. Now what should we do? I request you to consider that. The second issue about water, the water sources, the budget which we have had here for 50 billion, I would request that we ring-fence at least 14.6 for repair of boreholes, not new ones, repair, because we are spending a lot on repair. Lastly, I want to mention the issue of electricity. The electricity we are doing so badly. I would request the minister to pronounce himself, because we have gone even to him many times about electricity in Dokolo North, but it is not yet there. The Scale-Up project which you are mentioning does not touch the areas where we are connecting sub-counties. Let's have that cleared, because I don't see clearly the budget which is not in the area of scaling up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Choma. Then Honorable Itungo. Then Oseko.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair and his committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, right away, I want to talk about this Scale-Up project, which gave us much hope when we had just started this term. And our good friend, Honorable Okasai, the minister, had even given us records of what would be done in our constituencies in terms of connections and the kilometers to be covered. But up to now, nothing is done. Right Honourable Speaker, when you read the report, it's very clear. We just need 21 billion to unlock the other 345 plus billion. Surely, I want to ask the minister and the finance officials who are here, how much have we paid in the form of commitment fees since we approved this project up to now? You may find it could even be more than 21 billion. What are we doing? So, Chair, I want to support the committee. Let's get the money for this Scale-Up project so that really we benefit from these funds. You go to places, for example, in my constituency, our biggest town is Ishongoro town. But what we would have as the central market, power just bypasses. They don't have power. But we have money which has been there. And by now, I'm very sure the commitment fees could be close to 21 billion or could be more than that. So it beats logic. Then secondly, about the Umeme takeover from UEDCL, and then the reduction in the tariffs. It is UCDR taking over from Umeme. But my emphasis on the reduction in the tariffs. We appreciate the reduction. Actually, when you pay now, if you have been used to paying a certain uniform amount, you will see the units becoming more. However, the concern is, like other colleagues have already said, we are facing a lot of, I don't want to call it road shading, but we don't have light. There is no power. It is on and off. People's gadgets are being destroyed. Why I don't want to call it road shading? Because I know the power we are using is less than the power we are generating. So what's happening? We appreciate the reduction in tariffs, but why can't we have?
Thank you. Honorable Bitungo. But how come it is in Uganda, where if it threatens to rain, power goes? Honorable Minister Okasai. I just ask the uniqueness of the power projects and program in Uganda. When it threatens to rain, power goes. And yet in other countries, it rains, even thunderstorms, but power remains on. But here, once it threatens like this, power goes. Once it clears properly, then power is back. Why is power scared of rain, power in Uganda? Why is it scared of rain, Honorable Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I also want to join my colleagues to thank the chair and the committee for the report. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I think it is common sense that water is life. And these government agencies, including individuals who are not paying for water bills, sincerely they are bordering terrorism. So we need to, as you guided, move a motion that the water bills or utility bills should be paid direct to the national water, not through these agencies. Because I've seen the reports where you find utilities are unfunded priorities. In an agency, how can water, which is life, be an unfunded priority really? So, colleagues, you know these good government programs, the PDM and the rest, without water for production and electricity, these projects are just, I think, there is no value for money. So I think, Mr. Speaker, you allow, I move a motion that the utility bills should be deducted and sent direct to national water so that we avoid this crisis. Otherwise, even in the last financial year, we are discussing the same areas, and as if we are not getting a solution. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of electricity, in 2019, I got a project in my constituency from REA. The project is up. Transformers, poles, wires, everything. But during COVID period, because of strict movements at night, a line was vandalized. So up to now, 6 years, there is nothing that has happened. When you ask Umeme, former Umeme, say that's not a project. So Honourable Minister, the whole sub-county, people gave in their land on assumption that they'll get connection. But the entire sub-county is in darkness. They are seeing transformers and wires and poles all over, just a wire to reconnect the line and people get power. And I want to find out, to Right Honourable Speaker, as you are saying, whether the issue is money. Issue may not be money. The project of Tebea they're talking about, the loan was approved. So I think there must be an error in the equation, but the issue may not be money. So I want to thank you, but I want the Minister to find out what happened to that project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Seku.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I would also like to thank the committee for the report. However, it's very unfortunate that in the recommendation for 20 billion towards the electricity access scaler project, it is taking the House to temptation. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, the money that was approved in terms of a loan for this project was $331.5 million. And like the question was asked, how much money do we pay in terms of commitment fees? And I recall that the ministry needed 100 billion shillings for I think if I remember well, for counterpart funding on this project. So to say you require 20 billion now, 21 billion only, is to say that the project is not going to deliver as we expected. 2022 is when we approved this project, and 2025 we are still on your marks. I think something needs to be done. The Honorable Minister, when he came for this loan, assured the House, and want him to explain, the Minister for Finance, that they had the money for counterpart funding. Right Honorable Speaker, the House should not be taken for granted all the time. We need an explanation from the Minister, and we will need him to take responsibility for all the money that we are paying in terms of commitment fees for this project. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, we have a problem. Kenya banned the burning of charcoal, and now we are serving two countries. Uganda is the supplier of charcoal to Kenya, and the rate at which charcoal is being burned in this country is too much. Environmental degradation is high, and we are going to stand a risk of the worst effect of climate change as a country. And this charcoal passes through our border posts. So what is happening? I think Ministry of Internal Affairs, Security, and East African Community, and all the concerned need to be questioned. They must answer this question. How does charcoal pass through international borders to go to another country? Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have talked about energy mix. And whereas we are talking about powering our areas using hydroelectric power, we should also be talking about how to support people with the solar power.
Thank you, Honorable Guzuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are paying taxes on batteries.
I have listened to a number of colleagues. What comes clear is that there's mismanagement of projects within government. TBA money did not do anything, and now they are saying the country has arrears of over 70-something to pay. I would not want to invite members to approve that without understanding what happened to the money we borrowed. Because the money we borrowed could have solved all those problems. To date, nobody is accounting for how that arrears arose. We have not seen people being prosecuted for mismanaging the project. We cannot have these things as business as usual. The other time we were talking about Omeme. And the people who signed Omeme are amongst us. They are not from heaven. They did a raw deal, and the country is paying heavy price. I expected the committee to tell us about the money Omeme owes government, because here we are grappling with resources. The other time the minister was saying UETCL, which was supplying power to Omeme, is owed 512 billion for supply of power. Why are we not reflecting that money anywhere? I expected the committee to give us innovative funding sources. For example, there's climate funding. I know World Bank and African Development Bank have combined to electrify 300 million Africans. How are we going to tap into this? How are we swapping our climate commitments for support with the donors who are ready to finance climate change? All those are not done. But key, Mr. Speaker, if someone is looking for a sign of backwardness, they need to come to our country. Why do I say that? 93% of the population in Uganda depends on biomass for energy. Charcoal, what we cook using this, even people here in Kampala. When you cook using biomass and yet there's gas cylinder and you continue to tax gas and the cylinder make it very expensive, it means you don't want to save the environment. The reason we are cutting down trees, the reason some areas have become dry, the reason we need our crops can now not perform well in certain areas is because there's no water. And all that is happening because we are depending on biomass. So going forward, I really want to invite us to increase that budget of.
Thank you. Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, can the Minister clarify to us whether the bill, the law that we passed here to rationalize NFA has been signed? Because we are getting feelers that it has not been signed. And if it has not been signed, by law, it means NFA has remained. So can you clarify to the House what has happened? Because we know it takes only 30 days. If it expires before it's signed, automatically it collapses. May you clarify to us. 2, Right Honorable Speaker, again, on the issues of incomplete projects. The chairman knows 2018-2019, water for production, your ministry came and dug these drills holes in Kasilo County, in Soroti County, in Amuria. But the one of Soroti, the one of Serere, and specifically in Bugondo sub-county, it has never been evacuated. How can we not have that money to complete that project 6-7 years down the road? I've raised this with the ministry so many times, and it has not happened. Can we get to know why it has happened? The issue of Honorable Minister for Energy, the project under your ministry, which we started, I think it gives clout to government when you come and commission them. If they are completed and you don't commission them, what does that mean? May I now invite you to Kasilo to commission the project that you set up there, and you have not commissioned. Of course, there are some irregularities. Please, that is how government can be felt. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of afforestation. The NFA has land in Bugondo Hills, in the Bugondo sub-county. It's one forested places which has the baboons. It's the only national forest that we have in Kasilo. But people have encroached. Your staff are there. They are not helping the situation. People are cutting off the trees. If it is not followed up, it will be a very, very big problem in the next 1 or 2 years. It will just be a desert. So please, I want to request you to ask the NFA people to up the game to have that issue sorted. Finally, on this electrification extension, because when we pass that loan here, that will be passed to every sub-county.
Thank you, Honorable Nandara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we passed here a loan for making water for agriculture, in fact irrigation, in last parliament, in every constituency. I don't know where Honorable Bat is here. He really fought for it, and the loan was passed. But I don't see this water in these constituencies. What happened to that money? Number 2, of course, I want to ask the chairperson of the committee, with your committee, investigate that loan and find out what happened to the money, because the money was released or it is hanging somewhere. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, energy is very vital for production. In fact, if electricity is provided everywhere, deforestation will stop. But even if we don't have enough, first of all, but where it is, a normal person cannot afford. For example, to have a connection, you need maybe $500,000. I have a house which is worth 100,000. How do I spend $500,000 to have power in my house? I think it must be a deliberate effort for government to have free connections to these villages. And if you don't connect them, they are going to steal it. That's how people are dying. They are using chain link, barbed wires, illegal connection, and the people are dying, and also even that's a loss to electricity. So I want to ask the minister, what efforts have you put in place to ensure that the connections are there in places where it is? Of course, there are some places where there is nothing. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I think we are producing the best power in this country, in this world, hydro. But I don't see why this power is very expensive and is not reaching people. I would ask government to really do the costing again. Of course, we know one of the problems is Bujagali, with criminals who are overpricing power because they are using it for an investment engine, and that's where they're even stealing us, the people of Uganda. But why should our power be expensive?
But, Honorable, who are those you're calling criminals?
Mr. Speaker, we signed a contract here where people charge us twice. One, we pay return on investment, then again, they get dividend, then again, they have surplus, and then again, they are making profit. At the end of the day, we're losing. And there was a report here which came and said we have made a loss. These people should pay our money. That report has never been implemented up to date, and they are very busy coming every minute to ask for tax exemptions. Mr. Speaker, these are known.
Yeah, but Honorable, I know how you treat your colleagues. I know how you respect the corporate sector. For an investor who negotiated with you as a country and you signed, the language I think can change on it, because it's not here to defend themselves. They are not here to defend themselves. So that language, it could change. It could.
Mr. Speaker, if the language is very hard, what I'm trying to say, I withdraw those other statements and make it that there is a companies which are really freezing the people of Uganda in overpricing our own products. And this needs to be investigated further. I think that's better.
Better than calling someone a criminal. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, I'll start with water.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Allow me to thank my colleagues, honourable members of Parliament. First of all, the support you have given to us as a ministry. And I thank my chair, together with our committee, for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker, the questions were many. And many of them, they were just appreciating and sympathizing with us. So, for me, what I have realized, honourable members, you know our problems, and you have given us support by supporting us, the government, to give us money. Thank you so much. I want to give clarification on three issues. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to give information about Kihenje water project. Honourable Member of Parliament, the information I have is contradicting. The Honourable Member of Parliament is saying that, together with the Speaker, that the project is down. It is not serving its purpose. But the technical people are telling me that the project is working. Kahenje project, that it is working, Right Honourable Speaker, but
what we need is money to extend water from Kanoni.
Honorable Minister, can I request you yourself, you visit this project next week, you come and you tell us what
That was my suggestion, Right Honorable Speaker. That I'm going to, I have to go there myself to ascertain what is happening, and what they are telling me that we will just lack money to transfer water from Kanoni tank to other parts. So I want to go there, and I plan to go there next week, Right Honorable Speaker. About conditional grants, I feel bad and it is true, the MPs are suffering. You are suffering, it is true. You are the ones who are making repairs of these boreholes. Yet the government is providing money to each district every financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, allow me to avail information, at least for the 4 last financial years, from 2021 to date, concerning the releases that have been going to our districts. I will do it. And I would like to suggest that, Right Honorable Speaker, as a way forward, let us constitute a committee, a district water committee at the district level, and these honorable members of parliament should be the head of those committees, like the way we have been doing with roads committee in our districts. So I'm going to write to the cows, directing them to constitute, and together to I'm going to write to the honorable members of parliament and to the cow, so that we constitute those committees. I'm sorry for the cities. The law does not allow us. Honorable member who requested that we should give cities conditional money. We can't, because the law does not allow us. You can't have a cake and eat it. We get the cities, we requested for cities, and we got them, then the law quotes you. So I'm sorry, Honorable Member of Parliament. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this time. The law, I understand by the time the chairperson was beginning to read the report, he gave us a thorough information about the NFA. Maybe if you want
my question was, if it is true that the president has not assented to the law, then NFA has remained as authority. Is that the case? Because we have not had that. That's what I wanted to hear from you. Because for you as a ministry, you should be able to know, confirm to us that NFA is safe.
Thank you, Honorable. Let me give him opportunity to my chair to answer that one, because it is indicated in his report. Thank you so much. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, sir, just while Honorable Cooper was not yet back here, the committee reported that in as far as the information we have is concerned, the bill hasn't been assented to yet. Normally, where the law does not specify, it is implied that it's allowed. So the committee and the ministry will go ahead to ensure that the institution continues to operate until at such a time when it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister for Energy. Not issue by issue, but in general.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would wish to thank you for guiding the debate today. It is well guided, and I would wish to thank the committee for actually articulating where we have challenges in the energy and mineral sectors. In the presentation of the committee, it was very clear that we have challenges in electricity distribution. There is nothing that we can actually hide on electricity distribution, and all the questions that have been raised on electricity distribution are actually valid. Everybody would want to have electricity. Every village would want to have electricity. But the limiting factor, you have rightly identified it, it is funding. I liked what you raised on the floor. If you gave electricity, energy, 1 billion per district, it will be a one-off, because when I calculate 1 kilometer of a medium voltage costs me about 100 million. So if you gave me 1 billion, I would actually be able to take 100 kilometers in average to every district. That's medium voltage. And that would enable me also to take low voltage to the areas where I would want to take it. Only 10. 1 billion. 10, it is actually little. It is very little. So that actually tells you the type of funding which I would require. 1 billion, 100 million per kilometer. So that actually tells you the magnitude of funding. We know in the energy sector, we need at least $4 billion to electrify this country fully. So it is right that we need money. Also, the observation that you have made, that if we don't do any investment in generation, going by the rate of demand of electricity, we don't have excess electricity. 4 years down the road, we shall go back to load shedding. Continuously invest in the energy sector, generation, transmission, and then distribution. You rightly talked about stranded poles. You have talked about unpaid companies, the 75 billion that we need. Even if you gave me that money and I have not paid the arrears to the companies that are now in receivership, we may not be able to deliver electricity as we would wish. We need to clear our arrears because there is a lot that we owe to our own companies, the companies that construct those electricity lines. So 75 billion that has been asked is very important to enable us go forward. If you gave me the money and these companies are not paid, even now the lines which you say are actually stranded, some of them have got on running contracts, but the companies are shy to commit their own money. They will generate a certificate, I don't have money to pay them, they actually stop the work there until I've paid them. They now want to be paid by certificate of work which has been done. Unlike before, when they were accepting, they had confidence in the government to pay. So we need that money. Counterpart, electricity access scale-up project. You are right to say you have not seen a pole, because for every pole I'm going to take out, I need to compensate. This is an issue which we can debate as a country. You demand for electricity, I bring it, and then you want me to pay to give you electricity. But some of these government of Uganda funded projects, we actually don't go for compensation. So you actually see some of the lines which are going on. It is because there is no compensation, and those are government of Uganda funded projects. But the donor projects, or where we borrow money from the World Bank, they actually need for us to pay for every pole that you put down. So this is now an issue which we as a country can reflect and then see. First of all, finance says, yes, we shall give you counterpart funds. But at the end of it, there is no counterpart funds. So as a ministry, we debate among ourselves and say, why do we accept this money which requires counterpart funds? Why don't we borrow the money fully and we do a little work that the money can take, even if it means compensating? We should actually now be discussing, can we use even the World Bank funds that were borrowed to actually do the compensation if we must? So counterpart funds are extremely important for implementation of those borrowed funds which we get from the World Bank, African Development Bank. Islamic Development Bank is slightly more lenient. I can proceed to construct a line even if I have not compensated, so long as I promise. But the World Bank, any single pole which is not compensated can actually bring the whole project down if there are complaints. So counterpart funds are very important. Mining, I would appreciate that you have given us 10 billion.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to beg your indulgence to understand, because as the Minister has been answering, a major question that has been arising is that the TBEA money was a loan, the funds were availed, the projects were ongoing, but then midway, nothing, the whole thing stalled. As he's responding, he's now going to mining without answering that question. Wouldn't it be procedural right that he specifically answers the question of the monies of TBEA, Right Honorable Speaker?
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Minister. You can elaborate on it, but you also, we've assigned the committee to look into that matter specifically so that it's not crowded in others.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for that guidance. However, there were a number of projects that were running at the time when you had REA. That question was raised. All those projects, some of them actually expired because of counterpart funding. KFW ended without doing anything because they required counterpart funds. A majority of them actually ended without completing the works. And now on TBEA. TBEA was meant to deliver electricity to all sub-counties. The question was asked how many sub-counties were covered. Slightly over 400 sub-counties were covered under that project, and we're remaining with the 200 sub-counties which are not covered countrywide. How does this come about? First of all, we continue dividing sub-counties. So that money could not actually cover all the sub-counties. Many of the majority of the sub-counties which are not covered are actually new sub-counties. There were only very few that were not covered by TBEA. So I would actually say TBEA did a commendable job to the extent now we are writing a second phase of sub-county projects. But so long as we continue dividing...
Also TBEA?
It is not going to be TBEA. We are looking for alternative sources.
No, Honourable, just let the committee look into it.
Yes.
Because we know a lot of allegations on that issue, whereby projects which were covered, sub-countries which were covered under other projects are now put into accountability as if. I can tell you, Honourable Minister, in my own area, there are areas which one project would be prayed against another. One project, they get a project which was done especially under GOU, they put it under another project. So we know some of these things are open secrets. So, but I hope the committee will do a good job because the chair knows a lot about that project.
So
I'm only cautioning you about your statements.
Yes, Honorable
the
Chair.
commitments you're making here.
I'm not going to dwell on Tibea. Tibea is back to the committee. So I would end my discussion on Tibea. The tariffs are coming down. The tariffs are coming down. On the transition night, the tariff came down by 14%. And also for health facilities, the tariff is the second lowest for all hospitals. It is now 350 shillings per unit. This is an affirmative action for health services.
Oh no, Minister, I don't have much time.
You could tell us about e-mobility and the dimmed energy.
That question was not raised. Let me deal with what was raised. Now, the strategy on electricity, if you gave me the 1 billion, I will go by district. But the electricity is for productive purposes. We have got to target those productive areas. For example, we shall take it to the growth centers, to health centers, schools if we can, in one way or the other. Because if I put a solar on a school, if I put a solar in a health facility, it is electrified, according to me. It is not about grade. Grade is very expensive. So those areas where there are finished lines, I will take it upon myself to go and commission to show visibility. Confidence in the UEDCL. First of all, I must thank the House for accepting and getting us money for Umeme buyout. I must thank you very much. But at the same time, when you're giving me that money, you actually committed $50 million to support UEDCL. And then through the tariff, we also got $24 million. And we are comfortable that we shall be able to deliver better power supply. The confidence is coming. Umeme was investing about $30 million per annum. Now, government of Uganda, through you have actually given 74 million. So I don't have any reason to doubt that I will deliver power. There are transformers which have gone off. Yes, we are aware about them. During the transition period, we actually knew that Umeme could not invest on transformers, and 113 transformers are known to have actually gone off at the time of transition, and we are making sure that we know where they are, and we have already committed to putting those transformers back. 2 weeks from now.
Honorable, you don't continue allocating yourself time. You should conclude.
So, in conclusion, I would wish to appreciate again you for a healthy debate, a positive debate, and an understanding that we need money to deliver electricity to every community of this country. So I thank you very much.
Colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the Ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for financial year 2025-2026 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you. Chairman, you wanted to thank your members and colleagues.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you so very much. I want to thank honorable colleagues, particularly my ministers, the Minister for Energy and Minerals, and the Minister of Water and Environment. I want to thank the committee, the technical staff, all of us here for a very good interaction that we have had in as far as the water and environment sector and the energy and mineral sectors are concerned. Mr. Speaker, at another appropriate time, I'll get an opportunity to clarify one or two things that colleagues raised here, especially the one of Honorable Dr. Batua regarding the pricing of water. Actually, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what colleagues said here, the meters of water are run by the flow of water. There is no way a meter can roll if water is not going through it. So, Mr. Speaker, we will come to, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you so very much, and we appreciate. At an appropriate time, we will interact about this. I thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Item 3.5, Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs.
Honorable Chair. Chair, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, may I represent the report of the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs in regard to the Ministerial policy statements. Right Honourable Speaker, with your permission, I beg to lay on table the report of the committee, the minutes of the proceedings of the committee.
Oh, Chair, just sorry, I forgot one important step on our colleagues. The recommendations of the committee which have been adopted are referred to the Committee on Budget for consolidation, harmonization, and reconciliation as per Rule 149 of our Rules of Procedure. I'm sorry about that. And thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the report of the committee, the minutes of the proceedings of the committee, and I also want to bring it to the attention of the House that I have a minority report, which I also beg to lay on table. I beg to lay. Right Honourable Speaker, we scrutinized ministerial policy statements for the entities under the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, which include the following. Number 1, Vote 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Vote 133, Directorate of Public Prosecutions. Vote 102.
Procedure, Honorable Chibadia.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the report of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs is a very sensitive report. And none of the ministers in the docket.
Honorable, by the time you go for debate, they'll be here. I'm taking note. They are monitoring. And the chair of the Parliamentary Commission is here, one of the entities which are required. Honorable Chair, continue.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, Uganda Law Reform Commission, Vote 105. Vote 104, Parliamentary Commission. Vote 101, the Judiciary. Vote 148, Judicial Service Commission. Vote 109, Law Development Center. Vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission. Vote 103, Inspectorate of Government. And vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Right Honourable Speaker, we also received a presentation from the Shadow Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, and it formed part of our consultative process. In the interest of time, Right Honourable Speaker, I'll go to the committee recommendations and observations, which are on page 31. The committee made the following observations and recommendations under the different votes. Number one, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Number one, completion of the Jailhouse House. The Judicial Law and Order Sector House is an infrastructure development project aimed at strengthening good governance principles by making it easier for just sectoral institutions to coordinate and offer better services to this country. Right Honourable Speaker, this project was started. The institutions that will have their offices housed after completion include Uganda Prisons, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Tax Appeals Tribunal, Uganda Law Reform Commission, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Judicial Service Commission, and Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. The committee was informed that Phase 1 was being concluded while Phase 2, which is the construction of the police headquarters, is at 40%. And the parking deck were still behind schedule, and which requires shillings 55 billion and 17 billion respectively. These are contractually supposed to be completed by end of financial 2025-2026. Out of the required amount of 72 billion in total, only 16 billion has been provided, leaving a funding gap of 56 billion. The committee, in consideration of the value add to the sector by the completion of the Jailhouse House, recommended an additional 56 billion be provided in the financial 2025-2026 to enable the ministry to complete this house. Number two, construction of African humanitarian agents' offices and residential houses. Right Honourable Speaker, the African Humanitarian Agency is a specialized technical agency for the African Union, which is charged with the responsibility of coordination and provision of humanitarian responses to the affected member states. Right Honourable Speaker, as government, we bidded for this house to be headquartered here in competition against other countries. The agency presents the opportunity of employment for citizens, demand for local services like accommodation to visitors, advertising the country as an investment destination, and promoting tourism, among others. The challenge you'll have, Right Honourable Speaker, is that if we don't provide funds for this house within 2 years, the opportunity will again go back and be open to other countries to take up. So on this background, the committee recommends that 180 billion be provided in this financial year to enable the ministry to start Phase 1 of the project, so that we don't lose out on this opportunity. The third point, Right Honourable Speaker, is that Uganda has a number of cases internationally for arbitration and others in the International Court of Justice. Right Honourable Speaker, the ministry has won a number of cases and saved us billions of shillings. But they find a lot of inconvenience in failure to appear reasonably in defending these matters. The ministry, by virtue of its mandate, attends all negotiations at regional level, like African Union, UN, and other international fora. This requires about 2.8 billion to be done. Now, a total of 20.5 billion and 8.7 billion was provided, leaving a funding gap of 11.8 billion to attend to this very great cause. The committee recommends that additional shillings 11.8 billion be provided this financial year to enable our variable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs represent government effectively in cases outside this jurisdiction. Right Honourable Speaker, the fourth issue is operationalization of additional 5 regional offices. The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs saved government Uganda shillings 2.7 trillion in financial year 2023-2024. Whereas the expansion of the judiciary to 25 operational High Court circuits is commendable, it has created a serious challenge in regional office operations since they have not matched that expansion. It is increasingly becoming challenging to cope with all the required court appearances given the long distances of up to or over 300 kilometers from regional offices to respective courts. Moreover, with only one vehicle, and yet some regions have more than 4 High Court circuits. In 2026, the Ministry expects an increase in cases requiring defending governments in courts relating to electoral petitions, which have a very serious time bearing. Currently, the Ministry does not have regional offices in the following 17 High Court circuits, and we have named them down here. The Ministry requires 8.337 billion to cater for rent, utilities, furniture and fittings, conferencing facilities, security equipment, power, among other utilities. Out of the required total amount of 8.337 billion, only 2 billion was provided, leaving a funding gap of 6.33 billion. It's our recommendation as a committee that this money be provided this financial year to enable the ministry properly dispense justice to the Ugandans. Number 5 is court awards, arrears, and compensation. The ministry is faced with an outstanding bill of 30.2 billion resulting from court awards and other compensations. Non-payment often results into the accumulation of interest, thus increasing the overall debt. Additionally, delays in paying individuals or business owners by government significantly hinders their ability to invest or operate effectively. The committee has learned that government has made an allocation of 4.5 billion to cater for ex gratia in the year 2025-2026, leaving a funding gap of 25.7 billion. We recommend that government prioritizes payment of court awards and arrears to reduce the principal amounts that attract interest by providing an additional 25.7 billion. Right Honourable Speaker, we have the 6th issue is cattle compensation to war debt claimants. Government agreed to compensate war debt claimants in Teso, Acholi and Lango sub-regions for the loss of livestock and other properties during the insurgency in northern Uganda. The committee commends government for providing 40 billion shillings during the financial year 2024-2025 and an allocation of 80 billion in the financial year 2025-2026 for compensation of war debt claimants. However, the committee was informed that by the ministry that the total liability for cattle compensation verified by the Ministry of Justice after verification by the district officials amounts 521.698 billion. Right Honourable Speaker, this is a very serious political issue in the respective areas, and the committee recommends that the entire outstanding bill of 521 billion be settled during this financial year. Number 7, establishment of comprehensive war debt compensation policy. The committee notes that ongoing war debt compensation scheme is limited or restricted to only 3 sub-regions of Teso, Lango, and Acholi, with no clear timeline on when other affected areas in the country will be included or considered in the process. Therefore, there is a need for the government to establish a war victims compensation fund catering for all war-affected areas in the country. This policy would acknowledge historical injustices, promote healing and reconciliation, and support post-conflict recovery and development in affected areas. The committee recommends that the government establishes a comprehensive compensation policy for all regions that have suffered the effect of war and conflict since independence. Judiciary. Right Honourable Speaker, out of 263 operational courts, only 48 are housed in judiciary-owned buildings. Most of the current court buildings are dilapidated and others are premised in customized with facilities for persons with special needs. Some of the gazetted courts cannot operate because of lack of premises. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that 8.7 billion be provided in financial year 2025-2026 for the renovation of dilapidated court buildings across the country and undertake the construction of courts in the above-mentioned areas to bring judicial services nearer to the people. Right Honourable Speaker, strengthening the adjudication of cases. The committee was informed that the judiciary wants to implement legal representation at the expense of state as per the judicature legal representation at the expense of state rules, which we passed in 2022, and facilitate justice to people who cannot afford legal services in cases which are capital offences. The committee has learned that out of the required 269 billion, only 206 billion was provided, thereby leaving a funding gap of 63 billion. The committee recommends an additional 63.9 billion be provided this financial year to strengthen the adjudication of cases by enhancing judicial capacity, expediting case backlog clearance, and improving access to justice across the country. Right Honourable Speaker, strengthen the use of alternative dispute resolution. The committee has noted a funding gap of 8.81 billion during financial year 2025-2026 to strengthen the use of alternative dispute resolutions mechanisms with the aim of promoting faster, cost-effective resolution of disputes during reducing the burden of formal court processes. We recommend that this money be allocated. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee noted there is need to provide transport equipment to facilitate adjudication of cases. Out of the required total amount of 18.46 billion, only 17.46 billion was provided, thereby leaving a funding gap of 1.41 billion. The committee recommends that additional 1.41 billion be provided to the development budget of judiciary to procure transport equipment and a boat to improve dispensation of justice and access to justice in island areas. Automate more courts to eliminate delays in the management of cases. Right Honourable Speaker, out of 49.23 billion required, only 24.9 billion was provided for automation of court systems, leaving a funding gap of 25.141 billion. This shortfall will affect the effective implementation of the planned activities. We thus recommend that an additional 25.141 billion be provided during this financial year to cater for that shortfall. Building capacity of judicial officers to handle complex cases. There is need to provide finances to provide special skills, to build capacity to provide skills for complex cases in the judiciary. This required 12.96 billion, but only 7.92 has been provided, leaving a funding gap of 5.037 billion. The committee recommends that this money be provided to provide special skills for complex cases. Management and payment of accumulated bail funds. The committee noted with concern on accumulation of bail funds by the judiciary from 16.17 billion in financial year 2021-22 to 24.291 billion in financial year 2024-2025. The committee proposes that bail amount should be refunded immediately after conclusion of the trial, provided the accused person complies with court conditions. The committee recommends that the person should be paid his bail fund immediately after the conclusion of the trial, whether on conviction or acquittal. Right Honourable Speaker, we go to Inspectorate of Government. There is need, the committee notes that the Inspectorate of Government requires funding to complete the construction of their head office. The total project cost of the IG head office is 107.9 billion. By end of this financial year, the total expenditure is expected to reach 64.808 billion. In order to conclude the project within the allocated period of time, the IG requires 43.92 billion. However, only 20.57 has been allocated, leaving a funding gap of 22.535. The committee recommends that the IG receives the 22.53 billion to cover the funding gap. Additional wage recruitment of critical staff. The Leadership Code Act was amended by Parliament and subsequently assented by the President. The amendment, among other things, expanded the scope required to declare to the IG from leaders in public service to all public officials and persons who draw their salaries from the consolidated fund. This requirement therefore increased the number of declarations received, processed and verified by the IG from 25,000 to 380,000. In the current financial year 2024-2025, the IG MTF was not just adjusted to provide additional funding for the increased workload in conducting verifications of the declaration received and investigation of breaches. In order to effectively implement the above amendment, there is need to provide additional funds totaling to 8.980 billion, but only 3.2 billion was provided.
Chair,
5 more minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable. I'll go to Parliamentary Commission. The committee noted that the medium-term expenditure framework of Parliamentary Commission, as per the budget called Sectoral, was less than approved budget by 60.14 billion. This reduction of the budget should be rectified by uplifting the MTEF. We are aware, Right Honourable Speaker, that this is a statutory budget, and we do not want to dissect too much details. We believe that this discussion shall be concluded to cover the wage shortfall, the non-wage recurrent shortfall, and the development budget shortfall for the Parliamentary Commission. Electoral Commission. Administrative units elections. Right Honourable Speaker, in summary, and Electoral Commission, there is a shortfall. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should prioritize and allocate 58.134 billion in the coming financial year to facilitate for effective organization and conduct of the elections of administrative units and women councils. Then there is a funding gap on continuous voter education, which is a very paramount requirement when it comes to this election cycle. There is also need for wage enhancement and remuneration of staff and operations in the new electoral districts. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee has recommended that funds be found to enable the Electoral Commission to organize sensible elections without challenges. The National Consultative Forum requires to facilitate activities for the year with 3.3 billion, but only 0.45 billion was provided. Right Honourable Speaker, we have included a list of the funding gaps under the Electoral Commission which need to be taken care of. Law Development Center. Right Honourable Speaker, the Law Development Center requires funds to complete its multi-sectoral building, which it has started on. And this will save a lot of money that is being spent. And the Law Development Center has been provided with the government needs to provide 8.7 billion for the completion of the phase 4 of the multi-story building in this financial year. Right Honourable Speaker, Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. The committee recommends an additional 5.6 billion be provided to the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions to facilitate the recruitment of staff with the aim of increasing the scope of criminal prosecution across the country. Right Honourable Speaker, we increase the number of magistrates and judges, but we don't have prosecutors. So you find judicial officers seated without prosecutors. At the station, there is one prosecutor, and we need each prosecutor assigned to each judicial officer to dispense justice. Right Honourable Speaker, we have also made a recommendation that 10 billion be provided for the development budget of the Office of the DPP to construct their own up-country offices and residential premises. Right Honourable Speaker, in the interest of time, I'll go to the general recommendations by the committee. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observed in most of the MDAs that all the MDAs that we dealt with, the committee knows that all the MDAs budget for HIV/AIDS related activities which fall under the mandate of the Uganda AIDS Commission, all HIV/AIDS related budget allocations across MDAs, we recommend should be consolidated and rechanneled to the Uganda AIDS Commission, which has the mandate to coordinate and manage the national HIV response. This will enhance efficiency, reduce duplication, and ensures a more streamlined and impactful use of resources. Number two, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observes that MDAs often focus their attention or efforts on supervising the construction of their office buildings, which is not their core mandate. This function could be more effectively managed by specialized entities such as the Ministry of Works and Transport or National Housing and Construction Company. The construction of all government office buildings should be centralized under the Ministry of Works and Transport, which possesses highly skilled and competent engineering staff. This will enhance quality control, ensure adherence to standards, and promotes cost effectiveness through centralized planning and oversight. This is in a bid to cut down on government expenditure and avoid double budgeting, which is a waste of taxpayers' money. It will also be helpful to align with the program-based budgeting, since some of these activities or programs do not form part of the core mandate of the respective agencies that had budgeted for these programs. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members, in light of the above, it's the prayer of the committee that this House adopts this report and approves the budget estimates that incorporate the committee's recommendations for the respective votes for the financial year 2025-2026. I beg to report, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Honourable author of the minority report. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a minority report, and the foundation is laid under paragraph 1, introduction, that I would like to skip because of time. The gist of the dissent in the minority report under paragraph 2 is the fault line in the program-based budgeting approach. The main argument in favor of the program-based budgeting approach is to ensure direct linkage between planned expenditure and results for improved service delivery. The committee was informed that targets and indicators were set and imposed on the entities from the NDP. This lazy approach of merely filling in the target outputs and indicator columns makes it difficult to assess the actual performance outcomes of the entities. For example, the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution set a target in numbers of prosecuting 120,000 criminal cases and 80,000 appeals. This approach puts pressure on the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution to prosecute high number of cases in order to meet the set targets, even when the cases do not disclose any offense and is worthy of prosecution. The use of numbers rather than percentages as indicators uniformly must be reviewed, as certain targets are better measured in percentages rather than in numbers, and vice versa. Another big confusion, perhaps intentional, is the duplication of activities across different MDAs. Our recommendation on this for time is that the minority report recommends a comprehensive review of the monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework in the ministerial policy statements for the various MDAs to an acceptable SMART level. It is further recommended that the program-based budgeting be reviewed to align it with Vision 2040 and NDP 4 in its entirety. The second dissent areas is key policy areas identified for reform. Area number 1 is procurement method. The minority observed that one of the foundations for corruption in Uganda is embedded in the procurement plans. The following procurement methods feature prominently across all the 11 entities: quotations, direct procurement, restricted biddings, individual consultancies, micro procurement. These procurement methods are carefully spread across different budget items, segmented to circumvent the full intent and import of the PPDA law for purpose of eliminating best practices in procurement such as fairness, competition, transparency, integrity, value for money, and accountability. And the whole purpose is to facilitate corruption. The minority recommends that Parliament rejects the approval of these procurement methods per budget item or departmental level. Procurements should take into consideration the aggregate worth of the items being procured, and PPDA is invited to urgently review the guidelines to prohibit this ploy within government. B is on consultancies. It is the observation and finding of the minority that consultancy services is gaining prominence in government expenditures at a huge cost. The government is capable of employing directly any skilled personnel it requires, just as it does with consultant doctors at Mulago. Specialists in areas of engineering, architecture, surveying, research, law, etc., for example, can be employed permanently within the MDAs to perform those tasks that consultants do at a much cheaper cost. the minority recommends that Parliament bans the practice of procuring consultancies and instead move for recruitment of staff on permanent basis with a pool of skills for the different fields to provide services to government in areas of need. Point number C on motor vehicle. The policy of government is that vehicles are used for up to 250,000 kilometers or 5 years. Additionally, we have seen procurement of luxury cars that has become a competitive phenomenon within government. As a result, some officials in government allocate more than one government vehicle to themselves for use by their family members. The committee did not find any information from the vehicle manufacturers that says vehicles get obsolete at 250,000 kilometers or 5 years. The minority, therefore, observe that scenarios further observe that scenarios of over-budgeting for replacement and acquisition of digital number plates are quite common. The MDAs have budgeted for 750,000 instead of the 150,000 for replacement of digital number plates. Digital number plates for new motor vehicles have also been budgeted for, yet a new vehicle is bought together with its number plate, which come fully registered. The minority recommends that procurement of motor vehicles by government be halted and no funds be approved for buying of new vehicles until a comprehensive review of motor vehicle policy is adopted with alternatives of best practices in acquisition, utilization, and disposal. The current allocation for purchase of vehicles in the budget be rebudgeted for to cater for specialized diagnosis and treatment machines for hospitals and adequate cancer drugs. Budget estimates for digital number plates must be revised downwards to the amount required of 150,000. Point number 3, donations. The minority observes the continuous allocation of huge budgets for donations. In most cases, the donation budget per office bearer is larger than the development budgets of a district local government, a hospital, or a university. Why allocate taxpayers' money to an individual rather than to a service area that benefits the general public? Why should an occupant of a public office, which office is charged with a duty to plan, budget, and deliver services to Ugandans, be given money to donate? Why not use your public office to donate the required policies and budgets to the health sector, to education, for treatment of kidney diseases, heart patients, education, etc.? The minority therefore recommend that all budgets for donations for the financial year 2025-2026 be rejected and government introduces a law to prohibit and criminalize donations out of public funds. C is printing and stationaries. I will just read the recommendation. The minority recommends that Parliament approves 50% of the proposed budget lines for printing and stationaries and require entities to rebudget the other 50% to unfunded priorities. It is further recommended that government adopts digital mechanisms to eliminate the use of papers. Next is staff establishments. The minority observed that many MDAs have numerous vacancies in their approved staff structures. No significant allocations have been made to recruit staff to fill these positions. The big question then remains whether these vacant positions indeed requires filling. For example, the Parliamentary Commission was unable to avail the staff establishment to the committee. In fact, the Parliamentary Commission informed the committee that there will be no recruitment in Parliament in the financial year 2025-2026, although the Commission allocated money to an activity called CV screening in the budget estimate. It is also observed that Parliament is saturated with general administrative staff rather than skill expertise. This is according to the NDP4 report, required to support quality legislative output. Similarly, the under-deployment of highly skilled personnel staff in Parliament is worrying and is a recipe for attrition. In other jurisdictions, like in the United Kingdom, Parliament recruits and deploys persons with high level of education and experiences to support legislative work. The recommendation by the minority is that a comprehensive review of staff structures across all MDAs be taken with a view to ascertain the required level of staffing for each. Additionally, all MDAs, including Parliament, and without exception to any, should resume the best practice of advertising vacancies available and stop non-competitive recruitment methods based on alien considerations. Furniture and fittings. The recommendation is that government holds budgeting for furniture and develops a new policy on procurement of furniture with a view of creating uniformity in standards. The proposed budget for furniture and fittings for this financial year be rebudgeted to enhance salaries of primary school teachers. See, the next one is buildings. It is noticed that the MDAs are either constructing or have planned to construct new offices and residential buildings. Other MDAs are as well in the process of buying land. It has been observed that many buildings have unduly delayed, with others spanning as many as 10 years. The following buildings: the IGG building, the new Parliament Chamber building, the JLO's house, are all behind schedule. With some, like the Parliament Chambers, it was not even possible for the committee to verify the progress as reported. All previous attempts by the committee to visit the new chamber buildings were denied. The question is, what is that which is being hidden? Yet an additional 20 billion is planned. The irony of all this, therefore, firstly is to ask the question, what happened to government buildings used by the past governments? Secondly, why is government happy to gift free land to private individuals around Kampala and turn around to require the taxpayers to pay to buy more land? The recommendation: the minority recommends that approval of budgets for acquisition of land be withheld until government avails to Parliament the full inventory of all public lands in Uganda. Further, no funds should be approved for the new buildings anywhere until all buildings currently under construction are fully completed. It is further recommended that stalled and delayed buildings should be inspected and audited by the relevant authorities to establish the facts, and appropriate recommendations be made before money is approved. Seminars, meetings, and workshops. It appears the modus operandi of government is organizing seminars, workshops, and meetings while offering zero service to citizens. Compared to other countries in East Africa, the government of Uganda is a leading convener of workshops, seminars, and meetings on a daily basis, whereas in Kenya, for example, it is the private sector that leads in hotel booking for workshops, seminars, and meetings. A serious government can't spend the entire week, Monday to Friday, organizing workshops, seminars, and meetings at the expense of direct services to citizens. The minority therefore recommends that government reviews the budget on workshops, seminars, and meetings with a view of scaling down and saving taxpayers' money with the associated idleness and wastefulness. The next is compensation of cattle in Lango, Acholi, and Teso. The minority recommends that government adopts a policy to pay all households a minimum uniform reparative payment of at least 6 cows per household, 2 oxen for draft, 2 cows for milk, nutrition, and 2 for livelihood security. If I may add, Mr. Speaker, the lack of milk in the entire Lango, Teso, and Acholi has given people opportunity to ridicule us in public, especially our ladies. People are asking our ladies that they don't have nyash, that they don't have what. How do we get this when we don't have milk to take? So it is recommended that government...
Honorable HP, order. What is nyash? Just to help our clerk to capture it very well.
Mr. Speaker, nyash has been defined nyash has been defined as that body part capable of producing water.
And it's because of milk.
It is also recommended, therefore, Mr. Speaker,
colleagues, order. Let's listen to Honorable Jonathan.
The minority recommends that government adopts a policy to pay all households a minimum uniform reparative payment of at least 6 cows per household. I've mentioned 2 for plowing, 2 for milk, 2 for nutrition. In phases, it is also recommended to government to appreciate the missed opportunities out of the deprived ownership of the cattle. And government should offer special affirmative action for Lango, Teso, and Acholi in the areas of higher education. Next is funding of committees of parliament. The minority observed that funding for the oversight function of parliament through committees have been under budgeted for at 25 billion shillings for a total of 28 committees. In essence, committees of parliament which are constitutional have been allocated significantly lower budgets in comparison to certain individualized positions. Each of the commissioners of parliament, for example, have been allocated personal to holder expenditures of 1.372 billion shillings, in total 5.488. The minority recommends that budget estimates of parliament be reviewed to free more funds for committees. It is further recommended that Parliament provides a budget to committees, and that budget be ring-fenced for exclusive expenditure of the work plans of the committees to avoid the repeated encroachment and misuse of funds. The other key departure area which I would like to highlight is on activities and budget estimates that have been proposed for rebudgeting, and I conclude. The minority has observed that ministries, departments, and agencies have opted to budget for activities that do not form their core mandate. Parliament is invited to diligently scrutinize all the budget lines to eliminate unjustified budget allocations. In principle, the minority recommends to Parliament not to approve any further request for additional funding, as stated in the majority report, until all MDAs revise their budgets accordingly. Without prejudice, the minority provides the following hints and highlights to Parliament on the budget estimate extracted from the ministerial policy statements that are questionable and justified and inappropriate. First is vote 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. The following items: medical camp, condom education, distribution and correct consistent use, promotion of condom, physical exercise and training of human resource, HRM in professional courses, has been advised for review, and those resources available to the same entity to reallocate to a more pressing issue. Vote 101, Judiciary, budget on donations and purchase of motor vehicles. Vote 102, Electoral Commission, the 45 billion shillings for sharing among 7 political parties with representation in Parliament. There is non-adherence to Section 14A(b) of the Political Parties and Organizations Amendment Act, which provides for equal sharing. It is recommended that the 45 billion be rebudgeted to cater for critical areas such as funding to Uganda Cancer Institute, Uganda National Organ Transplant Council, salaries for teachers, medical workers, policemen, soldiers, prison warders, etc. It is further recommended, especially for political parties with more than 20 million registered members, to collect membership fees from their members to finance their activities. Vote number 103, Inspectorate of Government. Uganda shillings 58.6 million under Inspectorate of Government for the activity termed condom distribution, and the reason is that condom distribution can be rationalized at no cost. Vote 133, Directorate of Public Prosecution. 30 million shillings for prayers, 50 million for planting trees, and 2 billion shillings for security. I would like to provide, in agreement with the main report on security, entities are spending a lot of money to budget over for payment of security. And I ask the question, who guards the police station if every entity is now asking for additional money to pay security officers to guard them? So who guards the barracks? Who guards a police station? In other words, if you aggregate all the money in the budget, and I'm not talking of the 11 government spending it can enhance salaries for police officers, and the level of security can be upgraded. Vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission. The budget line consultancy at 1.2, which was not justified. Smartphones, because they were also buying tablets. So smartphones and tablets can use the same thing. We allowed them to buy.
Honorable, conclude, because now you've gone so much into explanation.
Oh, okay, and portraits of the president. Now, 104 Parliamentary Commission. These are the budget lines available for review. The one of 5.48 billion for commissioners of parliament. I've told you the formula of sharing. 10.9 billion for public relations and cleaning the image of parliament. Let's just do the right thing, our image will be done. We don't need to pay somebody to clean. I don't know how they are going to clean that. 3 billion shillings for research. The following offices: Office of the Speaker, Office of the Deputy Speaker, Leader of Government Business, Leader of the Opposition, a total of 37 billion shillings, way more than 28 provided for committees to do work. This budget should be reviewed. Screening of CVs, 12 million shillings. Parliament is not going to recruit, so we don't need money for somebody to screen CVs. There is money allocated for engagement with CSOs. It is not the responsibility of Parliament to engage with CSOs and even fund them. Training of local government and exposure visits. And lastly, additional funding of 52.86 for activities such as modification of toilets at the south gate of Parliament. The last one is on Judicial Service Commission. I've listed them. In conclusion, the minority humbly pray that this report finds acceptance in the conscience of the honorable members and accordingly be adopted in its entirety, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote the honor and glory and to advance the good for all Ugandans in whose interest Parliament is committed to their charge. It is so humbly reported, and this report is signed by one member who presented the report. I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Jonathan. We've learned from you how Nyash works on top of the serious issues you presented. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I just want to, invite the Committee on Legal to visit the parliamentary chambers. Okay? Because the committee raised it in a meeting with the Parliamentary Commission, and I told them it's available. They can visit anytime. So you can come anytime. There is nothing tied on a building which is standing by, just next door. Yeah, there's nothing tied. Number two, honorable colleagues, Article 155, Clause 2 of the Constitution says that budgets of statutory institutions shall be prepared and presented to the President, who will lay them on the floor through the minister responsible. And that's also in line with Section 19 of the Administration of Parliament Act. So the Commission did its work of submitting the budget to the President, and they will be waiting for the President to make his comments and return and deliver the budget here. So the Parliamentary Commission, before anyone recommends that you reduce man of the judiciary or Parliamentary Commission, which are statutory votes, the Constitution is very clear on how their budget is handled. Okay, so I just wanted to, but I have read through the reports, and I want to thank you, colleagues, for the issues. The only issue which I got concerned about was going beyond to go to all entities, because now we have here reports which we adopted saying we get more money for MDS to build their offices. Okay? We have reports which we adopted here, which we recommended retooling of MDS, buying cars for them. You have, for example, the judiciary, they've appointed new judges, they must have vehicles. Now, we have another report saying, no, don't do this. So I would request that when we are doing, we limit ourselves within our sector for now. Because otherwise, we are going to have different recommendations adopted by this House from the different committees. That's the only challenge. Maybe at consolidation, Budget Committee will help to reconcile all these issues. So I just wanted to give those clarifications, and then I allow members. Honorable Sarah Opendi. Honorable Kayondo. I want first to give an opportunity to colleagues I had not given an opportunity today. If I can start. Haji Idi, Honorable Mpindi Bumari, Honorable Mutemburi, Honorable Feta, Honorable Docas, Dr. Tara, I gave you an opportunity. Honorable Milton Muma. I first give these ones an opportunity, then I can pick more. Of course. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it becomes challenging because I thought the purpose of why these reports are brought here is for us to either agree with the committees or not. And that's the whole reason why the minority report comes in, because there was disagreement. So I think there is nothing wrong with members discussing, just like we did for the Health Committee report, and said we must find money for the PET scan. So I want to entirely agree with the minority report on some of these, expenditures that create alarms. Just yesterday you saw, most of you saw the online news that commissioners had allocated themselves 500 million shillings. So if we don't discuss our own budget, at what point? We don't want a scenario, Right Honorable Speaker, where we shall be told again that you passed this. We still have a pending...
But Honorable Sir, I didn't give my opinion. Okay? I told you your own law. If it was my opinion, okay, you would just let me get you your own law. So if it was my opinion, then you would say, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'm not saying you don't even discuss, but this is Article 155(2) of the Constitution. 1, financial estimates. 2, the head, 1 talks of the President shall cause be prepared and laid before Parliament in each financial year, the budget and that estimate. 2, the head of any self-accounting department, commission, organization set up under this Constitution shall cause to be submitted to the President at least 2 months before the end of each financial year estimates of administrative and development expenditure and estimates of revenue of the respective department, commission, or organization for the following financial year. 3, the estimates prepared under Clause 2 of this article shall be laid before Parliament by the President under Clause 1 of this article without revision, but with any recommendation that the government may have on them. So they will come here. You get it, Honorable Sarah? The President will raise them here. Then when he raises, we look at his notes and you make your recommendations. So it wasn't my opinion, it was what the law says. But continue, Honorable, and you're free to make your submission.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my only query is that at what point do we get to make an input in our own budget? Because as you can see, most of us do oversight work and there is no payment made. It's pending. And then a commissioner who is supposed to be representing us, the commissioners have 5 billion, 5.4 billion allocated to them. For what purpose, Right Honorable Speaker? And yet they are members of Parliament who belong to committees. Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue that I wanted to raise, I have seen under the Electoral Commission, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. It is good for us to combine these elections because when we combine, we save money. As you can see, 57 billion shillings will be spent when we merge the election of women councils together with other administrative units. If we do them separately, 45 billion shillings will be provided. So I want to recommend that we should merge these elections because, it's not complicated. It has been done in other countries successfully, and I believe it can be done. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Justice should also tell us. We have been talking about the constitutional reforms. Now we are seeing a budget for Electoral Commission, 700 billion is being provided. Is this money adequate? I heard the Electoral Commission saying they don't have adequate budget to actually conduct the next year's election. Is this money sufficient? If it is not sufficient, how are we proceeding? Are we going to do away with these elections or what? Or extend or find additional money? What is it that is in stock for us? Minister of Justice also tell us, when are we having the constitutional reforms? Right Honorable Speaker, we've never gone into an election without reviewing our laws. What exactly is happening this year? Can we hear from the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs?
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable, you took more than 4 minutes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, allow me salute the one-man army minority report. It was straight on the point, and it had a lot of intelligence. I want to deviate from it in one area where I talked about the restricted bidding and exposing all the procurements to open bidding. Restriction in bidding, it favors our local contractors. When you open it, you are exposing it to the international bidders, and our local contractors be kicked out. There I may not agree with you. And then restricted bidding. At times, some work services and supplies are urgent in nature. So when you expose them to the PPDA TDS and bureaucratic processes, you may end up losing the game. Chair, I want to talk about the case backlogs, most especially the land cases. Since my Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs here, we have so many land cases that have taken over 15 years in court. People have died and left those cases pending, and even the heirs die, and the case is still continuing. What is the problem? And we have some election cases, Mr. Chair. Chair, I belong to Democratic Party. Mr. Speaker, I belong to Democratic Party. In 1980, we had a case. DP was taken to court by President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. By then, he was a honorable, where Sam Kutesa defeated him in Mbarara North. And he took us to court. Up to today, we don't have that judgment. If we defeated him, yes. If we defeated him, we want costs as a party. We need that cost. So how can we have 45 years down the road and we haven't received the judgment? If we defeated him, we want to give him the costs. I will deliver the costs myself to him. So we cannot have all that for 45 years and we are crying out to this. Then, Chair, lastly, my Speaker, lastly, the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs here, when Honorable John Patrick Amama Mbabazi stood as a president, of course, DP we backed him. There are some recommendations, orders which were given by court. There were so many. Up to today, we haven't heard from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We are going to elections. And those orders, those recommendations were extremely sensitive when it comes to elections. I want to hear my minister commenting about those recommendations that were made, that were ordered by court for this parliament and the ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think Honorable Kayondo, on behalf of DP, has a lot of issues he's still demanding. You know, last time I remember he accused the NRM, you went to the bush to fight for the election that had been rigged. It was our victory which had been rigged. When you finished the war, you never handed over our victory to he wanted the NRM to hand over to DP the victory. So the issues are very many. Honorable Mpinde.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report, especially on the recommendation of availing money to these government agencies to construct their own offices. Right Honorable Speaker, a lot of money is wasted in renting. I know we may not have the capacity to give all the agencies money now, but for this financial year, let us at least start with 2 agencies
They construct their own offices, and with that we will reduce on the burden of rent. Then another one is a sort of a clarification, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker. As if I saw that 4.5 billion is needed to have portrait for the president. Is it true or it is not true? 4.5 billion for just portraits of the president.
Thank you. Yes. Haji Idi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the committee chairperson for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to address myself to Article 87A of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda that establishes the Parliamentary Commission with the mandate of offering strategic guidance to the Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I did listen to the submission of the minority report that raises a lot of policy issues and accountability issues. And I would really say that if all those issues were addressed by the relevant committee, the accountability committee, such that the Auditor General, if Auditor General raises them and the accountability committee looks at them, I think we can debate from a well-informed point of view rather than a sector committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to associate myself with the recommendations of the majority report, because like you guided very well that you can only be wise or not wise to sit on a tree and then cut it. We are aware that Parliament is our house. So you cannot be very wise and sit here and begin looking at how Parliament operates within, because if you talk about the donations, where did these donations go? Right Honorable Speaker, I have ever heard you donating to needy, donating to churches. I think these donations don't go to individuals. They go to the needy communities. So, Right Honorable Speaker, if a colleague suggests that this donation should be removed from the report, I think there are things that we should not really. I will give you clarification after my submission. Right Honorable Speaker, the Parliamentary Commission thought it very wise that the offices that you occupy are very sensitive, and the requests that come to your offices, actually, they are not personal, and sometimes you will come in to help the communities. Right Honorable Speaker, you have ever seen, and colleagues, you may agree with me, members of Parliament are buying ambulances from their own salaries to donate.
Thank you. Honorable Mutembri.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee for their recommendations, particularly on the aspect of us availing funds for the Ministry of Justice to have regional offices. And this should not only be for Ministry of Justice, but even DPP. My own experience as a practitioner is that you get caught one state attorney appearing before grade 1, appearing before chief magistrate, the same person is required to appear before the judge. So in that way, we are delaying the dispensation of justice. You'll have a judge, you'll not have a state attorney from DPP's office, you'll not have a state attorney for Ministry of Justice. So for us to have real justice achieved, then we need to ensure that we also have the regional offices, we also have recruitment of state attorneys in these different departments. 2, the Law Development Center, I also want to support the recommendation by the committee of us having that building. It has taken, I think, about over 6 or 7 years without it being completed. And Right Honorable Speaker, once that building is constructed, then we are likely to get not less than 30 billion as NTR, because they will have so many students who will be paying, and in the process, imagine they only need little money for us to get 30 billion shillings every year out of, if we have this structure in place, meaning that we are going to have so many students admitted, and so many students are going to be paying, and we shall be realizing income out of the building. So I think I need to also support that recommendation that we must have that particular. Lastly, Chair Legal, I remember the last time when I was still on that committee, Judiciary came and informed us and assured us that every constituency will have a grade 1 magistrate court, and that every district will have the chief magistrate's court. Perhaps you update us if this has been implemented, and if not, what has happened, because people need justice nearer to them. Thank you very much. Maybe lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of visiting the chambers. For the last 4 years, I was on that committee. We tried as much as possible. We wrote letters. We did everything for us to access the chambers, the new chambers. It became...
Yeah, Honorable, I've invited you. Even if you want, Chair Rigo, even if you want tomorrow, okay? Or after here. We can even walk there. Because you see, I don't want someone to paint a picture as if there is something being hidden. Okay? Yeah. And I extended an invitation. By the way, when we met with the committee, I extended an invitation to the committee. So if the committee had told me we won't come tomorrow, they would have come. So it's, if they've not been allowing you, please, I allowed you, and I want to read you. And I take you around the building. It's there. You come and you see. Because the pressure, the pain you have, colleagues, is the pain we share as the leadership of the institution. It's the pain we share. And we took steps now. The progress that we have registered in the last few months is tremendous, and it is because we changed, we now pay subcontractors directly. Okay? We no longer pay the contractor, then it pay the subcontractors. We've taken the model of Ministry of Finance, that's how they finish their building. We are paying subcontractors directly, and now they are all delivering materials that are needed to finish the building. And the progress is good. So for sure, tomorrow, if you want, Chair, at 7, I'm around. After here, we can even go. We have rights. They work at night. We visit, and we visit in broad daylight or broad night, whatever you want. Okay? Yeah. Yes, Honorable Muuma.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the Chair and the entire committee for the good report. Mr. Chair, I tend to agree with the recommendations of the majority report. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, make a submission on the issue of compensation to the war victims in Ilango, Acholi, and Teso. Mr. Speaker, the recommendation there really is very good, and I agree with it, but I would have been more comfortable, like we have debated and proposed earlier, for us to add Lakwena war victims. Because every season, every electioneering season, the issue of Lakwena war victims keeps coming up. And we always promised that yes, everything is going to be worked on. And the people get excited that yes, we are going to be paid finally. So if we are disposing of this particular item, I will be the happiest and do recommend that we include Lakwena war victims. Mr. Speaker, that said, the minority report is talking of abolishing donations. Mr. Speaker, I disagree. I want to disagree. Mr. Speaker, I seek for your protection from Honorable Solo. Mr. Speaker, I want to disagree with the minority report when it comes to abolition of donations in most of the MDAs and agencies. I know the three arms of government have been benefiting from this. It is being done in the executive. The head of state has been supporting so many disadvantaged people, marginalized people. In the judiciary, it is happening. Now, if we say we are getting rid of it, when last year this parliament participated actively in the run for cancer, run against AIDS by the Kabaka, the Menga arrangement, we all participated, and that contribution from parliament was well received. I don't know when similar activities are organized where this money should be coming from. I think it is a good way of us interacting with the public through corporate social responsibility. So I want to improve our colleagues. More so, my brother, Honorable Dur, you've always given good guidance to this parliament. But for today, I'm surprised that your minority report is really like my colleague observed, a monkey sitting on one.
Thank you. Honorable Feta.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for the very good report. I tend to associate with the committee recommendation on establishment of fund for compensation of war victims. Right Honorable Speaker, the country is conspicuously very quiet about compensation of war victims in West Nile. From 1979, there have been war victims in West Nile. Nobody has compensated them. On 24th and 25th of January 1981, there was Ombachi massacre where 90 people were killed. Those have never been compensated. The victims of West Nile Bank front have never been compensated. Konyi war victims in West Nile have never been compensated. I had thought my good friend Honorable Jonathan Odur will not have restricted his report to Lango, Teso, and Acholi. I thought the Brotherhood of Northern Uganda would have included the West Nile. I am very surprised. For the first time, Jonathan is very selfish. So it's my prayer that this fund is established and the whole region is looked at. The president has just come from West Nile, and we have been reminding him of all these war atrocities in the region. You can imagine in the country, the warmongers are compensated, but the victims of the war are ignored. It is very absurd. So I want to thank the committee for that recommendation. On the minority report, I agree with Jonathan on a number of the recommendations. However, he has recommended a legal framework to regulate donations. In the absence of a legal framework, what are we regulating now? For now, we don't have a basis because the president's office is donating, the prime minister's office is donating, parliament is donating, even MPs are donating. Every Sunday, you're donating cement, you're donating iron sheets, you're donating so many things, you're donating money. So there is no legal basis for restricting donations for now. Until we have a legal basis, then we can be talking equally. But for now, maybe we can say, let us...
Thank you. Honorable Chen Docas, then Katarua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the report with some very good recommendations, and I also thank Honorable Jonathan for the minority report, which also has some very good recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to address myself specifically on the allocation for financial year 24-25, which was about 40 billion, and that is something which was good enough just to help us kickstart the process of compensation in Lango, Acholi, and Teso sub-regions. This cattle compensation, yes, The next financial year, we are seeing a allocation of about 80 billion out of the required 521.6 billion. And that is way, way below. And I therefore would like to thank the committee for recommending that the total 521.6 billion needs to be allocated so that we can handle the outstanding bills, which is supposed to handle the compensation. However, Right Honourable Speaker, there are key areas, key issues which were raised by Honourable Jonathan in the minority report, and I would like to pick the one on discrepancies on the list of beneficiaries. While the report is indicating that about 24,000 have already been listed to be compensated, we've been hearing that that is not the right figure on the ground. There is also discrepancy on the list. Out of about 42,042, which were initially provided by the Attorney General, only 18,469 were approved, leaving out a total of 23,573, which I would like to request the Honourable Minister that kindly interest yourself so that we can see how to reconcile those figures. Otherwise, the 23,000 cannot proceed to fill out the data cards. They are totally left out as not being approved. And
thank you.
Mr. Speaker, to begin with, I totally associate myself with the majority report that has been presented to us. Mr. Speaker, I also entirely agree with you on your guidance regarding how budgets of the self-accounting entities, including the Parliamentary Commission, are processed, especially on the issue of the President giving us guidance before we finally approve it. Mr. Speaker, I also entirely agree with my neighbor here, my brother, who guided the House that it's not a good practice to sit in a tree and you go ahead and cut the same tree where you are seated. You either fall with it or it falls on you. Having given those three disclaimers, Mr. Speaker, I'm really surprised now when I go to discuss the minority report of my brother, Honorable Duru. There's a recommendation he gave on the issue of consultancy. And he said institutions should recruit full-time staff to do consultancy. I don't know how he defines consultancy. Consultancy is not something full-time. I have been in civil society. When you go to institutions, including the road sector, including the Ministry of Works, where the engineers, they also hire certain consultancies for certain services for a short time and they go. When Mr. Honorable Oduru proposes that institutions can have full-time people to do consultancy work, I don't know whether he should be guided what consultancy is all about. Mr. Speaker, another thing I wanted to raise is already raised about the issue of donations. And people have really raised it very well. All of us are witnesses to this. Donations are done by everybody. And these donations go to our people, to our constituencies, to Ugandans. So when somebody says that donations should really be abolished, I really fail to understand that. Mr. Speaker, finally, we are under attack on social media. It is very unfortunate, and our rules are very clear here that we don't discuss social media propaganda. It is very unfortunate when we legitimize the social media information we hear and we discuss it here in the House, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I will beg this House that we really don't cut the tree where we are seated and we go by your guidance and the guidance, by the way, Mr. Speaker, of the presenter of the majority report. He really did it well, and I think if we had followed that, we would not have gone into all this, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Rico. And Honourable Kabanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, The report of the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs has been more precise, more straightforward, and in all its entirety, very easy to understand and comprehend. Mr. Speaker, I want to trust that the debate that has gone on here will greatly assist both the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs as well as the Budget Committee to very much wisely and appropriately allocate the resources. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move a motion that, having delved into the debate of this report, Mr. Speaker, that we as a House suspend the process of considering the aspect of the sections of the minority report that deals with the statutory institutions until at such a time when we receive the figures of the budget allocations for those institutions, specifically the Judiciary and the Parliamentary Commission. And if we do that, Mr. Speaker, I beg that you do put a vote so that this House can be able to pronounce itself on the report of the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I beg that you put a question.
Honorable, don't you think it would have been better for you to propose amendments to the report? Isn't it?
Mr. Speaker.
Didn't it be a smarter way?
Mr. Speaker, I therefore, and I thank you for your guidance, I therefore propose that the two reports be considered by the House, but with an amendment on the section of the minority report which seeks for this House to have due recourse to the sections of the statutory votes, that is the Parliamentary Commission and the Judiciary, that those be stayed until at such a time when we have received the figures for those particular votes. Mr. Speaker, I beg to propose.
Thank you. I will put a question in the end at once. Now, honorable colleagues, there is something I should clarify, because I don't want, because our colleagues already got enough problems. I don't want to spire problems on them, because I heard that each commissioner is getting 1.3 something billion. Honorable colleagues, the budget is not for commissioner, it's for the commission which we have as a secretariat within Parliament. That's the money where we have money, for example, for paying assistance of MPs with disabilities. That's where it comes from. That's a money, that's where travel also is, okay? And honorable colleagues, commissioners, there is nothing this commission has introduced that wasn't in the previous commissions. Yeah, it just came here. But what I can guarantee, honorable colleagues, is that there is no special allowance beyond the regular allowances, or special facility beyond the regular what the commissioners have been getting over years that is provided for in this budget. So I really don't want us to go out and we paint our colleagues in a bad way. This is a very sensitive period. We tarnish our colleagues, and I really usually feel bad when I see a colleague. When we say each commissioner, you get a budget of the whole commission, and then it's each commissioner getting this much. It's very unfortunate. Honorable Mpuga, you wanted to clarify further on that?
Well, right, Honourable Speaker, I think you've done justice to it. I was only saying, when I rose on privilege, I thought that some of our members here are taking matters personal. Probably that's where they get their bread in doing that. It's unfortunate. If as a House we miss an element of courtesy towards each other, then we have no business being colleagues in this House. And somebody picks a microphone, whether he has read whatever rumor mongering on social media and makes it an issue of this House, and they speak in loud tone to appear as though they are authentic, they're unfortunate. A member said that he has even a sharing formula, and you're a member of parliament, what's your name? Very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. I thought, while we want to make parliament accountable, we should never miss out on courtesy towards each other, even when we disagree on how parliament works. Very unfortunate. We restrain ourselves because we must work as parliament. But when members choose to be personal, it's not acceptable. Right now, Speaker, we restrain ourselves because we believe that we have a duty towards each other, even when we disagree. I can address you disagreeably but honorably, and I can never impute ill motive towards a member.
Thank you.
Right on the Speaker. And that I request really members should try it. I cannot order them, but restraint. You cannot get a vote on my back that you want to be voted because you spoke so much about what you can't clarify. Right on the Speaker, I chair the Commission Audit Committee. If I rose to say you did this, you did that, people will take flight. But then I understand as a leader why Parliament works the way it does work. And therefore, self-restraint. You can question, but you cannot say you have no capacity to understand. If you have no capacity to understand, then you have no business being here. I thank you.
Thank you. So I made a very clear clarification on that. The commission is made up of the speaker, the deputy speaker, backbenchers, leader of opposition, minister of finance, prime minister, and all those are serviced by the commission here. Okay? It has staff, it has obligations, and I want to confirm to members here that on what we proposed to His Excellency the President, there is nothing like any special privilege or what for members. So, honorable colleagues, I want to, I had allowed Honorable Kabanda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also want to join colleagues in thanking the Chair for this very good report. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to talk about the issue of donations, because the other side that presented the report on minority, they propose that the donations be scrapped off. Personally, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't agree with their position, because members of parliament, we also donate. Where do we get the money from? But what we can propose as this parliament is maybe also members of parliament should be allocated money for donations. Yes. Because when we go to our churches, they expect you to donate the same way the commissioner is donating, the minister is donating. By the way, even when you attend the burial, Right Honorable Speaker, and they announce your condolences, that so and so the MP has sent a condolence message of 20,000 or 50,000, they laugh at you as if parliament gives you money for burial or for donations. If this parliament can accept, we don't remove the donations from the president, from the commissioners. The MPs also get money for donations. Because you are also donating in the churches. You also donate wherever you go. So, like the former law has suggested, don't be envious of others. You also propose for yourselves and see how to... Yes. But for you to stand here and say so-and-so is taking billions, that's not in good faith. Unless you have an issue with so-and-so. But if we are here to serve the country, we can also donate, because if they give you this money, do you take it at your home? You end up donating to the community. So for me, Right Honorable Speaker, I disagree with the position of removing donations, the Speaker, I invite you to my constituency. When you come to my constituency, you give me 5 million, I start complaining. The Speaker gives me 2 million, I start complaining. Where do I expect you to get the money from? We should actually add you more money so that you keep sending to our constituencies. I beg submit.
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister. Let me listen to the Minister. I allow the Chair and the mover, the minority, then I see what to do.
Mr. Speaker, sir, all our responses and answers are on record with the committee. There is no issue we did not deal with. Secondly, you stated clearly the constitutional provision relating to the budget. In effect, the President is really the Minister of Finance. He only delegates the Minister of Finance to act on his behalf. Thirdly, when we come here as ministers, it is fair to presume that we have exhaustively discussed these budgets in Cabinet. And the positions that we take in Cabinet, we take them to the committees, and then the committees embed them in the reports. I wish to report, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when I appeared before the committee, I got feedback from the members. It is through that interaction that it's my duty as a minister to go back to the President, and if he sees me appearing in Cabinet sweating and wounded from attacks from members, then I tell him we are not doing well. There are issues that have been raised. So, during the Cabinet meeting of yesterday, I put to him the question of cattle compensation, because the committee told me frankly that we are a big joke when it comes to cattle compensation. They blasted me. They said the people are getting the equivalent of a thigh of a cow, that we are giving meat, not cows. So I went back to the President and said, Mr. President, I put the proposal to the committee that we need, particularly for the most affected areas, namely Teso, Lango, and Acholi. And Mr. Speaker, this is not to say the other areas don't deserve compensation. They do deserve, but Mr. Speaker, this situation is like a hospital. In a hospital, we have got the intensive care, we have got the high dependency, we have got the general ward, we have got outpatients, and some of the people in outpatients, you even find them smoking in the compound. They are asking, what time is the doctor coming? While in the intensive care, patients are dying. They are all patients, but the degree of affliction differs. I want to state clearly that in the Cabinet, all the other areas were mentioned, the places that deserve attention. I wish to report, Mr. Speaker, sir, that based on the motion I moved in Cabinet, the President has agreed that the budget will be 150 billion, and it will be shared equally in the 3 sub-regions to deal with the intensive care. It doesn't mean there are no other patients, because
Honourable Minister, I don't have much time, please. Conclude.
I do believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this being about the budget and this being about priorities, it is our duty to keep persuading the President to change his mind. I want to thank the chair of the committee and members of the committee that you have been very persuasive. And even those who, for instance, author minority reports like the Honorable do, he is extremely persuasive. Some of his concerns, of course, are based on genetics, and I doubt whether they. I think we wish to salute the spirit in which we engage with the committee. So Lango, Acholi, and Teso will each get 50 billion because the real Minister of Finance, who is the President, has accepted your recommendation, which we discussed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'm giving 2 minutes each. Honorable Jonathan, 2 minutes. I'm sure 2 minutes will be enough.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to put on record that the issues that emerged in my report were all picked out of deliberations on the ministerial policy statements. And on the issue of donation, I was not meaning prohibiting anyone donating out of their private pocket. I wanted to deal with the institutional nature of donations. If I compute the figures for the entire budget, which I'm going to do, I've done only for the 11 entities. It's alarming. And I had this morning members asking for money for cancer, PET machine, for all this and that. That's the spirit in which I was saying that if we allow entities to keep budgeting, and for you are focusing on the top people, but even at the lower offices now, there are donations budget. And I invite your attention to scrutinize that. That's the spirit in which I raised that. On the issue of compensation, the ministry had proposed to us compensation of Lango, Acholi, and Teso. The committee could not open up and go to other areas. Otherwise, as a nationalist and as a member of the Congress, UPC, would love to be everywhere. And I would propose that everywhere we should have compensation if it is possible. I also must add that Lango, Teso, and Acholi, there were court cases. The compensation, most of them arose out of court cases that were decided, and these were 3 or 4 different court cases. But the minister has already assured us on how the other compensations would be handled. Somebody mentioned about consultancies. Let me explain briefly. In Mulago, you have a consultant surgeon, neurosurgeon, a consultant for the heart and etc. If you see the amount of money allocated for consultancies, and you referred yourself to that you worked in the NGO, I did for 15 years at the top executive at the NGO. I understand what consultancies are all about. So what I am saying is, instead of, if you aggregate all the monies for consultants, even for construction, for supervisory works in construction. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I just want to plead that if it pleases the commission, organize a meeting, a closed-door meeting with members, with the budget, and we speak heart to heart. I don't want to answer, but do that. I challenge the commission. Organize a closed door in the conference hall with the budget. We look through, and then we make a decision as members of this house. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Teira. Honorable Teira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank members for holding on up to this time to complete this report. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Yusuf Mutamil raised the issue of the magistrate courts at constituency level. For the record, it has not been implemented, and that's part of the money that we are proposing in this budget to be added to enable them have courts at that level. But it also calls for construction of court premises in those areas, which we have not provided money for. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the invitation to respect the parliamentary chambers. It's been an issue that has brought concern. We didn't want to report the Lubowa way, but I'm glad this invitation has been extended. And it actually came last week when we met with the Commission. So alongside other members, we'll organize a day and join you, and then we inspect the parliamentary premises to establish the physical progress. But we are also alive to the explanation that has been given and the new interventions that you have made, especially payment of contractors from the source, a method which was adopted by Ministry of Finance to complete their premises, and we believe that we are on the right track. We should have our premises concluded. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of compensation, the Teso area had court cases, But the Acholi and Lango was a settlement out of court and a commitment by the president.
Yeah, Honorable, just let's leave it at that. The minister has clarified well. You got more money for the item, so.
Okay. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the additional effort to raise to 150 billion shillings. That will enable each of the 3 sub-regions to have 50 billion, which will give us a proper foundation. The original arrangement was that the money be scattered in 3 financial years in equal shares, and it was slightly shy of 150 billion. I want to thank you for that effort, for the increment. Honorable colleagues, the Parliamentary Commission budget is our budget. Whatever the details that are in there, I have always implored you to have this discussion in-house to avoid unnecessary hullaballoos that come, especially with misinformation. And once we have that, then we can come out in the open. It's very important to have it in the public for everyone to know what is there. But after it has been harmonized, being a statutory budget of its nature. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, the Parliamentary Commission budget is audited by the Auditor General. The report is available to you. The budget is available. So we are just waiting for the President to conclude. What I didn't want was really to impute bad motive on commissioners, because, you know, whereas we can explain here, someone can say, oh, they have discovered. Now commissioners last time got 500, this time they are getting 1.3 billion. And we are in a very sensitive period, honorable colleagues. Colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statements and Budget Estimates for financial year 2025-2026 be adopted with proposed amendment. Those in favor sign to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. The report is the recommendations are referred to the Committee on Budget for harmonization, for reconciliation, and ensuring that indeed all issues that have come up were captured and consolidated by the Budget Committee. Honorable colleagues, House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.